Welcome back to the Racing Pals Endurance Series. This time at the new, one of the new tracks anyway, the one that seems to be very popular and has taken the GT3 world by surprise. It is Watkins Glen for 6 hours of racing. My name is Husky and I am joined by my good colleague, the Right Honourable Gentleman James, who you will know from the RP series, who can give us a bit more of an insight into how a driver feels. Hello, James.
Hello. Well, they'll know me from the RP series if they've actually seen me on stream, which by last race they didn't. Thank you for that. But no, yes, we're racing 6 hours at Watkins Glen here. It's a classic American track, one of the earlier tracks. First raced in 1948 as public roads before becoming a permanent circuit in 56. It's hosted many races over the years, IndyCar, F1, and now the greatest series of all time, the RP Endurance Series.
I thought you were going to say GT America there for a second. I'm like, what one is it? And one talking point, actually, that I'm sure we'll be wanting to see about is one of the drivers who I don't really think needs any introduction. I've got to cycle for it. This man here, Pierre Moreno, in an Audi, which is a bit surprising from him. One of the old mainstays of the RP series in the Porsche, last season's champion, but this time he's driving a car that we wouldn't have expected him to.
And he's driving it solo, but at least he has the purple, so it's familiar to us.
Yeah, you're right. I just don't know. I don't know if I really ever expected him to drive anything other than Porsche. It's what I know Pierre Moreno for.
Well, maybe he just fancied a change. Maybe he fancied trying something new at a new track. A new lease of life for the man. Now he's back into racing.
It is a possibility. I'm going to have to quickly cut to the intermission screen because my game is not having fun. So while we do that, we'll have a bit of a chat. It's never one of my streams without something breaking, is it?
Well, at least it's broken now before quali starts.
Good point. Good point.
Commentary, that. Good sneezing commentary.
Thank you.
That's what people love to hear.
I do try my best. Cheeky bug. But 6 hours, James. Well, we'll have a bit of a chat while I relaunch everything. 6 hours. Quite long. I think it's the longest we've had in RP Enduro.
It's not the long. We have done 6 hours before. We did 6 hours at Spa some time ago and 6 hours at Imola. But
yeah, so I think it's
obviously this is 6 hours at a track that no one has had much of a chance to race before, at least not in ACC.
It's 6 hours is the tied longest between other ones that we have currently had.
Yeah, we've never done one longer.
There is the qualifier.
Well, at a 1:40-minute lap time, we should get a good 200-odd laps of racing in over the course of the next 6 hours, the next 6.5 hours. And maybe even we'll get a race winner at the end of it, if anyone survives.
Well, we do like getting a race winner at the end of things. There we go. There is the fix that has been happening. ACC Race Control just not enjoying itself a little bit. But we're coming up into the final 4 minutes of practice. Watkins Glen, let's jump on board. Hopefully we'll do another lap with Mr. Pierre Moreno. And let's have...
Still.
Yep. Thank you. There you go. We'll jump on board with Mr. Pierre Moreno. And James, I'm sure you know the corners, so why don't you give us a walk around of the track?
Do I know the corners? I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I meant the YouTube stream as well. as you are jumping on board so people can see.
There you go, we're on board with Pierre Moreno.
We come up to the first corner, which is the 90, which anyone who's watched the probably the most popular track guide right now knows that it has a nice stepped corner and you want to hit the lower portion. If you hit the upper portion, you might get flung off into the thankfully there's a good bit of runoff out there. Coming up the hill, the S's as they're called, you want to keep nice and tight to the corners onto the back straight, coming up to the chicane, which I'm sure we'll call either the bus stop or the inner loop depending on which one we feel like at the time. He takes that quite nicely, gets a bit worrying on the exit there. Coming down to the outer loop. Now the reason the inner loop was actually built there was due to unfortunate crashes caused by the high-speed corner that used to be the outer loop. Coming down to the chute now, trying to keep it onto the next little straight into the boot. The boot which was originally built in 1971 and creates the now famous part of the circuit that we know today, coming up to the toe of the boot. Actually, a really good naming there by the people that named all these corners. You'll never guess what the next corner is called, Husky.
Is it by any chance the back bit?
It's the heel.
Wow!
And then he comes up to what I think will be one of the more difficult corners on this circuit. This uphill, tight left-hander, which you have to be very careful when you get onto the power, or you will end up in these lovely blue, eggshell blue barriers to the right-hand side here. Coming to the final few corners, not much braking through here, more lifting. Trying to run as wide onto the exit of the last corner as possible to get a good run back onto the main start-finish straight.
And across the line,
and that was a 1:45.5 from him.
I've also just noticed something. Let's try and find someone who's finishing his lap. There's a Stefan S. That's a bit broken. Actually, we'll quickly, here we go, we'll go on to the custom cam, because there's something that I've just noticed that I'd like to point out, because it may confuse some people. You see this start podium? Because of the way the marshals hold flags, his yellow flag is sticking out of the side.
Well, let's not focus on that for too long then.
Which, from the trackside camera, you can see. Oh, I said of course a competition, I know.
It's just those things. They couldn't be bothered to change the models, I don't blame them. They still have to get on with making the other 4 or 5 tracks of GT America before I'll be happy.
That's something that Kunos is probably sat there in their boots going, oh no, James Andrews won't be happy with us.
Don't know, I think they might have got some angry letters from Muscle just because they didn't add Road America.
We will turn our attention back to the track for a little bit as practice ends. It's... what do you say? I wouldn't say it's a relatively short lap time, but it's not up in the longer ones either, is it? A 44?
It's a reasonable lap time, I think, a 44. I mean, it comes up similar to tracks like Imola. I'd say, you know, Imola's got a 41 to 44 sort of lap time. It's a bit higher than that, a bit longer. I think we should see maybe some 43s in qualifying. Unless we have any aliens, in which case 42 seemingly is possible. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything for anyone at home, but actually today's poll time, because we are coincidentally, it was not intended, but GT America is currently racing at Watkins, Glen. Today's poll time there was a 1:42.9. I'll be interested to see if we can see anything close to that.
Well, the best
lap might surprise us in his Audi.
The best lap in practice was by Pierre Moreno, 1:44.425. Now, I'm not sure. Pierre is up in, provisional pole in practice at the minute. It looks like the number 13 McLaren, Kyle Cook, took the practice session alongside Thomas Jack, who we'll also know as one of the top drivers in terms of speed through Racing Pals. It's gonna be interesting to see how Tom goes, because his thing is he likes running in a team of 2 and sort of providing race coaching in a way, which we saw at Nürburgring previously, which had to be abandoned sadly. He was with a guy called Dean, and
yes,
I think we'll all remember off the start him parting the sea of M2s.
Yeah, I was stewarding for Nürburgring, and that was a real disappointment for Dean. I think that start of that race, I know he got a bit screwed over by certain other cars making mistakes. He wasn't fully clean himself. And here we go with qualifying. But yeah, Tom likes to drive with a... I think he likes to drive with anyone. He just enjoys the driving itself, and he doesn't mind dragging along some slower drivers, which I must admit sometimes I am the slower driver in that pairing.
I will one day have to take him up on the offer, as I've just noticed something that I don't know if I like or not.
What have you noticed?
Wait there, let me find it.
So, yeah, whilst Husky looks, this is now GT4 quali for the next 15 minutes. We only have... Do we have 3 or 4 GT4s in the field at the moment? Has the 4th one joined, or are they not?
I'll quickly change the thingy over to There's 3 GT4s.
There are 3 GT4s, so 15 minutes we get to watch 2 Maseratis. 2 Maseratis?
Here is what I've noticed that I don't...
What's that?
A BMW, a Maserati, and a McLaren. This.
Yes.
Someone has decided to bring the V12.
Yes, the
Aston Martin.
V12 is interesting because it was suggested very early on when the track was first released. It's actually quite strong around here, and I'm still not quite sure why. So it'll be interesting to see how it goes.
We know... Oh, look, I can be a GT America cameraman. Hello. Talk to me.
It's a shame you can't wave back.
So let's try and grab a car.
Yeah,
there it is.
It looks like...
Oh, next one. There.
Well, Jaker is currently rounding the chute now, coming onto the boot section.
Let's jump on board with the
Yeah.
Chatterati in that very nice rainbow-coloured bang racing livery. Everyone will know the joke that if it's in capital, I will shout it.
Like Rubicon.
Let's not talk about that. But overall, we've got on the grid, if I quickly have a gander, 30 drivers.
That's a pretty reasonable amount of drivers to have, particularly considering that 27 of those are GT3, all racing in the same class for the same win.
The free GT4 grid, I'm not going to say isn't great, you know. GT4 is quite a fun time, especially if our drivers are close to each other. I know Jacob Alacia, and he's driving with Muscle, isn't he? I think.
Yes, it's the return of the Chatterati racing team that I believe last time was the Mystery Machine at Spa, which I do not believe you commentated, which I believe Deep and Darkest were the commentators for. The full wet Spa race that was ever more flooding as we went on.
Yes.
They've brought it back. They brought back the No TC fun car. Sadly, for whatever reason, Ed Castello had to pull out and was going to be racing in it, but it'll be interesting to see whether these cars can keep pace with each other.
And that is something I did actually want to bring on to. The Maserati, no driver aids whatsoever. As you can see, the foot of Jacob Alacia, you can see he's just having to feel it about. There is no traction control, there is no ABS, there is just your left and right foot and your hands.
No, nothing to help you, nothing to aid you, just...
Would you say then that, you know, while it might be faster, some people always say, you know, no traction control and no ABS, no assists are faster. Obviously, we've got threshold braking for ABS. What do you think? Are they going to burn tyres quicker but be able to run just that little bit ahead in terms of pace?
It's a possibility, but again, you know, these cars are pretty... I mean, I know GT4 is not the best at it, but they should hopefully be pretty well balanced. It'll just depend on how the driver wants to drive it at the time, I guess.
Oh, as we've got another GT4 just entering the fray, Lucas Litchen, who...
Ah, yes, the second Maserati.
The second Chatterati, yes.
Then, and has turned up now. Hopefully we'll know to head out.
Let's have a gander. Oh, my... Yeah, I didn't expect... This is... So, I'm just going to give a bit of context. I know Lucas Litchen from other series.
There we have it. 156 is the current provisional pole as Jacob Alacia does his first time.
As a BMW comes through as well, 6 tenths faster.
For a little bit of colour, the GT4 lap record here is a 154.077, and that was done in race conditions, so it'll be interesting to see where they can get to today.
We will see. I think because this track has not been on for a long period of time, really, it's relatively new. I think we're going to see drivers getting increasingly quicker throughout the race session as opposed to the qualifying session.
Oh, certainly, but some drivers, of course, will have experience of Watkins. Many of them from iRacing, which has recently had a big Watkins race. Obviously, anybody who took part in the previous season of Formula Pals has raced Watkins as well, although in a very different car to what we're driving here. But yeah, I think we'll see drivers start to get a bit more used to the car and track combos as we go on. Depends on how much practice they have done. I know some have done less than others.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. I know Thomas Jack has been putting in the miles recently in terms of practice. Every time I've looked in the Discord, he has been there just putting in the lap after lap after lap. Pierre Moreno...
Tom lives on Assetto Corsa, so that's not so surprising.
Very true. Tom is almost always on Assetto Corsa Competizione. It will be very, very interesting to see how he goes, especially alongside Kyle Cook as well, as we see Mike Pascho, probably butchered that, coming into the pit lane. So, if I'm right in thinking, James, you will probably correct me if I'm wrong, we're running the same qualifying rules as the series?
I believe so, yep. 15 minutes for each class. Classes have to stay in their pit lane until their time is up. Until their time has come.
So,
no blocking, no halting, no holding people up, and GT3s, depending on how things fall at the end of the GT4 quali, might have to be careful on their outlaps to not screw over those GT4s ending their laps.
Yes, as we are going to jump on board with the other Chatterati for a lap, driven by Litchen, the 140 car. We'll see, because we saw Jacob Alacio, and we saw, is having to be gentle, looking for the grip. We'll see if we can notice any ideal differences in driving style between our two Maseratis.
So yeah, Litchen, in response to our little driver info form we put that they started driving the Maserati as a meme, but turned out to be a potent weapon. He claims the car is strong in medium to high speed corners, has an okay but not great top speed, and struggles with heavy braking zones.
That would be the ABS, wouldn't it?
Certainly. He expects the pace to drop off in the second half of the stint, apparently, which could harken back to what we were talking about with tyre life.
Yes, I feel that the reason this car is quite good in, medium and low speed corners is the fact that the traction control, which I find, because I drive the Audi, can sometimes send cars into a spate of understeer, which means you have to slow down quite hard. It makes it a bit difficult to just really throw cars at corners, which here you have to in a way because of how on camber they are.
Hopefully they should be aided by the fact whilst there are some very harsh braking zone corners, there are a lot of faster corners which don't really require it. Obviously the outer loop is one, the corner he's coming up to right now is another, the corner after this one and the corner after that do not require too much of a braking zone to get around. Hopefully they should be aided by that.
Good snap of oversteer down, yes. Let's see through these next two corners. How much snap is there on the exit? Not much through turn 10. How about through turn 11?
He looks... that's very tight to the barrier, but he looks good.
Very, very clean. Now, what time are we going to get across the line? A 55.5 to beat. That is a 55.9. So within the second, yeah. I've also just noticed that car sounds very angry from the outside.
Well, his goal here is apparently to win as a solo driver, so which is even more surprising. He's a solo driver in this car of all things.
Yes, so one thing as well to note for people watching the stream, the colour of the number plate in the timing tower is not a representation of skill. It is for us in the booth and for you guys at home to have a better idea of who is in a team and who is on their own. If the plate is white, they are in the team. If the plate is silver, they are on, well, grey, because I refuse to call that silver. That is grey. That is like primer grey. Tell me it's not. That is the colour. That when you buy a new car, you save money on paint by just going primer.
It's concrete, that's what it is. It's freshly laid concrete.
Concrete class.
Then again, platinum isn't exactly platinum either, it's just pure white.
Yeah, it's just white. Like, it's the colour. I've been playing a lot of, I know it's not your learn, James. I hope you have random things that you can just come to, because that, like, sums up 95% of my commentary. I've been playing a lot of Kingdom Come Deliverance recently. And I've
it's a good game, that.
Oh, it's very good. Apart from the fact you die like 50 million times an hour. Grumble, 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 grumble. Here is Peasant Farmer Boy. He leaves village, gets curb stomped by some miffed farmers. Like, why? It's the colour that medieval people wanted their houses to be because it was a status symbol.
Here we come then. Lixon, sorry to interrupt, but Lixon's just come to another lap and he's within 1/10 of Jacob Lacia with 0.087 off with 55.5, but he's just gone wide on the exit and has lost that lap time for the next lap.
And here is... So it looks like... Now, I'm not going to jinx it. You know, we've got...
Well, it looks like Jacob's going to win, yeah? You don't want to jinx it. Jacob's
no, 3.5... 3.5 minute, I think.
Yep, roughly.
Yeah, I can math. Yeah. We may have a Chatterati 1-2 at this point, but which Chatterati will it be? I think we may actually see some very good battling between these two, and we may actually see what method works better, the one driver or two driver.
It will be interesting. I think tomorrow morning, Lixon might have to go, or Lichten, however you pronounce it, might have to go and soak his ankles in a nice warm bath or something, but it'll be interesting to see how he handles 6 hours in a car which requires a lot of brake and throttle modulation throughout.
There is one other driver that I can think of off the top of my head who manages that very well. And I think you know who I'm thinking of as well, James.
I'm not completely certain who you're on about, to be honest.
The man who sadly had to pull out of GT4 in the last endurance, the last full endurance at Silverstone, he did a pits to first. He did that solo. Do you think he'd have been able to do another 2 hours on top?
Well, I assume you mean Ed here.
Yes.
He did that in a GT3 though, which had traction control. That's my biggest concern about anyone driving this car 6 hours solo, is that there's a lot more strain on the human body, I guess, even in sim racing, for trying to go for 6 hours in a car which just requires a lot of careful control of the pedals.
Also, just a note, we are both, I think we're both, you might not be, I think you are, keeping an eye on the YouTube chat. Come talk to us, you know, have a chat to us in the chat. That's almost as if what a chat is for. Throughout the race as well, we will hopefully be getting drivers in for interviews after stints or before their stints, or, you know, just at some point get a good input for the drivers as well. We did release a driver info form, so we have some information about the drivers. But what do you think, James? I think that lap 1 might be sketch. It typically is here.
It will be interesting with the run up the hill if there are no incidents there, and even if we survive that, you've then got the inner loop to come, which is again going to be a very interesting corner if cars go side by side into it. Just noticing as well, GT4 quali will be ending in 40 seconds. Of course, any GT4s who are on a lap at the time will be able to finish their lap.
So that means
Molineux has still is several seconds off the pace, sadly, and I'm hoping that they can pull something out.
So
at the moment they are quite far behind the next GT4.
Let's turn our attention to the two Chatteratis, both of which will get this final lap. At the minute, looking at the timing data I've got, they're both around the same delta. Just one up until that point was minus, and one was plus.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Their delta seems a bit slower, both of them. Oh, and Jacob Alacia seem to have their lap time invalidated.
Oh, that's gonna be a painful one for him. That will be the end of his qualifying.
The 56 BMW has just pulled into the pits instead of finishing their lap. There will be no GT4s on a lap at the end of... This is their last lap now. The GT3 quali has begun. 29 car leads out of the pit lane GT3.
The only driver in GT4 who's left on a lap that is either valid or in the green is Lucas Litcham, whose delta is currently 700ths around up. He's got to find 800ths to go into pole. But is pole really what you want? Because I believe pole is on the outside, is it not?
I am not sure with this race start, and it will leave. I'm even more not sure because there'll be GT4 cars at the back of the grid. It depends on how many GT3s are ahead of them, to which side of the grid they'll start on.
We will have to see.
Very close right now to the green. Is still green. Just he needs a couple more hundredths in it. I think he might have got them. If he misses the wall, he hits the wall.
Hits the wall.
He's still valid. I think, unfortunately.
No, it's just going to be an improvement.
It's just off.
Just off, yeah. That was.
I think he just lost a little bit of time from hitting that wall. It's a shame. He would have had a faster lap coming out of that corner. He was 900ths up, even almost a full tenth, and that could have been it. But we've got 6 hours to go.
Well, we haven't got 6 hours to go yet. We've got 13 minutes to go. Oh yeah, they have 6 hours to go.
Starting their lap. Wallers. Let me check the pronunciation guide.
29.
I do not see him on the pronunciation guide, so we are free to guess.
So we will jump on board with Wallace, and we'll have a look, shall we, at how he does around his lap as we're on board. The McLaren seeming...
The Massacre team. Just noticed that.
And for those at home, we have the provisional, well, the final results of GT4 qualifying. Jacob Alacia, the number 85 Maserati, came through in pole position, a 155.5 flat, followed in second by Lucas Litchen in the 140 Maserati. Pascho in the 56 BMW in third, and rounding off the GT4 grid was Molyneux in the 51 McLaren. We now turn our attention to the GT3 qualification, and we are on board with Fabian Wallers.
He's coming up to the hill now.
That was very professional, wasn't it?
That was very professional. I enjoyed that.
I hope at some point.
Yeah, just to say again, I mean, I do hope that the 51 car can get a bit more into the fight than they seem to have been in qualifying. I mean, I think they will be the only car to have a qualifying time of above 2 minutes at the moment. They certainly should be after the GT3s have qualified. I hope they have some race pace.
I know myself, I get stuck in this situation. I am horribly so low in qualifying, but I'm so much better in the race. I'm not sure if it's because I have more time to gel into the car, or if it's just the fact that it's pressure in qualifying.
It's possible. I mean, it's possible they just kept screwing their lap up, to be honest, and we will have to see in the race, of course. But oh, and there goes Pierre at the top of the grid after the first few cars have crossed the line with a 1:44.702.
That is going to be exactly what Pierre would have wanted as he goes side by side with a Porsche up the hill.
And he's been beaten by C. Hamilton.
Yeah, I think that is Craig Hamilton for Super Happy Fun Times.
Yep, Super Happy Fun Times with a 1:44.120. That is 6/10ths up on the next fastest car. I believe that's the Ferrari they were talking about before the race was meant to be quite quick. And I think it's just proven that.
The driver teaming up with Tom in the Spinner, whatever it's called. The team name is actually Small Baby.
It's a cursed team. It's a cursed team. It's the Mission Spino, but they're driving a McLaren.
Goes into P4 as we see Dominic Venn going off And
I think that's the definition of commentator's curse. The moment you look at them, they hit the wall.
He was already yellow flag before I went to him.
Oh, that's good.
That's why I went to him, James.
Well, they're causing him more pain.
And in the chat, Ivan Barats, our silver champion from the RP series last season, now in GT4, in the RP series, is not here today, sees BMW. Yes, BMW driven by Robin Moe and someone else.
Press tab, Husky. Maudsley.
Maudsley. I never knew that. I've been commentating this game for the best part of 2 years, and I've never known that.
I actually have it bound to a key on my wheel to make sure I can see, because you also get the better weather info when you press it in race. And track info if you're not on the broadcasting.
I never knew that. We also have some supportive messages from Dunkler Ben in the chat. Go 154, 155 and 42 for Red Kiwi Racing. One of these cars here, Roger Persha, in the 154, which I think is the highest of theirs, as it currently stands.
Yeah, Red Kiwi Racing #1 car. With a very nice looking livery on that car. Very digital.
You have their second car in the 155. And then their 42 car, they're driven currently by Lucas Schumacher into the pit lane. Another
Schumacher. So many of them these days.
We now need a Leclerc. That's what we need. There's about 50 of them.
So at the moment, Kyle Cook, a car which we expect to be very much fighting for positions today, with the two very familiar Racing Pals drivers. Obviously, Kyle Cook, also known as Sench, and Thomas Jack. Currently running in 6th, coming through the inner loop chicane.
I am expecting to see something from that number 13 car today. I think we would agree, James. I'm going to try and say this in the nicest way possible. The pairing of Thomas Jack and Sench is probably the strongest that Tom has put together in his unofficial Pro-Am, as he calls it.
I'd say I wouldn't call Tom and Sench Pro-Am even unofficially. Sench is obviously a very strong driver. Some might say, though, quite aggressive at times and prone to incidents based upon that. But there's definitely a strong pairing. I think probably the strongest pairing he's had since Kielami, where he raced with Victor Borlin. Sadly, he's not racing today.
Oh, yeah. He raced with Borlin, didn't he? I wasn't commentating that race, was I?
I think you were.
Was I?
I'm not sure who else would have been. You didn't commentate Imola. I don't think anyone else was there to commentate that one. Oh, and he hits the wall. Cook just hits the wall, coming onto the final straight, as he does a 1:44.615 to go third.
To go third. A driver that did improve as well during that period was Pierre Moreno, now into second, just over 3.5 tenths off of pole position. But I am wondering, is this really that bad? Because that Audi, as we know, is, as Thomas Jack has said to me before, unfair in a straight line.
It'll be interesting to see, obviously, with the race start. Depends on how fast a Ferrari can be, but he might have some good advantage coming out of those first few corners onto that straight. Obviously, should note as well that Cook is back on track. I believe Tom has given him the reins of the car for the entire session, as he likes to do in his Pro-Am category that he has made up for himself.
His unofficial Pro-Am category. As Pierre Moreno goes massively into the pits, and I've just got a message. The driver who is known in game as L.128 should be Daniel Scott, teammate of Scott Hansen. So that will be the 31 car. Just
Daniel Scott. Can't seem to find that car on the list.
The number 31, currently in 13th position.
Hey.
We've also just had some messages in the voice chat from Trainboy 2005, a driver who we will know in the RP series.
Michael Randall, isn't it? In RP series.
Randall! Now
that he races under his
actual name, yes. He's saying that, is that James and Husky? Yes, hello.
Is it?
I don't know, are you James? I don't know.
I don't know, I'm having an existential crisis now.
I don't know if I'm Husky. And Dark, in something other than the Porsche, is cursed. No, that's called trying new things.
It's cursed. I agree with that. It's the same as the McLaren that's dressed up as a Ferrari. It doesn't feel right.
As we get on board with the J Willers 837 Phantom Sim car with the Fanatec wheel that you can go and buy for 1,500 euros that works in a real car. Good luck trying to find a team that will actually let you take it anywhere near a real car. As he is currently in 11th, 1.67 off of pole time. He is looking to improve though 4/10 as he comes out of turn 9.
Oh, Robin Moe looks like he's just had an incident. They call you out of that.
That'd be enough to put him up into the top 10, maybe the top 5. We'll see as he comes across the line. Across the line, it's in the top 8. Pretty good, actually, you know?
Yes. He's looking quite good. Yeah, it looks like Robin Moe had a little off at the chicane and decided to abort that lap and return to pits.
Ooh, we have never fun.
We have 3.5 minutes remaining in qualifying, and C. Hamilton continues to lead with a 1:43.7, but at the moment he is up on his delta considerably. Almost 1.5. That
sounded like a mix of you and your Murray Walker impression. That was really weird. I was
and he
like,
comes around the
it?
final corner. I can't do it when I'm under pressure. Maybe I'll do it at the race start. I'll just do it. Go, go, go! Oh, and he loses all the time. Hamilton just lost all of that time in the last corner that he had gained. That's a shame.
Wow. Let's jump with Hamilton for another lap. He'll get this lap +1 if he stays
has
out.
Enough fuel for it as well.
That will be the question. Drivers, fuel in sim racing is a very interesting thing. Some drivers go and literally just fuel for 2 or 3 laps, you know, an out lap and then 2 flyers, or an out lap and 1 flyer, and then come in. Then you have me who goes, 100 litres, why not? And, fuel, you know, just drives.
Yeah. Fuel is one of those things in sim racing, I'd say, it's much harder on a driver than it is in real racing, because obviously as a driver you're having to work out your own fuel, your own, all those things that the team would be able to tell you in a real car. And well, as many drivers have learned to their disappointment, if you get it wrong, it's quite a pain. As I don't want to bring it up, but as Trainboy 2005, who was talking to us in the comments, has also found himself understanding.
See, there is one thing that I always love about watching and thinking about sim racing is how much does mentality play into it?
Oh, I think, sorry, let's go now. I think, yeah, the Craig Hamilton just got held up quite a bit there on that corner and had to abort. If he goes back to pits now, I do not think he has another opportunity, even though he's going to keep going. He going for that final lap.
Just be trying to get the distance between himself and the other cars, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was pulling off to the side to wait. He'd gone back to the pits, but he should be able to do another lap here still. Unless something goes drastically long.
He's got the 992 behind him, but then he's got quite a good bit of clear air to the 93 car ahead. So I think he will be okay for this final lap of his. Pierre Moreno, I don't think we'll be getting another lap. I think that is the outer loop he's going through now. Yes, it is in the Audi. He may get another lap. It is going to be clutch.
It's going to be very close if he does. Anyway, you were saying about mentality.
Yes, it's always interesting. People in the real world of motorsport talk about mentality. Often they talk about, you know, can you put a driver off, you know, is just being there a thing? And some people say that mentality doesn't factor into the race. Some people say it does. I think that mentality in sim racing can actually be a bit more detrimental to it in real racing. Because in sim racing, there's not that need to, you know, be as conservative as some...
Hamilton just spun at the chute, and I think that's his qualifying over. But he's still currently in provisional pole.
Let's have a gander at that on the replay. Down
I got very lucky with where I went on to look at him there.
Turn 5. Does he just collect... Oh, he collects the grass on the entry.
Yep, he hits the rear end of the barrier. I think that's his qualifying over.
And that actually brings it on perfectly. As I was saying, sim drivers don't have to be as gentle with cars, because if you crash like that, you're not paying multiple tens of thousands.
No, that's certainly true. I think the mental element in sim racing is just the same as it possibly is in real racing, which is the sort of nerves you get driving with other drivers, obviously not wanting to ruin your own race, not wanting to ruin other people's races. And all that always culminates into what can either be called the mind punt or just cocking things up through the nerves, I guess. I know I've been mind punted before, and I've mind punted other people. Yeah,
so have I. It's a very good strategy, isn't it? It works very well.
Yeah. Kyle Cook is up on his time coming through the final corner. I don't think he's going to be fast enough for pole, but he might, and he goes third.
That will be very, very good for him. Robin Moe is still out and about,
also up.
Not as much. He'll have enough, I think, maybe to jump a position, if that. Probably not, actually.
No, not at the moment, or maybe now, though. He's got quite a few corners to go through and can gain time or lose it.
And Chainboy in the chat just says that he's managed to mind punt himself before.
I've definitely done that as well.
Also, James, you know how when we started the stream, I said that I almost did a bad and shook my shaker without putting the lid on?
Did you just do it?
Yes, I have, yes. Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah,
for those of you at home, Husky has just sprayed some sort of liquid all around his room because he forgot to keep the lid on.
There's a tandem behind the red Kiwi car and Pierre Moreno. We just saw that in the background. Pierre Moreno tandemed.
There we are.
I wonder, can we have a look at that? No, we can't. Oh,
I don't think we can. Sadly, different session.
Sadly,
now we have the fun part of kidding drive again, so we can.
So, P1 is actually on the inside. I'm not sure if that will be a useful thing or not. Depends, because you'll get the inside through turn 1, but that Audi is very quick in a straight line.
The
and
Audi
may
has
just
a
accelerate
great
away.
deal of acceleration, as I remember from Barcelona. In the RP series test race, but I think that inside line might help Hamilton just to maintain a bit of a, maintain his position into the first corner.
Interesting.
The last car on the grid, the number 69 McLaren GT3 and the number 992 GT3 Porsche are starting behind the 4 GT4 car.
And I just want to say, so apparently, according to the tower, Thomas Jack is going to be taking a start with Kyle Cook apparently still in a car. I'm not sure what one we believe. I think the timing tower is more accurate.
I believe it will be Kyle Cook. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure if sometimes it just says the first driver on the list until the session starts, but it might be Tom, depending.
We will see. Here is the onboard there of one of the Chatteratis with the second Chatterati. And someone has not put the Sparko sticker on the right way round.
Well, it's on the mirror, isn't it?
Yes, but they've put it on upside down.
That's in case you crash. And they know what the branding is.
Who was, what was it in? It was in a racing series where a guy put sponsors on the underneath of his car for when he flipped it. Was that NASCAR?
I do not know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was NASCAR. The chances of that happening are obviously higher in that sort of racing.
Because we are just going to quickly go into an intermission so I can change one thing. I don't want you people knowing my... my settings, so you can steal it and stream better than me.
40 seconds before the race starts. And we have on pole Craig Hamilton, followed by Pierre Moreno, then Kyle Cook in number 13 McLaren.
I'd also like to ask people, what do you think of the new branding? We are now HSPN for this race. as the logo was made by my very talented colleague James Andrews. Was it to just procrastinate, as you said?
Almost always. That's why you've got your other ones as well. Looking forward to next few
time
races.
we can use them.
Well, you can use HSPN in Laguna Seca in a week's time.
Yes.
In Formula Pals. Not Formula Pals, Racing Pals series even.
Yes, Formula Pals is tomorrow. The stream hosted over on this channel by our good friend and colleague, Mr. Deep Cuts. Happy birthday! And we'll have some more advertisements for future Racing Pals races later on.
Why did you say happy birthday?
Oh, have you never heard that meme?
Oh, sorry, I was confused. I know his birthday is actually in a month's odd time, and
yes,
we have a special event planned for that.
No, the meme of
Yes, I remember that meme now.
Just
now
in
that
the background.
Refreshed my memory.
And it sounds like it was just in the background, and he seemed very into saying happy birthday all the time. And all we're hearing in the background is
now
happy birthday!
Shouting happy birthday at him constantly.
Oh man, as you see Craig Hamilton accelerating off and then stopping again, I'm not 100% sure why.
I think he might have exceeded his little green bar and just waiting for the grid to catch up.
Possibly, as our timing tower will get turned off for the first lap, because otherwise ACC goes, I don't know what people are, I don't know. Gets very unhappy between like the first lap because it's trying to guess where everyone is. As oh my life, that is a gaggle of cars.
Oh, making their way through the chicane now.
And here is the GT4 +2 grid.
Yeah, those last two cars are going to have to really try and what's going on up front there? They're going to have to really try and get through those GT4s as quickly as possible and hopefully not murder any of them.
Oh, I think I see what Craig Hamilton's doing. I think he is literally just trying to get those brakes as warm as possible. Which I do in a different way. I do by just holding the brake a little bit. As you go around.
I do what he does now. I go forwards and I brake hard as you can. But then again, most of the time I don't really care too much, to be honest.
Yeah, I've learned recently from playing Assetto Corsa Competizione a bit more. The fact that the brake temp, while it matters, it doesn't matter too much. But tyre pressures and temps are the killer.
Tyre pressures are extremely important. The brake temps, I don't think they could matter too much. If it mattered too much, you'd have a lot of death in particularly hot tracks, where you want the brake ducts as open as possible, and they tend to get cold on straights.
Yeah, I think it matters more brake temp because they inflate the inside of the tyres because they radiate the heat out.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I think, from my own little testing on this track, that might be an issue with the track temp at 35, the air temp 29 degrees C. It'll be interesting to see if any cars have tyre heating issues, because I was noticing that even with full brake ducts open, you have some trouble with getting the tyres nice and cool.
Yes, as we come through the final corners. Are you ready, James? It will be the 6 hours. We'll be starting
of the Glen
very, very, very soon. As we head down towards the line, I'm going to let you do this for once.
Oh, here we go. And it's 4 lights. There are no lights. Let's go, go, go!
And yes, we are away for the 6 hours. It looks like Hamilton will get the run. Is that
He got the run, and yeah, Cook tried to make a move, but Moreno's held him off.
Wow, that was very, very good. Cook saw the gap on the inside, almost tried to go for it, but I just don't know if the door was there. And
Moreno is coming back on him.
Look at the speed on that Audi. They're already side by side.
Up to the inner loop, and he makes it ahead. Moreno's ahead, but he's
no,
gone
he
wide.
doesn't.
He's gone wide, and Hamilton has taken position back, and so has... Oh, and he's round. Has he saved it?
He has saved it just, but that is him now down in P5. He saw the gap, but I just don't know if the car bottomed out over the first curb.
Yep.
Wow,
Kirk has gone through to make second, Herbert into third, and Jay Wells into fourth. We have had some more movement down the field, but the action at the front was so exciting we may not have noticed it, but Herbert has a drive-through.
Will that possibly be for speeding on the start? That will be the big question. As we see Scott Hansen for Rocky Blue Racing, he's looking. The amount of cars is insane as they head over the hump for the first time towards the hill. Side by side are the two red Kiwi machines, and Hansen little bit on the outside versus the Mercedes, but now he'll get the inside as we move up to Grob, who has the number 16 Honda slip its way past, and the other Porsche as well, and Waller's.
Yeah, M. Lamb, who you can see just there, is really dropping down the order now. I'm not quite sure what's happened to him. He's just dropped about 3-4 places in the last few corners.
Wow, that was a massive loss of positions there for Philip Grob, for Fortune Hunter Racing. He'll probably gain that back as we see Waller's jump onto the curb. He is looking though as if he's taking it, and in the background we see Jürgens Oosthuizen side by side with a McLaren as they go up the hill. As there is a yellow flag, it was the McLaren that Oosthuizen was following. Maybe a little bit of a tap and just sent him into the barrier.
Yep, it looks like the 93 car of M. Lamb, Miles Lamb, is just having a lot of trouble. He's falling down again. What seems to have happened is he got pushed to the outside in the uphill left-hander. What's happened here?
Oh, in the background, it's Schumacher for Red Kiwi Racing. Got into the back end, I think. Medina into the inner loop.
Oh.
I'm really happy Medina's back. Whoa, well, we can do indeed. Let me find it. Here it is. Jump on board. This is from the rear wing. Oh, just...
Oh, that is
just a gentle, like one of the most gentle taps.
Unfortunate. I will be surprised though if anything major comes from that from the stewards. It's just a sort of, unlucky incident, that one.
Medina got out of it very, very well. That could have gone a lot worse as Fabian Wallace was trying up the inside of the Porsche of Telshaft, and just, that is probably not the way you say it.
No. Meanwhile, Lichten has gone ahead of Jacob Alacia, GT4 category, but Jacob remains very, very close behind him. Oh, he gets a bit squirrely on the exit there. Gonna have to try and chase down his fellow Chadorati driver.
I think this is going to be a good battle that we will see. Is his indicator on? Was it the brake light? It was the brake light. Okay, good.
The E-Lays, a 69 McLaren GT3 is very far back.
We've got a yellow flag, the number 16 Honda. Let's have a gander. What's happened to him? Maybe a bit of contact. We just catch the rear end of it. And that's at turn 1. As he's looking for a way to get back around. There we go. And the yellow flag for Telshaft as well. I'm not quite sure. That's at the inner loop. I don't have a replay for that one though, however.
I'm having a look all the way. Oh, he tries to make a move on the car ahead. Gets a bit out of it. I'm just having a look back at the 16 car.
Oh, and there is a game crash for the 154 car. With the new livery system, they are able to rejoin, but it has to be in a specific order, doesn't it? First driver.
Oh, and the 16 car just got turned around in the first corner, it looks like, by... I couldn't quite see what car that was, but it was one of the gold. I think it was the McLaren. I'll try and have a look once my replay has ended.
Oh, that is not what you would have wanted, as we are with Scott Hansen. He is looking all over the rear of Hertel. But he also has Düsseldorf behind as well. They're on the way back already. Good. I think really if you're going to have a game crash, now is the time to do it. Seeming as
to make up.
We're only about 5 minutes in of 6 hours. How many 5 minutes are there in an hour? There's 30 of them, and then there's 6 times 30, which is 18 half hours. No.
18 and a half hours.
No.
There's a lot of them. Let's just leave it at that.
There's 12 half an hours. There we go. My brain was out there trying to think.
Looks like the 42 car has been given a warning.
My brain was sat there trying to think like, so there's 30 minutes and a half hour, and there's 6 times. And my brain was like, why don't you just double 6? And it's like, yeah. I didn't think of that one. I'm
amazing.
smart. I failed math 6 times.
As we continue, it looks like Lichtenstein is pulling away in GT4 on Jacob Alacio a little bit. As they come through the inner loop now.
Something we want to see further up the battle for P2. It's Kyle Cook on Pierre Moreno. These two have fought in series before.
Yeah, something happened to Cook because Pierre has made up a lot of time whilst we've been looking at quite a few other things going on.
He has,
it looks like he has really made his way up the grid again in very, very short amount of time.
And you can see that Audi, one of the meanest looking front ends in GT World Challenge, and no one can disprove this.
Certainly not going to try.
As the 154 red Kiwi car is back on track, that is good to see. It is a setback, however, there is still a long time left in the race.
Well, if they could drive like Pierre has been, I think they'll be up with no time.
Pierre Moreno now, he is right on the rear wing.
15-second penalty for the 195 car, and I believe that is for them spinning around the 16 car, which we saw down at turn 1.
Oh, Pierre Moreno is just done. Kyle Cook on the straight.
Now, Cook is going to have to try and keep with him. I think of all drivers, he certainly has a chance of being able to do so, but Pierre is obviously very, very quick, and he might just save it, try and race a bit more calmly, and just try and keep going for the next 5 and a bit hours until pushing to the end of the race.
As Medina is off, it doesn't look like contact according to the... No, there may have been. We will jump back and have a look. This could have been it. Down towards turn 1, the 195 car, he's weaving a little bit and just... I'm not sure. He just seems to...
That was very, very odd by the looks of it.
That was quite strange. You are right. As there is another yellow flag. It's Eric Moyuk. Again, the number 16. Was that possibly a collision? It doesn't say so. He may have just lost it on his own this time around. But, so far, first 10 minutes in, and
we've had a lot going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that incident can be fully put onto the 195 car. Obviously, they've already got a penalty for that, for an incident at that corner, but that itself was a very weird driving from the 8 car.
Yeah, we will have to see. For people who are unaware, the race is live stewarded. The stewards are doing a very good job of making sure that the rules are applied fairly and not Michael. They are applied fairly
and hopefully with some expedience.
Yeah, as this is a battle for P8. Philip Grob against Jürgens Oosthuizen towards the inner loop. Inside is the Lamborghini, outside is the Bentley. And Jürgens just looks like he drops back to not go side by side. I think that is actually a smart idea.
It certainly would be. The Bentley should be quite strong at this track. I don't believe Jürgens has driven it for quite some time. Not at least in a race. The Bentley.
Oh.
he used to be a very big Bentley driver. But obviously with recent patches, it hasn't been so good, and maybe with even more recent patches it's been made a bit better.
I mean, he drives, I believe, in the sprint, I'm going to call it a sprint series, the RP series.
He drives the McLaren.
Either the McLaren or the Porsche GT4 car.
He drives the McLaren in the current RP series. Last series he did drive the Porsche for a little while, but I think he switched. I don't think he drove the Porsche. I think he drove the BMW, but I think he did switch to something or from something. I can't quite remember. He used to main the Bentley and is now back in it with Deep Cuts as his teammate.
Happy birthday! Yes, as we see into turn 10, we see Oliver, Brett Smith, and Lamb. Oh, that was very squirrely on the exit. Not sure if he got a bit of a helping tap there, or if it was just the Porsche being a bit too low, but Oliver does make the move up into 17th position. He's now got about 5 seconds to catch Gomez ahead in the screaming GT3 V12 Aston Martin.
It looks like the gap between Cook and Moreno has come up to 2 seconds now. Moreno obviously trying in as much as possible on the leader of the race, which is still Craig Hamilton. Moreno currently holds the fastest lap, 1:44.9.
Yeah, I think we are going to see a good deal from Moreno. I was speaking to him last night. He's recently come back with a new wheelbase after his one has been broken while he was moving. And he took a step back from sim racing for a while because of his real world stuff. He wasn't sure about racing. He wasn't sure if he could make it a whole 6 hours. I don't know. I think he will be able to. Let's be honest. It is Pierre Moreno. He does push quite hard, and I think once he gets into his flow, he'll be all right.
I mean, it's a long race, and someone is round. Is that the McLaren GT4?
Yes, it is indeed. It is Molineux. There was a collision between himself and the 22 car. Apparently, the 22 car being Pierre Moreno. Let's have a look. Oh.
Yeah, I think, that's pretty cut and dry. I mean, I think that's unfortunate. The GT4 seem to be perfectly on their line. Obviously, the stewards will have a better look at that, but I think that will be a penalty incoming for Pierre Moreno, which was obviously very disappointing for him. Hopefully, will add maybe some excitement for us in this race.
Oh, that was clutch. I thought he was going to go into the pit lane, but he was just trying to avoid. That could have been terrifying. Wow, as your idea of the lead battle in GT4, there we go, as we see Eric Lays going past Jacob Alacia, and then we'll be catching up to Litch, and I'm not sure, that's probably one of the best places.
We've got a potential move happening with, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that, the 17 McLaren and the 78 McLaren fighting each other, just coming into the outer loop now. Getting very close to each other, although he does seem to have dropped off out of the chicanes.
Okay, we've also just got the tail end of a battle here. Lucas Schumacher, the 42, Red Kiwi Racing, and Herrera, probably butchering that as well, into the inner loop. People need to understand that I can barely speak my own language.
That is true. I can attest to that.
Rude. That is a major send from Miles Lamb. I'm trying to just claim every bit of road that he can between himself and Mueller in the 210 Bentley, also a regular of the RP series with his outfit Mark Racing. I think there's 2 of them here today, but I'm not sure. There could just be one.
So it looks like Manuel Klausmeier is gaining on the 31 Porsche at the moment. He seems to be moving up the field quite quickly, making a move into turn 1, or looking at making a move, and he makes it around the outside on this contact, but nothing major comes of it. The Porsche stays ahead, and that's up the battle for 12th. Oh, the Lamborghini as well, the 15 Lamborghini, you want to have a look at that. 0 seconds behind into the chicanes, backs out. Just backs out of it. There are a lot of close battles happening right now, it's hard to keep track of them.
Smart move. We'll just have to say what we've got on screen so far, and you can see that had a knock-on effect all the way down to Jürgen Zusehazen as well. I think maybe Grob was just taking a bit too much to the grass for his liking and just grabbed a handful of brake, or you never really know, do you?
Yeah, and as we're watching this battle, there's another one down 15th, 14th. The Mercedes of Mack looking like they're going to make a move on the 17 McLaren into the toe section. No, they go a bit wide.
They do indeed go very wide.
Back to the battle. The power in that Mercedes. I think he'll make it soon enough.
Back to the battle for P7. Wallers is still leading that pack with Grob and Oosthuizen just behind. I think these drivers will be starting to come together again. I mean, they already have the Lamborghini right back up the... I'm not going to say bumper, because that car really doesn't have a bumper. Right up to the rear end of the McLaren.
Oh, and as we're speaking, Robin Moe looked like he was going to go down for a dive into T1, pulled out of it at the last second, but the J Wells car, 37 BMW, goes wide. I think Moe might have a run on him, but he gets back on just ahead into the uphill section. And it looks like that's it. Robin Moe going around the outside onto the back straight. It looks like he might be up into 4th for good, but it'll depend on the chicanes.
It does indeed. We'll have a look. The BMW.
And there we go.
Yeah.
He's made it.
Probably a good shout. And now we saw this earlier into the chicane. Still the battle for P7, sorry, rages on. The more they battle and slow each other up, the more Zeiss behind in the 155 Red Kiwi racing car will gain, as well as there is the BMW GT4 in the mix.
And the 96 Mercedes of Mack has just taken the 17 McLaren for 14th, and if their pace continues, they'll be up in this battle soon enough as well.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag. It's tail shaft. That's at turn 1.
They're off at the chicane. No, they're off. He's off at the chicanes.
Is it? I think that was a self crash.
I'll have a look back.
We also had a bit of contact here, apparently, between the 78 and the 31 car down towards turn 1. Let's have a look. Side by side. This was that move earlier on.
Yes,
the Porsche stays ahead.
That was the move I was saying to you. Very minor sort of side by side crash.
Bit of a door bang. But, as I say a lot, these cars, unlike their Formula car counterparts, can put up with a bit more rough.
Yep, although actually never mind, it looks like they did that. That was the second lap in a row that they've had that exact same sort of collision. Oh. Because I did mention the one before that before.
Michael Medina in the chat, lost force feedback in the braking zone, Zori to 195. That might explain the weaving that we saw before that collision.
That would make sense. It looks very familiar to other drivers without force feedback that I've seen before.
But I think I've lost force feedback in the middle of corners before. It's always, I would say, I mean, it's not great to lose force feedback. Let's get that there first. It's not great, but there are definitely better places. I remember once I was doing an endurance race, as we see the number 78 car blast past the 31 Porsche down the back straight. That is a very good move there, but then has to go off track. Oh, that's going to cost quite a bit of speed, I would say.
They maintain their position, but I'm wanting the stewards to have a look at that. And Hartle has gone off, and he's made it past Hartle as well. The Porsche, sadly, seems to have been stuck behind Hartle after that. They were off of his, but he might get past him here. And it looks like he's going to go into it, but will he get ahead of him into the corner? Yes, he will.
Already, that was...
I think that McLaren of Hartle might have some damage, because...
A Porsche should not be beaten.
Quickly.
The only thing a Porsche can beat in a straight line is the Chatterati.
This is a GT3 Porsche we're talking about as well.
Yes. It can't even beat the GT4 Porsche in a straight line. As we see Max Herber, he's still chasing down Mueller. They have been... Yep.
Telshaft is pitted and will serve his penalty. It's 15 seconds.
That is probably out of everywhere.
Alessia's making a move on Lichten, and he gets ahead. So GT4 leader is once again Jacob Alessia. Oh, never mind. Actually, I'm looking at that wrong. Lichten. I'm getting completely wrong there. Ignore me.
Yeah, Lichten is still ahead. Is actually
I saw a car looked very similar. Yeah, Lichten is 5 seconds ahead. Ignore
5.6.
I'm just doing my best Crofty impression now.
What's happened? We need to know. As we see Lance Stroll. Wait, I can do the me. Wait. What's happening? We need to know. As we see Jürgen Oosthuizen coming around the corner. There you go. Am I Crofty now?
Very, very similar to the back end of a Maserati in similar colours going past, but it was a GT4 making a blue flag pass.
As a bit further back in the battle for 18th, Herrera has gotten ahead of Mueller and has actually pulled a 6/10 gap already within a corner.
Should be noted that Kyle Cook is keeping a pretty good distance to Pierre Moreno
yellow flag.
now.
Yellow flag. It is the number 16 car again. That was not contact, and apparently we had contact between the 515 and the 992 car into the final corner. It is the V12 Aston. Oh, just a little bit of a tap.
There's a little tap, and I mean that's to be expected with the way in which the corners are around here. They're very flowy. I think we'll get a lot of those sort of little taps that don't really make anything, because Jürgens keeps fighting against Willers and just gets past the Chadarati.
And further back, oh, that is Klausmeiser straight into the barrier. Let's jump on board and have a look. That is straight into the pit lane. That was into turn 10. Here we go. Watch. Does the car just go under it? He hits the curb and the car just goes.
The curb, and yeah, that's not very nice, but it's a good thing he can get into the pits that quickly.
There is nothing you can do.
Zeiss has also had a... Oh, that was a big
that's
one.
A big one.
What happened there with the 17 McLaren?
He's lost it from underneath around turn 1 on the curb. He goes round. Does he reverse into the McLaren?
I don't think he does.
No, he goes
looked
forward.
Like it came off.
The McLaren loses it as well.
Yeah, I thought so. That is very much unfortunate, and the McLaren is currently trying to make it back around the track, and other cars are having to avoid them. I think they have some serious damage.
We are going to have a look at that from the onboard of the McLaren. Look, you can see he gets the curb. That's fine. The outside curb, the 155 just wrong place, wrong time.
That is a really odd mistake or error from the McLaren there, whatever that was. I don't know whether he's got his traction control too far down or...
I think what it looked like from under... Oh, Zeiss is...
Oof.
Oh!
Now that's
they almost go for a second round. I think what happened in that collision, at least looking at it from the onboard of the McLaren,
and Muller's off.
Muller's off as well.
Don't know what happened to him.
No yellow flag, so it might have just been sworn.
There was a yellow flag. He got hit. He got hit in the rear. By I'm not sure by whom. By the 93 car, is that? So not even a car he's battling. He got hit by a car.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if that is 93 or 33.
But back to the collision between the 17 car and the 155. I think what happened is you can see he's struggling to find. He's just moving over.
Get back to that pit. Yeah, he's the 155 Porsche actually had to avoid him going into the uphill section and took out one of the billboard sponsors barriers, so he'll get an angry note from that particular sponsor, I'm sure.
Moving to it, I think what's happened is, you know, the outside curb at turn 1 is humped. I think that McLaren was just too low to still have contact onto the ground.
I think Zeiss is yellow flagged again. There's some cars at the back here just been caught up in some serious incidents that just ruin their races or ruin their...
Zeiss is boxing in.
Yep, he's coming in now.
I mean, he had 2 collisions.
The 17 McLaren is coming around the final corner. Should pit in. There he goes. Yep, it looks like he's coming into the pits now.
Yeah, he had that go with the barrier and then got McLaren. I think really for him, he was just wrong place, wrong time in that situation. As we see, Jürgens Richardson looking on Wohlers. Doesn't make the move into the hill. And Pierre Moreno, 5-second penalty.
Oh, I assume that's for that incident we saw before with the GT4 car.
It looks like the into second
96,
on the road.
Yep, the 96 Mercedes has just made it past the leading GT4 of Lichten and is continuing to try his fight on Hürtel in the 33 McLaren, which was very close until they caught the back of that GT4. As Jürgens Richardson makes it down to turn 1 against Wohlers, doesn't quite make it past.
No, I don't know if he just doesn't have... He does, but he will get out ahead again. I'm just not sure if Jürgens is missing that extra little bit of braking power.
It is possible, but I'm wondering how... I wish we could see it, but I'm wondering how many how many warnings some of these people have who go wide of that turn 1, because when you go that wide, you're almost certainly getting a warning if you maintain ahead of other cars.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it because you have the instant warning curbs in ACC and the instant warning offs, and then you have the no time gained. I'm not sure what it's going towards.
I believe that is a no timed game because you can run out extremely far there. You can have your right hand tyres on the curbing of the exit of turn 1 and still be completely okay. As my throat gets a bit dry there.
Yeah, as we're on board with Hugo Gomez in the V12 Solus Racing V12 Aston Martin. He got past Lucas Litchin just before the inner loop, and now we'll be chasing down P13 of Barrett Smith with about 1.3 second gap separating the two drivers. That'll be a battle we will see later on as we're back with the battle for P8 with Wallers still ahead of Jürgen Zushausen. But that Bentley is looking very, very mean on the rear end of the McLaren.
Oh, it definitely is. That rock and stone livery for Deep and Cookie there.
Rock, stone, as Wallers goes defensive to the inside. Outside goes Jürgen Zushausen. Will he be looking to just capitalise on exit speed over to the McLaren, who goes off? It looks like he will be looking to capitalise. He is now right up the bumper. But the question is, will he be able to make the most out of it?
He's trying out the exit of this part of the course. He's going to have to try and hope that he can get some speed off this straight. And one of the stewards confirms to me that the 5-second penalty is for the contact with the GT4 McLaren up at the, as far as I'm aware, unofficially unnamed or officially unnamed corner, the left-hand uphill section of the exit of the boot.
Yes, turn 9, that is. I mean, yeah. Normally we don't talk about our opinions on collisions, but that was pretty cut and dry, I would say. As we see Telshaft getting past Lucas Litchin as well into the inner loop.
As Jay Wells tries to make a move on Robin Moe up at the heel, Moe just stays ahead with a bit more braking and a touch second there. That's going to be unfortunate for Moe. You think he just turned in a little too much, and it has put him back down a little bit.
It might not be actually, because that's opened up the gap between himself and Jay Wells a little bit more. In fact,
that's my yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm once again doing a Croft. I'm getting confused of what order these cars are in. No. Yes, Jay Wells will be disappointed. He turned in a little too much there and tapped the back of that car.
Back in the battle for P8, Jürgen Zushausen is now right on the rear end of Wallers. Does he go defensive to the inside this time round? No, he doesn't. Zushausen is looking, but thinks better of it before turn 1.
This is a 5.5-hour race. No one wants to make any big dives or anything. Can cause any major issues to both themselves and to others. I'd be interested again. Wallers went a little bit off of the curbing there coming out of turn 1. I'd be interested to see if he does get a penalty soon before track limit.
Round goes Reigns.
Oh, that is not good.
The shoe.
That is unfortunate for Harry.
And yeah, he's gone. Yeah, there he is. He's trying. He gets round.
In 29th position. Rule now. Only one GT3 and one GT4 behind him. Hopefully he'll be able to get back to the pits in quick order if he needs to, which he might do. He had actually only recently jumped into that car. He is partnered with Duijvelshoff, I think that's pronounced. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, they recently left that car.
The GT4 BMW getting overtaken. Back now to the battle for a little bit between Zushausen and Wallers. They are now pretty much hammering against each other. I'm not quite sure who's going to come out on top. We've got a GT4 just up ahead as well.
I think if out of these two... and there's contact between the GT4 and the GT3. The GT4 trying to keep the outside line. I don't know if he lifted there. If he lifted, that could be a problem for him. He was clearly trying to let the GT3 cars pass, but if he did anything inconsistent there. I think there might be a penalty coming for him. That has cost Waller's a place. Obviously, if Waller's just slammed at the back of him, that would be a... Well, that's probably not a penalty for Waller's necessarily, but certainly on him.
Further back, the battle for P15, the old versus new Aston Martin, the V12 versus the V8. Down the straight, yes. Of course the V12 is going to win out on that battle.
We'll see if the V8 can gain anything through this section, but obviously the V12 just run away on the straight afterwards.
5 tenths currently. Let's see what happens towards the inner loop. 6 tenths now as they head onto the straight. Already.
Can we make it to 8 maybe? 7?
7.
No, 7 tenths.
Does he close up through the corner? That's the question.
Yes, he's gained at least 2 tenths there, 3 tenths even, going into the outer loop corner.
3, yeah, he's gained a huge amount of time in amongst that. And look, he is now
2 tenths in, but there is a little straight coming up, and another one after that, which might help that V12 to pull away.
He looks to the inside, but the inside is covered off. It'll be about getting the exit now, which it looks like Herrera does, but the question is who will have the straight line speed. It's not really top end speed here, it's more acceleration, but the V12 just stays ahead with 2 tenths as they go into the heel.
Yeah, the V12's got the power to pull away as they come up to the rear end of that GT4 McLaren, and GT4 McLaren just blocking a little bit, but doesn't seem to have harmed even the GT3s.
No, it looks like they've stagnated. They're still 2 tenths, which is what they were before they came up to him.
They got very lucky not to have an incident with that, I think.
I would say that was stagnation more than anything going wrong. But now we'll see down towards the first corner, the gap being a 10th. Can the V8 just hold in the draft? It looks
after this corner, the V12 might just pull away, but the V8 has a better exit out V1. Will he get alongside into the next corner?
He will indeed, just, yes, a little bit.
But then he got the second going left, and he pulls ahead the V12.
And now he'll get that run down the straight. Again, the gap being a 10th between the 2 cars. It'll probably go up to about 2 or 3. But then we saw that V8 Aston Martin being a lot better through the entirety of the second sector, really. So we will see who comes out on top.
A bit wide on the second part of that corner, but stays right behind that V12.
If anything, actually gains a little bit more than
he's much closer this lap than he was previously into this. Maybe he'll make a dive to the inside, but at some point you might want to think there are 5.5 hours left. Maybe don't take too many risks. Obviously not all drivers are that sensible, but we'll find out.
Yeah, we were talking about mentality earlier. You just want to get ahead of the guy in front, don't you?
Yep, but then, you know, that in that effort, you might ruin your race, and you got so many hours still to go.
Yes, that is very, very true. We will see. Max Herrera
later on the braking, this V8 has got incredible braking under that compared to the V12. Don't know whether that's the actual brakes or just the confidence in the car.
Yeah, and one thing as well to remember, the V8 Aston Martin got a BOP update recently as well, which gives it more power in the mid to high end of the gear, I believe. Between, I think, 3,000 and 6,000 RPM, which will be very helpful.
It's certainly helpful through this track.
As we got a yellow flag for Eric Mioch.
16 car. What happened there?
Looks like a collision. We can have a look. Let's see. It's the red Kiwi car just behind him. Is this what we're talking about? He just runs into him.
Yeah, that's an odd one.
That's not that spin though. The spin was at turn.
He's possibly just got damage and it's affected his race. The V8 and V12 are still fighting it out back again on the main straight towards on the back straight towards the inner loop chicanes.
This has been a great battle so far, and the
V12 gets held up. Gets overtaken. Who was that they got held up on?
That was the number 16 car. That was the Honda Mioch.
See how everything, it's like poetry, everything flows into itself.
Wait, we can do the thing!
16.
Is that Mioch going slowly?
And yeah, so the V8 gets ahead. probably happily for them, but I guess somewhat sadly for racing overall, due to another car. But they get ahead quite nicely, and they get past the GT4 BMW of the 56.
We've got a little bit of jostling going around as there's another yellow flag. It's Miok again. He's got damage this time round.
Damage, definitely. I think he's just trying to crawl back.
He spun it into the chute. Yeah, the end of our replay just grabbed it as the entry to the chute, and yeah, he's trying to get himself round.
Yeah, his steering wheel to go straight at the moment is 90 degrees right. He is not having a great... Oh, he's actually got no turning right by the looks of it.
We're going to go back to the battle for P4. Robin Moe versus J Wells. Now, this is technically P3 on the road, as Pierre Moreno has a 5-second penalty, and Kyle Cook is only 1.2 seconds behind him. So, technically, this is P3 on the road.
Yep. It's looking like I'm wondering when Pierre will serve that penalty. Obviously, being a solo driver, he can choose to take it whenever he wants. He doesn't have to worry about sharing the stint so much. You want to maximize your stint time, but sometimes you might want that little bit of fuel saving at the end of the race.
Yes, I'm just looking, in fact, for the rules. So there is no required amount of pit stops, but there is a 75-minute stint timer.
Yeah. Stint time is 75 minutes. You've got to come into the pits, but there's no requirement to do anything when you're in.
You can technically just... Is it drive-through or stop in box?
I'm not entirely sure. That would depend on how ACC works. As the J Wells and the Robin Moe car go past...
Oh! Ian Arnold gets collected by the 16 car!
That is unfortunate. Again, that 16 car is just trying to make it round, and I think there'll be a penalty for them if they've come off of any lines or anything.
Ian Arnold has also then lost out 6th place to Grob. That is going to be an annoying one as Miok yellow flag. There's a lot of damage to that car already.
Unfortunate. I do want to see what happened in that actual crash.
And have a gander as looking.
Having a look myself. It looks like he comes onto the... He just moves. Yeah, that is on the... that is definitely on the 16 car there. He just moves across onto the right hand side of the track onto the racing line for the next corner. And yeah, that's a penalty, I think, coming that car's way.
As we see Miok head into the pit lane to repair the damage.
I think he needs to.
I think is going to be quite a high amount of damage.
Ian Arnold, of course, who in his driver info form made sure to tell me that it is pronounced Ian and not Ian. So just in case anyone was wondering.
Okay, IAMS.
He is an IAMS cat.
Yes. IAMS cats drive Porsches and Hondas, apparently.
And he put here, Ian is married with no kids, but instead has 5 pets. 3 dogs and 2 cats, and was a submariner in the Navy for 12 years, and operated and maintained the nuclear reactor. So we have a nuclear scientist in our midst.
Is cats IAMS?
Or at least an engineer.
That's the question.
I don't know if that brand exists in the States.
I would hope that it does.
Well, he says that he's hoping to finish around P5, P7, so at the moment, sticking to that.
So Pierre Moreno gets past the GT4 leader, who's actually coming up to lap the number 51 car as well. So the 51 car lapped by the GT4 leader too.
Oh, there we are.
We're not even an hour in. There's a yellow flag for Oliver Brett Smith. I'm not quite sure what that was.
Might have just been off or something. This 51 car is starting to remind me of the, if you remember the Paul Ricard race last year, the Chevy that was just running at the back of that grid for 4 hours there. I don't know if you remember that, Husky.
I don't know. I think that might have been a bit before my time.
It may have been, and I remember Paul Ricard last year. I think it was last November. Just a first race I stewarded, actually. There was a Chevrolet which we were very impressed by because they stuck it out. They were very much at the back of the grid the whole race, but they stuck it out for all 4 hours. And Molineux, I suppose, has to hope that he can either pick up the pace or that some unfortunate times can befall the cars ahead of him, as he's about to get lapped by the Bang Racing car of Jacob Alacia, still in the Chadarati.
And I just want to interrupt you there. Robin Moe has also picked up a 5-second penalty, so J Wells will be promoted into P4 on the road.
I'm not quite sure. I don't quite remember what that was for, but it's obviously they've been fighting quite tight. It could be any instant with them. Yeah, Molineux's best time at the moment is still a 2:02, which is a good 4 seconds off the next GT4 car ahead in terms of pace, and well, 6 seconds off the leader.
That is indeed a possibility, and we see Herbert, he's lost out an on-the-road position to the 195 car Telshaft. That is not a race position, however, a little bit further back.
The 992 car of Brett Smith is trying to make a move on the Aston, the V12 of H. Gomez.
As we just cut to that, but that Porsche's not going to have anything in a straight line on the V12 Aston Martin.
So seeing the 992, seeing that sequence of numbers on a Porsche makes it feel even more cursed that Pierre is not driving that particular car tonight. As I believe he usually races under the 922 number.
Yes, I believe so. As we're coming up now to the end of the first hour of 5. Not sure. Have you got any standout drivers for?
Well, I think we've got to actually give some time to the current race leader. Craig Hamilton still maintaining an 8.2 second lead on Pierre Moreno, just comfortably out ahead. He kept it together at the start, held off the car behind, got a little bit of assistance from the fighting going on behind him, and has just stuck it out there, doing pretty comfortable lap times. His fastest lap is still only a 45. I'm sure he'll have more to say on that front later on in the race, but he's just running a nice clean race.
That's what you want though, isn't it? You don't really want to be involved in drama, really. If you can just get yourself some space and keep going, you'll be alright. As that is a decent sized was that a crash or a spin there for the number 79 car? There was contact, so we'll have a look.
Well,
going into the chute. It's the 155 Red Kiwi.
That's contact, I think.
Yeah, that is just a little bit of contact, and that sends the 79 car round quite.
And
quite
which Red Kiwi car was that?
The 155. We'll have a look.
That's Size again. Yeah, he's just
moves
come out of
across
the
him
pit.
a little bit. I think that's quite tight to call.
Yeah, I think that's very much a close incident. Unfortunately, due to the nature of this track, even minor incidents can be quite serious with all the walls.
Yeah, because you're not far from a barrier at all.
Yeah, the last thing you see before the crash will be the lovely, bright, light blue barriers of this track. Iconic blue barrier. It is a lovely colour, I have to say. It's a good looking track, is Watkins. It looks nice. It's aesthetically pleasing.
As we're coming up, 5 hours 15 minutes left to go on the clock. The track looks like the weather's going to stay dry. I believe there is a slim chance of rain, but not very high, if I'm correct.
Well, knowing RP, that means it's probably going to rain buckets later on, because whenever we plan for rain, there isn't any.
Just having a look. Weather conditions, partly cloudy, very low chance of rain. So we probably won't see any rain, so we probably won't see any drama as Jürgen Zushausen goes past Lucas Litcham. Not at one of the greatest places. He's also somehow lost out position to Ian Arnold as well. I'm not quite sure when that happened.
Yeah, neither am I. He must have had... I know, was he ever in front of Arnold?
Yes, because he was battling with Grob earlier on, wasn't he?
Oh, yes, of course. So he must have had some moment or some drop, or maybe just Ian got ahead of him on pure pace, but it looks like Cookie's going to try and come back on him now, and I think might make it. Oh, possibly make it before the chicane.
I don't think he is going to. I think it will be side by side.
Slipstream very early, and
there's a yellow flag for Hansen as well. Looks like he's spun it around on his own. Yeah. It's a very weird place, actually. Yeah, around turn 3.
He got onto the grass on the inside of the right-hander, and it just sent him round. Thankfully, he missed the barriers or didn't hit the barriers too much, and seems to be alright to continue once all the other cars are around.
Very, very interesting place to have an off, though, really, isn't it? Turn 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a possibility if you go too far in, and try to hug the wall too much on the inside of the first part, you just get on the grass and you just lose it. And the Porsche, obviously being a rear-engine car, is very quick to spin out if you have any sort of moments.
A penalty update. Wallers has also been given a 5-second penalty.
Let me have a look. Wallers, yeah. That is unfortunate for him. Certainly plays into the hands of the cars behind him. Hurtle already immediately stands to gain from that, only 4 seconds back.
Yeah, so that'll be a promotion on the road if he can close up.
Yep, that penalty was for a collision with the 51 car of Molinet, who is the current rear guard of the race as a whole and of the GT4 category.
As we see once again through turn 5 onto the back straight, Jurgen's run once again right up the rear end of Ian, trying to find where he can make the move, but it just doesn't seem like that Bentley has legs down the back straight.
No, it seems to be a little bit not down on power, but just doesn't have the power differential to the cars ahead. They climb the hill very well, but then I don't know, maybe he needs to try taking slightly different exits through those corners, because it seems a few times he's got a bit stuck behind the car ahead coming out of the hill, and just has to back off a little bit.
I think you might be right.
See, the 93 car looks like it's about to pass one of the GT4 cars through the chute. I think it will just about do that. Yeah, Hepburn goes past.
Here's Eric Lays, the number 69 McLaren on the back of Zeiss, a 155 Porsche. Gap about 5/10. We'll see how that goes. I'm not sure. The toe, turn 7.
Yes.
Very interesting. Some people seem to take it a lot tighter, some people seem to take it mid, and some people seem to take it wider. I'm not sure if there is a agreed wisdom on how to take it, but
it's a very odd. It's a very uniform hairpin on the track map, but as an actual corner, it being an uphill right-hander, it might just be very different for very different cars, depending on how you want to come out of it. Cars that have less acceleration might want to take it a bit wider to get a bit of a flatter exit. Cars with good acceleration probably want to go as tight as possible. Yeah, that's. But yeah, that's what I'm sort of thinking is cars that can't climb hills too well might not want to, climb the hill. As Lays makes the move into turn 1, makes it quite well and leaves Zeiss behind quite a bit there.
There's not really anything that can be done there, is there?
No, I'm surprised that Zeiss didn't fight it too much on the exit, possibly having issues, but that was, yeah, he's already up to 0.8 seconds ahead going into the main straight, and obviously that Porsche is just going to be left behind by the pace of that McLaren now. They've still got a few fights going on up the grid. Herbero is fighting Mack.
It's not the BMW though that's behind him, that's the Mercedes.
No, there's a car in between them.
No, there's not.
No, the car ahead, Mack is ahead of Herbert on the timing tower, but the 176 car.
Is that a different car?
Oh no, I see it, never mind.
He's under attack though from that purple BMW behind, the 33 car.
93 car.
93 car, sorry.
Of Hepburn trying to unlap himself by looks of it.
They are absolutely going hammer and sickle against each other. And really, in amongst all of that, Herbert has managed to close the gap up to Mac.
Yeah, it's, I think, yeah, Herbert, almost there. The 93 car had to take avoiding action as Herbert comes into the pits. Probably a good move, to be honest. I mean, he might be gaining on the car ahead, but he's having to defend against the car that's blue flagged. And as we come to the hour, people want to start pitting, start changing drivers.
This is the only battle on track at the minute for position. It is Arnold versus Oosthuizen. Battle for P7. On the little bit of damage on the rear wing, by the look of it, you can just see on the right-hand side for us, left-hand side for him.
Herbert comes into the pit lane. His teammate Kleiner may take over, and I think it won't be our first driver swap of the race, but I think we are into our first proper pit window.
Yes, we are, because remember, 65 minutes is the max. Is it 65 or 75?
I think it's 75. I'm not entirely sure now that you said that, but
let's have a quick gander,
it's over an hour, so everyone has just 75. Over an hour.
75. So drivers, the latest they can really pit is the 4 hours 45 minutes left on the clock mark, but really I'm not sure that many people are going to do that. Most people, I would expect, would pit on the hour every hour.
Yep. The interesting ones to see will be again how the solo drivers go for it, to try and they can not really play with their strategy more, but I suppose they can, in that they have to take account of the fact that they don't have a second driver to concern about having equal time and such things. Moreno seems to be going long.
I think the equal time thing isn't really that big of a factor. Unlike in other sims, ACC does have a way to, you know, ensure a fair share, but there's no way that's forced.
I meant more of a sort of social aspect of teams not wanting to have one driver have too much more time in the car.
I think that will depend on the team, you know.
It certainly will. I remember in one of mine and Tom's for earlier endurance races, I forgot to change to him for the last stint at Imola, so I had to double stint Imola because we checked everything and then forgot the driver change. So I ended up double stinting, and Tom ended up quite disappointed he didn't get to do another stint.
And as we just see there, Wallace goes off track at the inner loop and loses out P9 to Hertel in that blue McLaren you see up ahead in this group of McLarens. And Hepburn further back on the attack of Telshaft in the Porsche lets him go by, and that will be Wes Hepburn up into P18. P19, sorry. And this is the driver we were talking about earlier, J128 in the 31 car. That is actually, as I made a note of this, that is actually Daniel Scott.
Daniel Scott.
Who has taken over the 33 car from his teammate earlier on. So I think we may actually be seeing some drivers going through the swap now. I think, in at least my opinion, it's good that ACC doesn't have a forced you must share fairly. It's then down to teams to be able to decide if they want to do it.
You can set one up.
It can do, but it's not forced like in other titles that are on the market.
No, you can set up a race time system, so drivers have to do a certain, or can't do any more than a certain amount of given time. So if you have a 6-hour race, you can give each driver a 3-hour time limit. But we do not use that. Other series have used that. I know RTI have used it in the past, but we don't. We want to give our drivers freedom.
There are situations, we'll actually hop back to Imola when I raced that. There are situations where you don't actually want a fair share system for that equalness, because I was doing the stints in the rain as my teammate just didn't have any legs or any confidence in the rain. Now, if the majority of the rain, let's say you allowed a 60-40 split, the majority of that race was rain. I believe actually it was more than 60% of the race was rain, which means we would have fallen foul of the fair share system and possibly, in fact, have fielded a driver who wasn't as confident or as safe in the rain, which could have led to bigger and worse problems. So I think it is a good idea that the freedom is.
And I remember there's another aspect to it as well. Obviously, sim racing is a hobby first and foremost for many people, and people have other things going on in their lives. Like I say, I remember at a Bathurst, 12 hours of Bathurst race. Victor Borlin was partnered with a driver who has driven for us once or twice before in RP Endurance, Jansen Bintz, I believe is his name. And Victor was working in the day, and well, Jansen had to do a lot more time in the car just because Victor wasn't there. And obviously having stint timer or having driver stint timers means that you kind of have to both be there equal share of time, which just isn't always possible.
No, so I think what this boils down to is being allowed the freedom is better.
Yep. But obviously we don't want too much freedom, hence the stint timer, because the cars have different amount of fuel in them. So some of these cars won't make it 75 minutes. I don't think the McLaren, at least unless they've changed things, I don't know if the McLaren would be able to do it even on full fuel. It might just make it, but it'll probably run out.
I'm not sure. We are also going to outstretch this reminder that I'll also put in the chat that
He's chatting.
Yep, just any drivers who fancy having a chat to us, join the waiting room, give us a tag, and we'll drag you in if we can.
And hopefully we'll remember exactly what's been happening in your race.
Hopefully, this is why you ask open-ended questions.
Yeah. How has your race been going?
Exactly.
We saw you drove around the corner. How was that?
Yes, you did cornering. Yes, indeed. Yes, cornering is great.
It looks like Brett Smith has come in the 992 Porsche for their pit stop.
And this battle here, the battle for P7 between Arnold and Oosthuizen, has been going on, and it's still going on. I wonder who's going to push the button and pit first as they come across a Beamer through the final corner.
That is the GT4 Beamer, isn't it? He's going to move out of the way and let them by, I think. He's actually put his hazards on. I think he's going to let all these cars by, to be honest, or maybe not.
Oh, Oosthuizen will...
Oh,
he gets tapped.
Gets tapped and gets
he almost takes out Scott
car
as well.
That might be a penalty, I think, for the GT4 car there. I think they ran a bit wide out of that corner, but that is unfortunate for Cookie there.
Who will now have two cars to get through to actually get back up to Ian Arnold, who now is 2 seconds up the road as further back. Lucas Schumacher gets stuck behind a GT4 and actually loses out the position to Brett Smith as well, who gets ahead of, I think that's Medina through the toe.
Yeah, I'm just watching again. I'm watching on board with Jurgens, and he is getting a bit stuck behind these blue flagged cars. Thankfully, he didn't get past for position during that incident, but he got stuck a bit behind the 31 Porsche coming out of the outer loop as they cut across them a little bit, take their line.
One thing that people should remember about blue flagged rules is the fact that unlike in certain open wheel series, blue flag does not mean dive bomb your way off of the racing line. It means hold your line, be predictable, and don't actively defend. That is the big difference.
That obviously is not always, has not led to some of the happiest GT3 cars particularly in recent RP series races, but it's just sort of the way it kind of has to be in this sort of multi-class racing. Thankfully for the GT3 drivers, there's only 4 opportunities for that to happen right now, at least of GT4s.
As up the inside at turn 1 on Lucas Schumacher goes Sejan Mario Corsa in the 29 Dive Bomb Masker team.
And Cook and Muller are both in the pits, so Sench may swap out for Tom Jack for the next hour.
Now, I'm not sure if it was Sench or Tom Jack, because Tom is saying that he will come for an interview after their pit stop, so I'm not sure if he's been in the car. It
has said Carl Cook for the first stint for me.
We will have to see. It could just be bugging out, to be fair.
It's always a possibility, unless they've swapped accounts for this race. Unless Cook is double stinting.
That again,
which is also a
possibility.
And it does still tell me that Carl Cook is in the car. So if Tom comes for an interview, we shall ask him that question.
As we just saw the tail end of Max Herber getting past Jacob Alacia and Robin Moe.
Muller just got a drive-through as well, I think, I assume, for speeding in the pit lane.
No, speeding in pit lane is an instant stop, go 30.
Not depends on the speed, does it not?
No, instant stop, go 30. I believe that will be track limits.
I don't think it can be because he's just come out of the pit lane.
Not sure then, because I've never known a drive for speeding.
I have. I think
for me, I've been a kilometre an hour over and it's instantly given me a stop go 30.
I think they might have changed it recently.
But we will get Thomas Jack in. Hello, YouTube.
Hello, YouTube.
So, Tom, first question. Did Kyle do the first stint or did you?
Kyle did.
Yeah,
Sench is double stinting to begin with, and
so that means our recordings are not bugging out.
yeah, so he's doing the first couple of stints. He's been driving like a monster, to be honest. Super well.
Yeah, he's been driving very well, and you've got a lot of advantage with cars ahead of you having penalties of their own, and
yeah, we were hoping we can make it out ahead of Dark. Moreno.
We are about to find out.
Definitely not going to happen. We were like 8 seconds behind.
Yeah, Moreno had a 5-second penalty, however.
He has a 5-second penalty, but we were 8 seconds behind, so there's still a 3-second buffer he has.
Well, he's still in the pit lane. He's leaving now as Sench crosses the start-finish line.
Yeah, so it's going to be like 3 seconds, I think.
Just
Maybe even more.
So, Tom, first question from me then. With Carl Cook double stinting, currently in P7 now, as you've overtaken Robin Moe in the pit stop. How are you feeling for your chances? How do you feel?
We have really good race pace. So that Audi's very quick early into the stint, but we've been catching up to him. Just had a few unfortunate mistakes. So Sench is still trying to figure out the car. He's still struggling with those curbs a bit, but yeah, I think when Moreno is going to start getting exhausted, he's soloing this whole thing, that crazy bastard. So we should start chipping away and catching back up and getting him. Ferrari is pretty quick, but I noticed we were catching up towards the end of the stint too. So yeah, who knows if they make a big mistake.
I think the Ferrari has been maintaining a bit of casual pace for this opening hour, but yeah, he definitely has not pulled away as much as perhaps people thought he might. He's actually just come into the pits himself.
Yeah, I think he was very quick to start with, but his pace dropped and we were steadily catching up to him, and then had a couple mistakes around that bus stop. So hopefully we can get a cleaner stint this time and catch up.
And a question everyone want to ask, Tom, will you be in the car at the next stint, and when will that come?
Yeah, I'll be in. Sorry.
Don't worry, he's getting past the GT4 there.
Yeah, so I'm in next stint, so in an hour.
Awesome. Well, who knows? We may see you climb up the grid as back into P4 for you guys.
It'll be P4 as
either that, or I'll eat a wall. I'll say hi to our old friend Barry R.
Well, you got Arnold, I think, still to come in. And once he does, you'll be back into P3.
Yeah, I think we should be comfortably ahead of anyone other than the 2 guys ahead of us.
And your livery is very cursed, by the way. It's a Ferrari livery on a McLaren. It keeps throwing me off. Is it your way of compromising between Sench not being able to drive the Ferrari?
I mean, I am a Ferrari stan in F1, so and I know Sench drives the Ferrari in this, so it was sort of a best of both worlds.
That's true, although you don't want to drive the thing, do you?
No, I'd rather not.
Awesome, Tom. Well, thank you for coming and talking to us. Good luck on your next stint. Do you think you're going to take Pierre Moreno?
Yes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see, like we were saying, Tom, with all these solo drivers, how the fatigue is going to set in. Especially, as you may not know, there's a solo Maserati driver.
I saw that. Poor guy. I know this track is burning. This track is very exhausting. Especially, I know Moreno's in that Audi that has pretty heavy force feedback. So he might start feeling it. I'd say 2-3 hours in.
Maybe we'll do what one of the cars did earlier and just have it turn off.
Have it turn off?
Someone had their force feedback go into a corner, actually leading to an incident.
Okay, maybe not that far though.
Well, good luck to you, Tom.
Thank you very many.
See you in a bit, Tom.
See ya.
That was Tom Jack.
There he goes.
He's gone. There we go. So now we can shit on him.
He was trying to find his channel.
As Carl Cook will be out for the next hour then. So a double stint to begin with. Could actually be a good idea though, because you get warmed up in the first hour and then you're fully there at the second, and then maybe start to drop off at the end of it.
As we're saying this, Daniel Scott comes up to the back of the V12 Aston. Massive gains for those last few corners in that Porsche GT3 car.
Yeah. Oh, the Aston goes deep, and that will be Daniel Scott up into 16th.
Well, there we are. Every time there's a move about to happen, someone just goes a bit wide and
a bit further up, the battle for P10 between Brett Smith and Steiner.
The battle for points, if we had points.
At least if we had F1 points.
That's true.
I'm not sure how real GT World would do points if we had points. Yes, one thing that people should be aware of, while we do call it the RP Endurance Series, it isn't actually a series.
It's just standalone races at different tracks every month, or every month and a bit, I guess, if you average it out over the entire year.
Muscle aims for it to try and be once a month, yes.
Well, we don't generally do one in December because, well, unless it's early in December.
Christmas.
For the holidays.
And, oh, there we go, Oliver Brett Smith up the inside at the chute to move up into P10 ahead of Steiner. That was a very good move there from him.
As we are joined by a steward. And he goes. Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Well, Jack came in to say something and then said nothing at all.
No. Did he just accidentally click our channel?
I think he might have done. As M. Steiner is fighting back against Brett Smith a little bit, but I think Brett Smith might have gained that place for good.
Out the legs, and as Frederick Shopland says to us, the top 9 cars are all different. Yes, a Honda in the lead, followed by the 182 Ferrari, now taken over by Kane from Hamilton. The 22 Audi of Pierre Moreno, then the McLaren, the 117 Nissan has been taken over by Maudsley. The 37 BMW has been taken over by Schrittharen. The 15 Lamborghini has been taken over by Kleefeld. Ushaizen has stayed in the car, and Hebera has also stayed in the car. And now it is actually 10 different cars in the top 10, as Brett Smith has come into 10th in the Porsche as Ian Arnold pits, and a bit further back, Hepburn is on the attack of Daniel Scott. Will get the inside into turn 1 against the Porsche.
He has not made it. He's pulled out of that a little bit, but Daniel Scott goes wide. Again, it's just, I think he went wide, but I'm pretty sure he stayed on the actual curbing surface, so it shouldn't be legal.
Possibility, but that BMW is going to have the legs down the straight, because Porsche obviously not the best of cars in a straight line.
That's an understatement, that, but certainly true.
Because before the bus stop, will they both get through all right?
That contact. Was that contact there?
It didn't look like it. It looked like they both just saved it. But that'll be Wes Hepburn up into 15th.
Scott, yep, goes over the grass, letting the other car through.
I don't believe there was contact that, though. If there wasn't, that was very close.
Very tight. But, yep, so as we're looking at these cars, we have obviously a mix of teams. The top car at the moment, which was driven by Craig Hamilton and now been taken over by Mr. Kane, has 3 drivers, including a third driver who may take over next, is Kay Perry.
Yeah,
I assume that's not the famous singer.
Then there's obviously Pierre Moreno on his own. The 13 car put up by Carl Cook and Thomas Jack. Jack will be taking over from the next stint. Then you also have in 4th the 117 Nissan, which was started up by Robin Moe and then taken over by Maudsley at the last pit stop. In 5th the 37 car, the team of Jay Wells, who run the first stint. Shriveren took the second stint, and maybe we'll see Niall in for the third stint. Same in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo number 15 car. Rob started that, and
do you want to say that any faster there, Husky?
Kleefeld came in for the second. Oosthuizen has stayed in the car for now.
Yep, then we got the famous pairing of Saunders and Arnold. I'm pretty sure those people are they are famous teammates, racing in many series together, including last season's Formula Pals, as the I-Pass racing team with the great Gunther Steiner on the back of the car.
Yes, so we are seeing a lot of teams of 2, some teams of 3. I'm not sure though if it's better to be in a team of 2 or 3 in a 6 hour. It would depend really, wouldn't it?
I don't think there's too much of a difference. I think there's obviously a risk with a 3-man team that... Well, not necessarily a risk, because you're going to know
yellow
it.
Flag, yellow flag! Maudsley has stopped on the start-finish straight.
He's just crawling along the straight. I don't know what has happened here. Has he blown his engine?
Has that run out of fuel? There's a green flashing light. Has that run out of fuel?
He's got going again. He's going again now.
What's happened then?
I do not know what's happened. I'm trying to look on the dash.
He's not all right, is he?
The dash, unfortunately, tells me nothing about fuel in this car.
No, as we see Herbert going deep at the inner loop.
I think the green flashing light...
Saunders is off! Saunders is off at the inner loop. What's happened then? He's side by side with Herbert. He smacks the first curb and the car just goes from under him. He tries to catch it and he is lucky there is a lot of runoff there at the inner loop.
I think there's a reason why there's a lot of runoff there, and it's done its job perfectly for that. That is unfortunate, but at least he will be able to continue going. The green flashing light you were saying on Maudsley's car, I think was the indicators. Having a look at that panel, there's a green indicator light on there. He must have put the hazards on. I do not know what happened there.
It's a possibility. Also, Frederick Schoblum in the chat, another regular in the GT3 series, has put a little theory in saying pedals disconnected. You know what? That could be very, very accurate, in fact. As Brett Smith
would, yes.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Make sense, but he got going very quickly, and I know one thing about ACC is that when something goes wrong, it's very hard to get it working again without...
I'm just going to cut you off here. The 922 car of Brett Smith up the inside at turn 10 on Maudsley to take P9.
Well, let's see if Maudsley comes into the pits, because I think he's staying out. Yeah, he must have fixed the issue, because I didn't know, because he looked very erratic on that lap in certain areas.
We're now with the battle for P4. Nick Kleefeld on the attack of the number 37 car through the inner loop. And Jürgen Oosthuizen is looking right. I got his name right once in my entire time being here, but my brain just keeps screwing it up. Thankfully, Cookie isn't one of these people. Thankfully, he isn't one of these people that will write me a 15-paragraph message being angry.
No, he'll just say it to your face.
Yeah, he will do, and I'll just say no, and then that's the end of that discussion, really, isn't it? As we see Daniel Scott up the inside of Muller at turn 1. Very good move there. The Mercedes going quite deep, but now straight line speed. Who will get out on top? 3/10 separating the Mercedes from the Porsche, but the Porsche not great in a straight line and gives off quite a wake off of the back as well that Muller could actually use to slipstream.
Yeah, it's looking very close back there, and again we've still got this 3-car battle going on for 4th against Schritharan, even Kleefeld and Oosthuizen.
Yeah, which we will have a gander at and watch for a little bit longer. It looks like the 666 car, piloted by Jürgens at the minute, is closer to overtaking Kleefeld than Kleefeld is to the 37 car, but they are pretty much at equilibrium with each other. It's a good word, that, isn't it? Equilibrium.
It's a beautiful word. It's a bit like equidistant.
Oh, that's also a good word.
Maybe we'll get a chance to use it.
Oh, I got to
Kleefeld is
work.
very close now. Sorry, on the back of the BMW going into the gains.
Oh, he brakes very hard.
Almost makes a move. Oh, and he gets loose.
Oh.
But he saved it from the barriers. He's saved it, and he's going to have to carry on. That is, I think that's ended that battle for the time being. But hopefully he shall be back, and once again in the fight, as Kleefeld continues to try and gain on Shritharan.
We're on board with the Lamborghini, as Musselheim would say, one of the best sounding engines because V10. Cylinders do not equal fun, by the way. You know what? If I ever build an engine, I'm making a V11 just to annoy people.
Well, I mean, the V5s exist, don't they? They're very odd, but they exist.
Yeah, you can also get V2s, which I love.
V2s make sense though, because without at least two, there's not a V. There's just like
V1.
a backslash, I guess.
V2 is a V. V1 is just a backslash. Or a forward slash, depending on which way you mount it.
So that's a good point. I don't think it'd be the most stable of cars in the world, though.
Put it on a motorbike. Imagine you go around the corner that it's mounted on.
You'd go around the corner one way quicker than you do the other way.
You'd get more lean, wouldn't you?
God, imagine the knock. That just making me feel sick thinking of driving a V1 car. The knocking would be horrible. As here comes Kleefeld back again on the main straight, or the back straight, whichever straight you want to call it, up to the chicanes, the inner loop. Once again, looking at a move on the outside. I don't know if he's going to make that, but he's going to try and carry the speed through the corner. As Jurgens comes up behind, already back in shot.
He thinks better of it though, which, yes, smart, but the problem with trying to move in the inner loop is if it doesn't go right, you're typically forced to wash around the outside of turn 5.
There is very little. You've got to be very careful trying to make any direction changes through that corner.
As a bit further back, Robin Moe has gotten back in the car from his teammate Maudsley. So Maudsley did box in, which we didn't catch. They're now down in 19th on the back of Gerlander in the 515 V12 Aston Martin. Which sounds very happy. Speaking of V12s, you know how people keep trying to put big engines in things? Did you know in the real world, Renault tried putting an F1 engine in an Espace?
I did not know that. That sounds interesting.
They put a Renault F1 engine in an Espace, and it's brilliant.
Telshaft has come into the pits, the 195 car. I think, yeah, that must be because of their early pit stop with that penalty. I think they must have come in now for their first proper stop after their first proper stint.
I would expect so. That is one of the most likely situations for it. Now, I'm just going to look. We'll continue watching Hepburn versus charts of the pit stop time. So the drivers that have pitted is pretty much all of them. The pit stops are ranging from about a 1:04. Apart from Lucas Schumacher, who had a 1 minute, about 1:04 up to about 1:08 for standard, and then obviously the 10s and the 20s for people with penalties. So
that's interesting, but there are a lot of people who had bits and pieces of damage, I guess, and would be repairing that.
Yeah, so I think a tyre change pit stop with fuel, because remember it's done sequentially, looks around the 1:04, 1:05 mark. So you don't lose a great deal of time in the pit lane as opposed to other tracks.
No, it's quite a short pit lane. The entry's very close and the exit's very close as well. It's certainly no Spa. And certainly no Misano.
Is K Cook Cookie? No, K Cook is Jay Oosthuizen.
Yep.
Because
Cookie is Jay Oosthuizen and K Cook is Sench, if you have heard of him.
And Frederick Schoblem in the chat as
well.
well.
The crash up the hill.
Oh!
The 128, Daniel Scott, whatever his name is. Oh, and there's another one. The GT4 gets collected on the exit, and there goes the Chadarati driven by.
Oh, he's just got collected. I can't
see he's driving it. Bingus McBongus as well. That is unfortunate. Yeah, you can see what's happened there.
We'll have a replay of that. That is a lot of GT4 problems. A 16 car, that is just a tail end of it. Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That is very unfortunate. That is the Maserati now having to make his way back from pit, I believe. That is very unfortunate for Bongos in that car.
And that will reinstate Lucas Lichten up in into the lead of GT4. That is going to be extremely painful for Bingus McBongus and Jacob Alacia.
Hopefully they can make up some time throughout the next 4.5 hours, and obviously there's plenty of time. Things go wrong for other cars, but that is unfortunate. There's another yellow flag for the Ferrari. Oh no, it's just coming into the pit. The 51 car, the rear marker at McLaren as well, also having to struggle around.
Look at the steering angle.
Yeah,
he's still turning right, and he has full lock to the left.
That is very unfortunate. I think, yeah, by looks of it, when the Porsche obviously had that incident and was up on coming back onto the, onto a fair rejoin onto the track, cars coming free wide, and they can't squeeze into each other enough to sort of avoid it.
You know what? While we've been having a joke, I think at this point a lot of drivers in this situation for the 51 McLaren would have just gone, no, we're not doing it anymore. So it is respectable that even though we're only about an hour and 20 minutes in, it still looks like even with this the setbacks they've had, they are still looking like they want to get the car back to the pits and keep going.
Yeah, I'll always respect people that will keep at it and just it's about, in the end, it's about driving around and having a bit of a good time with friends, I guess. And if there's 3 people in this team, there is Jay Kamka, who's currently in the car, Molineux, who we've seen in the car, and Cave Jan, who will be back in the car, I hope, at some point. Hopefully they will continue making it to the end of this race. Again, I had the same respect for the Chevrolet at Paul Ricard. It's just, you might be at the back of the grid, but sticking at it's always a good way to learn.
First and foremost, we're here to drive cars that probably the majority of us will never have the financial backing to get near in the real world.
Yeah, that's certainly true. And whilst we're at it as well, I have heard back from Maudsley, and their wheel lost power, or apparently, according to them, switched to Xbox mode. So that's not working, and they have no idea why. So I'm not quite sure if they changed somehow quickly the keyboard, or if they just managed to get it back working a little bit, but wanted to see if they can manage to fix it. As the 51 car just hits the barrier again, I'm watching it come by, and it's obviously stuck to the right.
Yeah, I mean, you can see
the moment the barrier drops away for the escape road there, it just swerves into it.
We'll jump on board. I mean, just look. He is full lock to the left, and the car is still just wanting to go right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously AC doesn't show the actual full lock of cars in replay. Hopefully he's got more to play with, but that is...
You know what,
thankfully he's got walls.
I just saw it there on board. As the AWS sign came away, he actually slowed down so then he wouldn't eject onto track, which, even though they've got this mass amount of damage, they are still trying to keep as much out of the way as possible.
We see. Has he got any more play in that wheel? I don't think he has. I think he's going to have to return to pit manually here, or not manually, but
is he gonna try and...
He's gone back to pits. Yeah, that is unlucky for them. I hope they stick to it. Anything can happen with the other cars. Obviously, Bongus has his damage, and anything can happen. Schwartz
goes very deep at the heel in a battle with Wes Hepburn, and Hepburn will now get a 2-second gap off of that.
Whilst we have been talking, Kleefeld has just been taken by Jürgens Oosthuizen, and Jürgens is now up into 5th. Now he's trying to chase down that BMW, and hopefully, or for the sake of the racing, will be a nice fight for that position as well. Schatz comes into the pits after that incident.
A bit further down, the battle for P10. Now this current minute between Mario Corsa and Steiner. McLaren versus McLaren, the 33 car versus the 29 car. With Mulet in the background, not involved in this battle, as both of them get very loose through the inner loop, and Corsa just gets his way through, which I can tell at some point I am going to pronounce wrong and call him Tosser by accident.
Like Ricardo Tosser lost it.
It's like in RP series, isn't it? One of the drivers in GT4, Tom Hatcher. Until I realised that it was his name, I was calling him Thatcher for the first race. I'm like, has Maggie joined?
That's the potential to be very problematic depending on his leanings, as Herbert just goes past Kleefeld as well. I think Kleefeld maybe has an issue. Maybe he's hit a barrier or something, because that was a very easy move by Herbert on the Lamborghini in the V8 Aston himself.
And in the chat a little bit ago, Michael Medina. Second stint starting. Fingers crossed my force feedback on wheel isn't naughty. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed indeed. We do not need any more power or force feedback issues in this race, I don't think.
No, it was a bit further back. The battle for P19. Luca Schumacher versus Chris Telshaft. BMW versus Porsche. German Giant versus German Giant. One of these cars is a literal giant. As Telshaft gets up the inside by turn 3, but now that BMW will have to run at turn 4.
Jake Alacia has just requested an interview, and
well, you can take this one because I need to quickly go downstairs and get my Chinese order. So I'll go when he joins in, and you can interview him.
I'm waiting for him to come in.
We are indeed, as Telshaft is starting to put a bit of a gap to Luca Schumacher behind, and Nick Kleefeld now under assault from a lap down V12 Aston Martins. I think that Lamborghini might be having problems.
Yep,
as Medina is off!
Mo.
Medina is off! Big crash there for Medina. What's happened? This is at the chute. This is at the chute. One second. One second. This is at the chute. He's going down to the tyre, and the wheel just jolts, and it just sends him into the barrier, right into the end of the tyre barrier as well. So that's going to be double damage. Well,
he had his fingers crossed for his force feedback and wheel not being naughty, but I don't think that has worked.
We'll get Jacob Alacia into the chat. If you'd like to interview him, I will go and place a Chinese order.
Alright, well, good luck to you. Hello, Jacob. Oh, as Robin Moe just goes off. Sorry, Robin Moe just gets off at the back end of the bus stop of the inner loop chicane. Unfortunately, Husky is ordering a Chinese, Jacob, so cannot actually watch it. But Robin has just had a big crash and may need to pit. Joey, how's your race going thus far, Jacob? You had a big incident just then with Bonkers in the car. We saw it on board. It looked like the Porsche had a coming together with another car on the uphill, and then 3 wide coming onto the straight. Just didn't seem, it was barely avoidable.
Yeah, I don't know if there was yellow flags showing or not, since the Porsche never really slowed too much. It just got off track. But yeah, we just picked the wrong time to go 3 wide. It was awkward from the beginning because we thought we were going to be able to stay alongside or behind the McLaren GT4, but just wasn't to be. And then the GT3 came around the outside.
Yeah,
there's just not enough room for that.
Yeah, it was very unlucky from that, especially for, again, that Porsche. I mean, it was a very minor incident in that uphill. They just got spun around, and obviously trying to come back onto track as they did very reasonably safely back onto the track with the 3 cars coming up behind. There wasn't much they can do. As for the audience, the Robin Moe has pitted for that damage after that big hit into the wall on the exit of the chicane. So anyway, how was your stint, Jacob? We saw you obviously had a very good sort of starting period fighting against the fellow Maserati. Unfortunately, they seemed to get ahead of you and just sort of pulled away. Was there much fight back, or were you just trying to sort of, you know, ease into the race, get your stint in, and not fight too hard and end up losing everything?
Well, we've got a real aggressive setup on our Maserati, and unfortunately, it can really burn up the left front by the end of the stint. So we were determined that we were going to take it easy and make sure that we kept the car in good shape and kept the tires on the car through the whole stint and not just burn them off right away. And it did feel like we were gaining here and there, especially when we had some open space to drive and really let the car do the work. But just a lot of unlucky situations with GT3s out there today that really slowed us down.
Yeah, but yeah, it's unfortunate. How are your ankles feeling after an hour of driving this track in your Maserati?
I have been working out every day for 300 years for this. Listen, the Maserati takes a lot of attention, but this is one of the tracks where the car and the track just work really, really well together, and it's definitely not as demanding as it has been in other tracks. So it's an absolute joy, especially compared to some other tracks to drive here.
I just want to say as well, Robin Moe's just starting to exit the pit lane, and his pit timer at the moment, just leaving his box, was a 1:45. A massive damage for him, about a minute or half a minute, 40 seconds worth of damage by the looks of it. Back to you, Jake. Just thinking, your main opponent for this race is obviously the other Maserati driven by L. Lichten. He's solo driving. How do you think he's going to be at the end of this race?
I think he's going to be a sweaty and tired mess by the end of this race. Even though this incident's given him essentially a lap on us, he's going to have to avoid all the incidents that are going to happen for the next 4.5 hours to secure that win. So we're going to do our best to keep steady and avoid trouble and try to claw our way back.
Have you got your ice bath ready to rest yourself in between your stints?
I'm actually going to save that for the end of the race. I've got pizza right now. That's my.
Oh, well, that's good, and hopefully you'll be able to get some good fighting in at the end as this man starts to slowly die from exhaustion.
I'm sure he'll hang up a plaque of this event in his cockpit to show that he alone drove a Maserati for 6 hours in ACC.
I think he deserves his own victory lane post just for doing it if he finishes this race. Victory lane, the true test of endurance this is for him. But yeah, good luck to you for the rest of your race.
All right, thank you.
Hopefully Husky will return soon, and I shall continue to try and keep an eye on what his stream is doing. It is a bit delayed for me.
I gotcha. We'll keep up the good work.
Thank you. Good luck to you, and good luck to Bongus as well. Alright, well, that was Jaker. Husky is still away, ordering his...
No, I'm not.
Oh, he's back. Perfect timing.
I've got the Chinese menu. I'm deciding what I want. Also, the Discord stream isn't delayed. That works.
The Discord stream is slightly delayed for me, I've noticed, but not too much.
We can at least see what we're doing.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good.
As now comes everyone's favourite portion of Husky streams. Husky talks about food for 5 minutes. I don't know what I want.
Did you see the Robin Moe incident?
No, I did not.
So at the end, it wasn't on your stream unfortunately, but at the coming out of the inner loop chicane, he had a massive incident and hit the barrier very hard, and just had about just over 2 minute pit stop to
James,
try
I'm just going to cut you off there. Speaking about hitting a barrier very hard at the exit of the inner loop, here we see Shiverin doing it as well. Bonk.
Yeah. That is.
I love the fact that he
but yeah.
I love the fact that he noses the wall. ACC is like, he's nosed the wall. Shit, I better give him damage. Bonk. The delay of the damage forming on the car, which is always funny. Oh my life! What has happened here? It is a big crash.
A massive pile up into the chute. What has caused that?
Both Chatteratis are off. We are going to go back 30 seconds. We'll look on board with Bingus McBungus. The 85 car. There is an absolute ton of things. The V12 Aston is there as well. I think they've actually arrived to a scene that has had the crash occur already. No, the 922 car gets hit by... hits him. It goes at everyone. Lucas Litchen gets caught up in it as well. The GT4 leader. That is a massive crash.
That is very unfortunate, and whoever, by the way the stewarding is done in this series, whoever is deemed to be at fault of that is in for quite a hefty penalty, I think.
That was 900 different things that happened. It started with the 922 car. You can see the McLaren behind. The 922 hits the Maserati, then gets hit by the McLaren. The McLaren goes in for a second on the Maserati, and it all just goes wrong.
Yeah,
that was a huge one.
That is certainly one of the corners you'd expect that sort of thing to happen at. It's a tighter corner, quite a tight bit of track, and when you got about 5-6 cars going around there, then it's almost a surprise if nothing comes of it at all.
You would expect so, but I think that is going to be a difficult one for the stewards to look at. It had multi-factors, and both P1 and P2 of GT4 caught up in it as well.
In the chat, the 515 car just was very surprised. They don't know how they survived that carnage.
We like a good bit of carnage.
Neither do we, to be honest.
But as commentators, we love carnage.
Oh, that was fantastic.
It's brilliant.
Not for
now,
those
as we
involved,
see,
but for you at home, fantastic.
as you see Pierre Moreno slide past, it's now time for everyone's favourite thing. Husky's food talk of the night. What do I get? I don't know.
I don't know, what do you want?
Well, I'm getting
Kung Pao.
Chinese. I've never had Kung Pao anything. What is Kung
If
Pao?
I have a Chinese, I don't actually know. I don't get Kung Pao either. What I usually get is like a fried rice or something and a pot of curry sauce. That's my night done.
What, you don't get Kung Pao as in you've never had it, or you just don't understand? You're like, I don't know.
I don't understand it. What Kung Pao? I don't know what that is. Oh, the 78 car of McLaren just hit the wall on the exit. Hopefully, he doesn't have too much damage from that. Oh,
So,
and the 37 car just went off, I believe, again at the chicane.
Oh, he's not had fun with the chicane, has he? This stint. Oh, yeah, he's just gone too fast into the first bit.
The same thing.
No, he didn't. He did the opposite. He lost it from the first left-hand chicane instead, and this time he's kept it out of the barrier, which very handy.
The 70 car of Saunders has pitted now. I don't know whether they're going to give that car to Ian Arnold again. It's only 4:22 hours remaining.
Now, I need to understand what's happened. Did I miss a collision that Carl Cook was involved in? Because he is 38 seconds behind Pierre Moreno.
I have not seen anything myself. Let's have a look on the collisions list. There's... I'm struggling to think of that. As a 51 car is yellow flagged at the end of the main straight at turn 1. That's the McLaren once again.
He's still going. You know what? Give this team their credit, as we said earlier. They've pitted and they're still going.
I will give them that, but I'm not quite sure what happened to them there. They just sort of went off track at the end of the straight themselves and just slowed down.
Here's a bit of note. They are 13 laps down on the overall leader. The leader of GT4 is 5 laps down on the overall leader. So they are currently 8 laps down on GT4 lead, but they're still going. Respect. As here is your current race leader, Garrett Kane, the 182 Super Happy Fun Times car, piloted by Kane, Hamilton and Perry. Kane is in the car at the minute. I'm sure we may see Perry later on in the race, maybe next stint.
Also, should note, I've just been informed by Robin Moe that he almost broke his engine again during his crash at the end of the chicane, which is something which he was very familiar with, having done it on the last lap of the Misano race of our B series, which
I remember that.
Didn't lose him too many places, being a lap up on a number of people, but lost him a couple.
I remember that, because I remember the way he said was, Honda does not like 9,000 RPM, and he's like, no, it does not, no. As the 78 car, yellow flag, what's happened to him then? He's lost it on the exit of the inner loop and rolled backwards. That's actually lost him out of position as well. That's going to be annoying.
Yeah, as Muller gets overtaken by Lays. Don't know if he's had a little moment there as well.
Not sure.
Because Lays, yeah, he went a bit wide. I think that's the heel. And yeah, the McLaren there just got right by.
Here's an interesting battle. McLaren versus V12 Aston Martin. You know what? This V12 Aston Martin has been sort of everywhere this race so far. We've always seen him. He's either involved or he's just there. It reminds me of Muscle in the BMW M Sport car at the first ever RP Enduro, the McVongus 400. It seemed that no matter what was happening, he was there.
He's certainly been in the mix. Sadly, not so much on the attack, but more on the defense.
But he's dragged that car up to 16th so far as Klaus Meyer comes into the pits, probably to repair that damage from the crash he had at the inner loop the previous lap.
And now, according to Tom, Sench span at the second to last corner and had to go straight at the bus stop another time, and that's why he's so far down on time. Hopefully didn't get much damage from either of those. It doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like he hit the wall.
That is painful.
It is unfortunate, as he was very much within a shot of fighting for the at least the second position, if not the first, towards the end of this race. Not that they still aren't. There's still 4 hours, 20 minutes to go.
Very much so.
Anything can happen, as the great Murray Walker once said.
Every time. Anything can happen, Jeff. That was
anything can happen in Formula 1 racing, and it usually does.
The late great Murray Walker.
The late great. He was late and he was great.
He was.
As Jürgens Heisen just passes the 51 McLaren on, I think that's the final
11.
corner, almost collecting him. Luckily not eye contact.
Now that we seem to be past the moment of dramas happening, let's talk about my Chinese order.
Yes, your Chinese order, that's the important thing here.
So,
as obviously this is racing in America, and obviously Chinese takeaway is a great American food, or takeout as they call it.
Panda Express. That's the only Chinese place I know in America.
Brett Smith has a drive-through.
Yes, he has boxed in as well. I'm not sure what it could have just. I don't know. I think it might be track limits. You know, the drive-through.
Could be. I would expect something like that at some point.
I mean, if it is, it's come at the perfect moment because it's literally come at the second to last corner. So he's like, all right, I'll just go into pits.
No, it's not. It was given by the stewards for causing. It was that collision. It was the big shoot collision by the number of cars involved in this steward's ticket. It must have been for that big collision at the shoot. It was the 992 car driven by Brett Smith was clearly deemed to be at fault and to be given a drive-through for it, which, like I said, a big penalty for what was a big incident.
Yeah, the 992, the 85, the 515, the 140, and the 78 earlier on in the chat. John Z saying we got a drive-through for getting hit from behind. Obviously, we can't say anything. We are just voices. We shout at game. That's our job. But yes, back to back to Chinese order. Kieran Glen said in the chat to get Szechuan duck. I don't like duck. I've never had duck, but there was a reason I don't like duck.
Well, as I was saying before we got caught up by instance, I quite like just to get like a mixed rice and a curry sauce. That's my option.
What I'm thinking of doing is getting. I might get some sweet and sour pork and egg fried rice.
Bad idea. I don't know. I'm not a big,
bad idea or bad idea.
I like a Chinese, but I'm not too into Chinese to really know what all the options are.
This is the problem, and this is going to sound bad, but you know, I mean this in the best way possible. Chinese menus are freaking massive, and you never really know what. The thing is, right, on this one, if I go straight to the end of the food, there is 202 things on this menu. I think, yeah, 202 things on this menu.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. That's I don't know how they can cook it all in one kitchen.
But the thing that I always wonder is, you know, if you explore all of it, there's the possibility that no matter what you fancy, it's probably on there. Unless you fancy like pizza, and then it's not.
Well, no, then you have to go to a kebab shop for some reason.
Yes, you do.
There's two things I'll never understand in this world. Why is it that Chinese takeout places, they do fish and chips half the time? And why is it the kebab shops do pizza and fried chicken half the time?
See, on this one, they do both. It is Chinese. They do both English English dishes. Are you ready? Chicken omelette, special omelette, king prawn omelette, shrimp omelette, mushroom omelette, plain omelette, chicken breast, chips and peas. That's it. But then
yeah,
they also do...
sorry, just reading the chat as well, Jonesy. If you feel, unfortunately, you have served your drive already, but in future, if you do feel that you were unfairly punished by the stewards, you are able to appeal and raise a ticket. As I believe he says he was the person given the penalty for that big 5-person, 6-person crash into the chute.
Yes.
Unfortunately, once you've served the penalty, there's not much the stewards can do, but you can hold it out for as long as you can to appeal. And if you hold it out long enough for an appeal, hopefully they should, I think. It's hard to do when you're stewarding, I know, but they should remove the drive-through for the duration of the appeal, I think. Maybe that's something we should think about trying to make a bit more formal. Obviously, drive-throughs are difficult because you have to serve them within 3 laps, and that's not always easy if you're trying to appeal it.
And an update from the Medeiros car. Sorry, we had to DNF. Medina's wheel was not working at all. We did see he did have the gremlins in his wheel, and it's unfortunate, you know. But there's always the next race.
There are always more races. We're not actually sure what the next race will be at the moment, but it will probably be next month. Oh no, there is a special race next month, which
we'll get
very
to
exciting
later on in the stream.
And of course, there's always RP series if you are interested in trying to join as a guest driver. Unfortunately, the sign-ups are full at the moment, I believe, still.
Yes,
I think Muscle might be kicking some people out who haven't attended in a while, depending.
Right, I have decided what food I'm getting.
What are you getting?
I am going to get sweet and sour pork Chinese style, which is basically just pork meat in sweet and sour sauce and veg. Really
Fair
nice.
enough.
An egg fried rice and a roast pork fuyang.
Fuyang? What's that when it's at home?
Chinese omelette.
Oh, lovely.
So the difference between fuyang and English omelette is, you know, with like standard English omelette, you do it so it's still a bit gooey.
Dry, horrible, terrible omelette. Yeah.
Fuyang is done so the outside is actually golden brown, which a lot of people call overdone, but it is actually really nice. And I would suggest if anyone has not had one and you like omelette, give it a go.
See, I'm not a big fan of eating omelettes, but I really am quite good, if I do say so, at cooking them in a French style.
I'm really bad at cooking omelettes. The way that I make them now, so I don't do the rolly or the turning over thing anymore. I just basically make an egg. I just make an egg pancake. I just egg.
Nah. You got to do the rolly, and you got to cook whatever you're putting in it before to do the rolly.
What I do is I mash the egg up. You know, beat it up. I stick some onion and some veg in it. You know, beautiful, lovely. And I then just literally layer it out in the biggest frying pan that I can. Cook the bottom until the top's cooked. Stick it up by like 1 and go, that's sticking to the bottom, let's flip it over for 2 minutes, and then sling it on a plate and go, yeah, you know, that's fine.
Yeah, I can't stand dry omelettes, so I could never really cook it like that.
See, the weird part about fuyang
is
while people say, you know, it's burnt, on the outside it's golden brown, it's got a nice crisp, but it is actually still nice and, I'm not going to say the word that people dislike, but it starts with an M,
moist.
Underneath it. Yes. Which I'm gonna make a few people uncomfortable by doing this, but moist.
Oh, that reverberated through my very soul.
Oh, I love it. The RP guys pressured me into getting the pop filter, and as in the background we see Shiverin. He was trying to get past Jacob Alacia and absolutely deck the car into the wall. Watch on board, you can see he tries to get past. Bang!
Yeah, that is unfortunate, and that is, I don't know, maybe a bit of impatience from the car coming up behind. That's the sky.
My phone's beeping at me. So my phone, right? I used to have a smart bulb in my room, which was great. I loved it. I used to set it to purple in endurance races, the same as like the car lights, because why not?
Yeah.
It broke, and now that I've removed it from the app, because it's broken, the app doesn't seem to think that it's gone, even though it's gone on the list and you can't do anything with it. So it's still saying that it still gives me a notification at 7 PM when it used to turn on automatically.
Oh.
It's like, oh, 7 PM, lights turned on. I'm like, how is it? The light's gone. It's in the bin. It's in landfill somewhere. Why? So I'm just going to lose...
I think the 51 car might be trying to unlap themselves on the 56 BMW at the back of the grid. Odd quirk of race control is that it tells me the gap is 0.4 seconds, but technically the gap is 0.4 seconds and 4-5 laps. But he's getting passed by a couple of GT3s, but might make the move on pass show for 28th, well, not for 28th place, but at least unlap themselves.
See, it's not easy, is it, to do names? It's not easy.
I never said it was.
It's not easy. Everyone goes, oh, look, it's so easy to say names. I say my name like this. It's like, yes, I can barely speak English.
The problem is, my name is James Andrews, and you call me Yamik.
Yes, I did. Yeah. I did. I'm not blaming that one on myself. That one was not my fault.
Oh, 51 car goes wide out of the heel there.
I'm going to... oh no, I blame it on the French. There you go, because I'm English.
That's
blame
fine.
on the French.
Well, blame the French, yeah.
That is like the most English... What, blaming France and then going to war with France? History.
Oh, as Brett Smith comes into the pit. I'm not sure if that's for their second stop, as well as the 79 McLaren of Hadel.
Oliver Brett Smith, I love, right? Because of the way that ACC loads its fuel balances, I love that they're just haphazardly just lobbed in the pit lane. You know? They haven't decided to... Right, this must be... I'll have to watch the real race, which is starting now in the real world. You can just see they've lobbed them just on where... I think that's where the NASCAR's pit, is it not?
Yeah, well, this is where I think all series cars pit. There was at least in the past. I'm not sure if it's still there. There was a second pit lane on what is now the straight up to the. Essentially, this track is like Spa, in that it's got its little hill climb bit, and the pit lane used to be on that straight before it. But now they've moved it down to this pit lane before what is now turn 1. But I think there is still or there might still be some sort of pit building around there. I don't know if there is. They used to use it for certain races. But these Bowsers, yeah, they seem a bit in the lane. Usually there'd be a wall in front of these. I was in the pit lane for IndyCar at Laguna Seca a couple of years back, and they had the Bowsers out, but they were behind the wall, so you don't crash into them. It seems... I don't know how these actually are in real life, and we'll be able to see tomorrow.
There's fun little caveats as well with fuel filling solutions. If people don't know, the Nürburgring 24, the Nordschleife 24, they just use actual commercial pumps because the teams actually pay for fuel as they use it. So they use actual commercial pumps and fuel cards, apparently.
That's quite a fun way to do it, to be honest.
It's the same
fuel
style
saving. Why are we fuel saving? Because we haven't got enough money.
It's the same style of pump that you get at Tesco, but I think they just feed faster. And as far as I know, you literally fuel card. Every team gets a fuel card, the fuel filler guy. So it charges you. And because obviously you're going to use a lot of fuel there, and you don't actually have dedicated garages. You share, like your team share with many different teams. And it's brilliant, because, you know, you're used to watching, like, GT3 cars fill up with a proper, like, hose thing that actually clips in. And then what you see on the N24 is, you know, GT3 Audi coming in. Dude, just take out the fuel nozzle that you'd get at Tesco and fill it up like a normal car. And it's like, why? There's very fun little caveats like that in racing everywhere, isn't there?
So, yeah, I'm just having a look at the IMSA 6 hours of the Glen, mainly because I think they actually do pit stop. I'm not sure, did GT America do pit stops mid-race in the... I can't remember.
I believe
I might have to have a look. I might have to have a look at last year's race. However, in the IMSA series, the Bowsers are behind the wall next to all the pit wall equipment. So I don't think they're so slapdash just put in the middle of the track as they are in this. Although it's possible they've built a second wall, because it does look like the pit lane's a bit smaller there than it appears in this sim. There's your real life racing knowledge as the 992 car gets past the 96 car for 12th place.
Yeah,
it looks like the 96 car got a bit wide out of turn 1, and well, it's the first car I've seen that's gone wide out of turn 1 that's actually lost the place. Clearly just couldn't hold on to it. But they're Mercedes power versus Porsche power, backing off just before the inner loop chicanes.
Right, I need to quickly go and run a menu downstairs. I'll leave the auto director on so you can talk about shit. I have just run over a monster can that I hope is not full.
Well, let's hope, shall we?
The auto director is actually working.
It is actually working.
It's
I can
fine.
see it, even if it's slightly delayed for me. It switches to was now. Sadly, they don't seem to be that far in for following any other cars. So he sees Herbera getting past the 51 McLaren. Let's have a look. Xench has pitted, so Kyle Cook has pitted again, and we will possibly see Thomas Jack in that car now in the 13 McLaren. The auto director is switching cars very quickly for my liking. Most cars seem to be sort of settling in now. Obviously a lot of blue marker passing, blue flag passing, but not much going on in ways of actual racing. The closest cars are generally 1.7. Kleefeld is behind Oosthuizen, trying to chase him down, coming into shoot now. As Oosthuizen is just getting again past that 51 car, the McLaren GT4. Continuing to run at the back of the grid, continuing to keep a nice endurance race for them.
Ow.
Okay. I think Husky has just hurt himself on something.
Ow.
The auto director does not want to look at anything that's actually going on. That's fun.
Hello.
Hello, Husky. Your auto director keeps looking at things that aren't actual racing.
Yes. Apparently, Medina has finished Is that 1 billion?
Wait, what?
Looking at RP Endurance chat. Is that 1 billion? So
yes.
I think that's 1,022,739,087th out of 25th.
Yes, it is.
Good finishing position there for Medina. That's one to be proud of.
I'm impressed.
So am I. That is rather impressive.
At the very least, he has finished in the top, I don't know, about 12% of the human population. So, congratulations.
Hey! Congratulations! Oh, you gotta love it. Also, the auto director goes off of proximity entirely.
Yeah, I know. Trying to talk about there's actual racing going on, like Maudsley currently following closer to the 155 Porsche.
Is there? Because I set it to prioritise position more than proximity. Let's go.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Maudsley is.
Oh, has he got damage?
It's annoying me because he is being followed very closely by a non-racing, or not on his lap, McLaren, which means the helicopter cam is annoying me. But
Has he got damage? No.
It looks like his front end is, yeah, it looks like his bonnet's popped up. But I don't know if he's losing much for it, because he still seems to be gaining and getting a bit of good time on Schmitz, where the McLaren does just go past there.
I mean, yeah, sure, you might as well just get him past, get him out of the way, keep going. There's a bit further up, we have Gunkow. Oh, low! Yellow flag for low. That is the 515.
That is the
V12.
V12. What's happened here then? He just got loose. Has there been contact?
Oh, he's just got loose. The car's washed out wide.
Yeah, he is.
Bonk.
He is washed out wide and just hit that wall. That is unfortunate. I think, yeah, it's not the best race in the world for that V12 Aston. He has, like we were saying earlier, he's often been on the receiving end of overtakes, and he's just hit the wall again, trying to make his way back, possibly to the pits.
As we are going to
get back on repair quickly.
We are going to hear from one of the NMR Porsche drivers.
Well, whilst you are interviewing him, I shall head off for 2 seconds.
Okie dokie. Hello.
Oh, hello.
So, remind me, what car are you in? Because I've forgotten.
Oh, 992, the Porsche.
Yes, the 992 car. Currently in 11th. Vink.
Yeah.
Running that. How is your race going so far?
Chaotic. I mean, we're doing better than we thought it. Thought we were aiming for a top 10, but yeah, I think. Well, we did have like an incident with some GT4s, which I think is solved now. But yeah, we had a big incident with GT4s and back markings and stuff. But yeah, that's cool.
And Porsche, very interesting car. I find it nice to see. It's a car that I've never managed to drive properly. I just can't get my head around it. Why is it suited to Watkins, Glen, or is it one that you're having to just try and extract everything from it?
Well, it's a weird one. It's like we were looking for a challenge, but at the same time something that our team can handle, because some of them are new, some of them are, experience. But yeah, so we tried the Porsche, and with the new CDA setups coming out, and plus I'd been developing setups for Porsche at the Nürburgring, which I had a go at around Watkins, and then it suited quite well. Even though it can be understeering, I think we've solved it, and it does to a certain extent suit this track. Not the best car, but it does suit it. So we thought we might as well have a go with it.
And P11, with just under 4 hours left, can you give us a bit of an insight into your strategy, or are you keeping that secret?
We haven't really got a strategy. It's more just trying to max out the fuel tank until the tyres absolutely kill themselves. Or yeah, just try and keep it as long as going, because the Porsche fuel tank, we didn't realise on this until the race, the Porsche fuel tank is very small, so you can't run to the max stint time unless you're running like a fuel saving engine map, and we choose not to. But yeah, it should be good.
And my final question for you then, with, as I said, just under 4 hours left, do you think you can push up into that top 10 position?
Oh, definitely. Well, when I was in the car, I was pushing for P7, I think. I can't remember. I was on the back of Saunders, I remember, until the incident came out. But I reckon we can push up to it. I'm confident in Cohen, or as we call it, well, as I call him, Cone. But I'm confident in him, so he can push forward.
You should note that, Husky, they are currently in P10.
Yeah,
are they?
In P10.
They're in P11 when I last looked.
Yeah, I think we've just moved up because someone's going to inspect or something. But yeah.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race. We'll most likely hear from you a bit later, hopefully, with good news.
I'll be popping back in maybe sometime soon.
Maybe you even get to come here at the end of the race.
Yeah, definitely. I will definitely down to give you how the race is.
Well, when you're P1, we'll have to come and interview you.
I don't think we've got a chance. I think the lead is doing like 2 second quicker lap times, so I'm like, nope.
Those leaders are very quick at the moment.
Yeah, I'm a bit curious about that one. But yeah. Anyways,
awesome. Well, good luck for the rest of the race, mate.
Thanks, guys.
See you in a bit.
Have a fun time.
You too, mate. In a bit. So that was
cool.
Yes, that was one of the NMR Porsche drivers. They had that drive-through penalty earlier. Still in P10. Good spirits.
Whilst we're talking, Gunkel is trying to make a move on Hansen. I think he's just made it out of T1. I think he's got past there into P14.
Yes. So back to my subject. It sounds like they were in very, very high spirits in that 992 car, which is always good. You know, they've had a bit of a rocky race so far, and it's good that, you know, it sounds like they're still in good spirits, and that's partially one of the keys to moving forward, really, isn't it? Being in good spirits, being happy, and going for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's obviously always a big thing, is to, especially for the people in the car, keep them happy, keep them going at times. I know you certainly sometimes have to be talked to and talk to your co-drivers when they're racing.
As promised on the hour mark, Thomas Jack for Small Baby has jumped into the car. I don't understand how I can make my range go that high. I don't get it.
Well, it's interesting, I'll give you that. But no, yeah, Tom has taken over the car, and hopefully we'll make some gains.
I think as well,
running
Pierre
in the
Moreno.
45s.
Pierre Moreno might be looking at that and going, oh no. Oh, no.
Should be noted that Kane's previous lap time was a 46.4, so they maybe that's just an outlier. It'll be interesting to see what they do this lap, but they are not matching the pace that Thomas Jack is currently doing at the top of the grid. Or that they're
Possibly,
doing at the top of the grid, that Thomas Jack is doing in fourth.
Both Gunkel and Hansen come into the pit lane with the Bowsers. Don't hit them, please. They're full of fuel, and fuel go bang. Thank you.
Yeah, Moreno and Kleefeld both have relatively slow previous laps. It'll be interesting to see what they do this lap time. To see, Pierre just did a 2:43 according to mine, but
he pitted the lap previous.
Yeah, that's why he had a 2:01 then. So that must have been, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, the in lap being slower than the out lap. Kleefeld has just come into the pit.
Yellow
as well.
flag! Yellow flag for Kane. That will be into the pit lane. The best lap so far, still held by Pierre Moreno. The only driver in the 44s as it currently stands, a 1:44.952.
Yep, as Thomas Jack crosses the line, going to take that third place from Kleefeld. That's a 45.7 from him.
And if we turn our attention to the GT4 grid update, Lucas Litchen still leads that grid, the 140 Maserati, followed by Bingus McBongus in second, Vittiger, the 56 BMW in third, and Kampka, the 51 McLaren in fourth. And at the back, your best lap in GT4 is actually held by Bingus McBongus, a 1:55.895.
Yep, and that's still a good second and 8/10 off of the actual GT4 fastest lap ever.
As we have a bit of knowledge, Gunkel sped in the pit lane and got a stop-go 30.
That is unfortunate for him, as Klaus Meyer makes a move on Schmitz, but runs wide at the heel and fails to make that overtake on this attempt. Kane has now pitted, so the race leader has pitted, but remains in the lead.
Into the barrier for Schmitz there at the exit of turn 9. That may be damage. That could be a pit stop needing to be taken. A lot of drivers seem to be coming across quite quickly into the pit lane instead of taking the actual line.
Yellow flag. I'm not quite sure what that was for. They seem to be going quite slowly out of the...
That may have just been a bit of...
They had a spin. They had a slight spin up at the no-name left-hander uphill corner. That exits the boot.
I see. And back to this battle then. The battle for P15 between the 155 Kiwi racing car, Red Kiwi Racing I think it is, and the number 78 FPM and Pot McLaren, currently driven by Manuel Klausmeier. And these two were pretty close earlier on. As a yellow flag for Lowe. That is not in a good position. That is at the exit of turn 1. What has happened here then? So he comes through the final corner.
Yeah, thankfully, car's exited that corner wide, so it should be all right, the positioning of that car.
We saw it earlier. We'll see. Watch the driver down through the gear. He washes out wide.
He washes wide.
The car lets go from under him. Oh, there's nothing that you can do at that point.
No, that is unfortunate. That again is another bad incident in a what I think can be at this point considered a relatively bad race for that V12 Aston.
That
should be noted as well, the race leader has now had their third driver take over the car, which turns out isn't Katy Perry, but is Keir Perry for Super Happy Fun Times Racing.
I love that name.
What, Keir Perry or Super Happy Fun Time Racing?
Super Happy Fun Time. Because if they crash, and it's no longer a Super Happy Fun Time. Yeah.
Well, currently I think they're having many Super Happy Fun Times, although it does look like they're about to get unlapped by a car following them, who I can't quite... by the Phantom Sim car.
No real big problems there though at the minute, because they've still got an 18.5-second gap to Pierre Moreno.
That's true. I'm going to keep an eye on it myself, because if anything happens between this car and the blue flag or the back marker car, it could be very interesting in the race.
On the stream, we are watching the battle for P15. Klaus Meyer has actually gotten ahead of the 155 Porsche, and is starting to pull that gap now to above half a second, 6/10 as they head into the chicane. But I think the Porsche may be stronger through the chicane, or not, because the gap's extended by about 3/10. Never mind, I'll shut up.
No, so he's coming back on him, still within a second.
Pierre Moreno up the inside at the toe on the
51 car, the J-Camp McLaren.
Yeah, oh, a yellow flag there for Mike Schild. Let's see what's happened on board with the Mercedes up the hill. So it's a little bit away, but up the hill you can see he's running quite well. There's already damage to the bonnet. You can see it jumping about.
I think he might have nearly clipped that barrier.
We'll have a look down the gears now. He throws it in, catches the first curb, catches the second, the third sends it. Oh
yeah, that's just again. There's a car right behind him as well. It's good not to get caught up in that.
That's real time.
Oh, yeah,
that's not.
I forget about these odd quirks of ACC where
it's terrifying, isn't it? When you're watching a replay and it's like, there's a car behind you, look at external. Where's he gone?
This 37, the 37 BMW is unlapping himself on the leader right now, going through the chicane side by side.
This
They're
could
lucky
be sketch.
not to have contact here.
Oh, that is very, very close racing.
Was very clean racing, and I think maybe the lead car was really not trying to fight that, because at the moment they're in a very comfortable position. I wouldn't be surprised they'd let them go, but then if they let them go, they might have to lose some pace.
I would expect so. As all I can hear in the in my right hand ear is the V12 Aston Martin going.
The gap to the leader from Pierre Moreno has come down to 14 seconds now.
The last lap as well, I was just going to come on to this. The last lap for Perry was a 1:48.097. The last lap for Pierre was a 1:45.362. And that wasn't his pit out lap either, because he had that lap previous.
No, but yeah, Perry has been fighting with this car, and I think that's seriously holding him up. So now that he's let him go, he might be quicker. I mean, that depends on the pace that the car ahead can have.
Oh, we've got a very quick
him.
battle here as Gunkel goes past Schild to take P18. Very, very good battle there. That was... Well, I didn't know who was going to come out on top. Sorry.
That gap funny. At the front is ever coming down.
13.7. 13.5 now. It is coming down indeed, and that I think will be a spur to Pierre Moreno, because he'll obviously want to get up into the lead. We all know, well, we both know Pierre, and we know his hunger to win.
Goes wide on the first straight, letting past the leader. Nearly hitting the wall there, I think.
That is probably quite respectful. It's really, you know, if there's no point really holding up the leader, just let him go past, because if you're holding them up, in a way, you're also holding yourself up as well.
No, that is true, but in I don't know whether he had an off himself or whether he just let him pass.
Here's a problem. Here's a problem. I'm going to have to cut you here. Pierre Moreno stuck behind Reigns and Schumacher, almost getting sandwiched into the inner loop. He gets past Schumacher. Now he has Reigns to contend with as well. We'll see where he goes. He's on board with the Audi. Is he going to try around the Audi? There we go. He's already passed Reigns. Oh, Reigns is round. Reigns is round. The 17. Oh!
Does Schumacher get collected in that?
It looks like it.
We'll see this.
We'll see this again. You can see it's not Reigns either. It's Ducheshoff. He just loses it on the marbles.
Yeah, there's very little. There's very little Schumacher can do about that one. He just, the 17 car is basically taking up the whole track at that point, and at that point, that corner, it's just very difficult to avoid. That is unfortunate.
The time that you're there into the chute, you've committed to your line, and sadly, the line that was committed to, there was a car there, and there's not really much, because you can't really change your line at the chute. You just commit to it, and sometimes it doesn't pay off.
Oh no, that is unfortunate for Schumacher there. I mean, obviously unfortunate for the 17 car as well, but Pierre Moreno has certainly gotten away with not being collected in that, and continues to bring that gap down to the leader even with that fighting. Now he is in clean air for at least another couple of corners.
No, speaking of the leader, here is the leader, Mr. Keir Perry, not to be confused with Mr. Keir Starmer.
Or Katy Perry for that matter.
Or Katy Perry, yep. That's probably the closer one, isn't it? But we've got a yellow flag. What's that for? That's Ian Arnold. What has happened?
He's around after the second to last corner.
What's happened to Ian Arnold?
Has he hit the barrier, or no? He keeps the barrier.
We'll see. He comes through the second to last corner. The car lifts under him
entirely.
And he does actually collect the barrier with the front. He collects the Armco.
Thankfully, he seemed to be going more forwards than he was into the barrier.
The car's going again, but it sounds like it's stalled out after he hit the barrier as well. So that's not going to be good, as the 17 car has also come into the pit lane. And a bit further up, the battle for 13th has started again. Lucas Schumacher versus Sam Maudsley, the 117 Nissan, and
having damage now.
The 4-2 BMW, the Red Kiwi Racing versus the Good Smile Racing car. Both cars actually have got damage, keep in mind.
Yeah, I've just seen the bonnets popped up on the 117. That's
as down the inside goes Maudsley. Will the cutback be on? No, it won't be. No. That Nissan, very, very powerful in straight line.
Pierre Moreno's gap has fallen off a bit. I think he might have lost some time. He's just re-overtaken the V12 Aston.
Yep, there's a little bit further back, Hannah Ickler, the battle for P22 against Ven, the one of the other Red Kiwi racing cars, the other BMW, the 154, got the McLaren, the black McLaren up ahead. This is the battle for P22. Has a look to the inside of the toe. No, I don't think that was ever going to be on. The wider entry seems to work a lot better than the tighter entry, but here we go. A look down into the heel.
Look to the inside.
Good defense there from Ven, possibly. Down around the outside, this could give a problem, as it looks like Rob might get a run as well. No, they will be blue flagged. However, keep in mind, by that Lamborghini behind, because he is in P5.
Yep, the 15, the P Grosh Lamborghini coming through very quickly.
He doesn't look to the inside though around turn 10, nor turn 11 by the look of it, but this is going to extend that gap between Ickler and Ven quite extensively, as down the inside at the exit of the final corner, turn 11, that will get the Lamborghini past, and now Ickler will have to regain that gap, which is now at 1.1 seconds before they entered the corner.
Should know that Perry has retaken the lead lap from that back marker car. I don't know if that
Perry is always on the lead. Oh, right, the BMW. Yeah, Perry's always on the lead lap. He's leading the race.
The BMW.
I would hope he's on the lead lap. If someone else has managed to lap him, we've got a weird problem that we'd have to maybe contact Kunos about.
Well, knowing Kunos, there might be an issue like that, as the BMW goes wide out of turn 1, but if they had an issue but can fight back again, that could play into Pierre Moreno's hands. The gap coming down to 11 seconds now between P1 and P2.
That is very interesting to see. We saw it with Ed Costessa at Silverstone, but not in this exact style. You know, he started from the pit lane and won the race in the end, and the gap was constantly coming down. So I think every 10 minutes we need to have Pierre watch. Here is Pierre Moreno.
It is looking to me like the 37 BMW is going to start attacking again on the leader to try and retake that position.
It's a possibility, but we have two battles side by side into the inner loop. Yurin Dushushov goes up the inside of the 515 V12 Aston Martin. Very interesting to see, actually, the V12 lose out in a straight line battle. And that is the 17 car up a position into 24th. And then further up, the battle for 22nd between Hannah Ickler and Ven has started back up once more as well through the final 2 corners. The gap there being 2/10. And I'm going to do the thing because one thing that a friend of mine messaged me saying was with us both watching different battles every so often, it reminds him of football commentaries. In the background you see Jurgen's Oosthuizen just deck the wall. It reminds him of football commentary, especially on FIFA, where you'd be playing a game and you'd have Alan McAnally come into your ear and be like, "It's a goal for Accrington Stanley. He put it in the top corner from far out. The score is now 1-0. That's what it reminds him of.
There's just too much going on.
There is. We're now in the period where, towards the halfway point, things have started to calm down a little bit, and strategy.
Multiple
they're
things
still
happening at the same time.
And strategy does now start coming into it. So let's have a chat about strategy, because we've seen a lot of cars wanting to do hour. As we heard from the NMR driver earlier on, Oliver. That was close. That battle not going to have anything through this corner. As you said, the Porsche has not the biggest fuel tank, so they'll have to pit low. But I'm wondering what car has the biggest.
Biggest fuel tank, is it not the Bentley?
I believe it might be. I know the R8 has the Evo 2 has a 109, the Evo 1 has a 110.
But they are limited on fuel per track. I'm not sure for this track what fuel they have, because the balance of power actually changes the fuel load for certain cars, certain track. As Ickler and Ven come together through the hill there, coming up to the next corner. One going outside, one going very far inside, and the inside takes it, but the outside might have a good run, but I don't think there's enough straight to get it.
That's minus 90 safety rating there.
Oh, he goes wide, coming into the final corner. Once again, the BMW is going to go the outside, but it's sticking in it much more than they were before, and I think that move might be done. We'll see how the McLaren tries to play it into the first corner. He's looking for a move, but there's nothing there. The BMW I think has him, but runs wide. They both run wide, going beyond that curbing.
Looks to maybe get a bit better of a run off of it. In fact,
we'll see. The BMW unfortunately will be, well, unfortunately for the McLaren, will be quite quick on the straights, and I don't think the McLaren will be able to pull that much time up on him. And 0.2 seconds into the chicanes, and it's GT4. It's the 85 Bingham Sponger's car.
Yep, so
try and get around that.
That may come at just the wrong time.
Spongers has taken the inside line. This is
close.
BMW gets route. Oh, he looks at making it 3 wide. He doesn't.
To the inside looks the McLaren. No.
As Oosthuizen as well joins in the fun.
Not actually part of this battle, but there they are, off of the rear wing of Ickler. This is insane. As Oosthuizen looks up the inside, the McLaren goes deep to let him pass, and that's going to cost time.
It's not Jurgen's. Deep is now in that car. Deep cuts.
Oh, it's Deep.
All the way from Portland, I think. All the way from the west coast. It's our resident Brit in America. He has taken that car for the third stint of this particular Bentley, the 666 Rock and Stone Bentley with that Rock and Stone livery.
Let's just have an update on this man here, Pierre Moreno. The gap is now 8 seconds between himself and Perry. Last lap for Pierre was a 1:46.1. Last lap for Perry was a 1:47.1. So a second taken out last lap.
Yeah, and I think to have a check, but I think Perry might still, it looks like he's dropped that back marker a bit, but he's now currently having to get past. He gets slowed down by the 51 McLaren. That's going to play into Moreno's hands. That gap continues to drop. 6.8 seconds.
That has gained Pierre a whole second. You can see him in shot now. The last lap for Perry, a 1:48.052. The last lap for Pierre, a 1:46.587.
Yep. And again, importantly, that has also brought the back marker BMW into play to fight again against the leader for the lead lap.
This is drums. This is big drums.
This is good drama. We should sell this to Netflix.
We should. This
We can wring some
episode
drama out of
on
it.
this episode on racing pals to live.
No, there's no survival in this. Everyone, I think, has died at least once in this race thus far.
See, I've been watching a lot of Netflix things. I don't watch Drive to Survive anymore because after the first season I got bored of it.
The most I watched of it was the compilations on YouTube of the funny moments and the weird moments.
But I've been watching a lot actually, and this will link into until the point really where Pierre Moreno will possibly be up the back end of Perry. I've been watching a lot of Sunderland Until I Die.
Sunderland Until I Die. I never really watched it. I've heard of it vaguely, but I've never actually watched it.
Well, it follows Sunderland Football Club in the 2017-18 season, where obviously for people that know football, they got double relegated from the Premier League to the Championship to League One.
Oh, that's not good.
And it gives you a very interesting view, especially at the fact that they were angry at all their young players who came into the academy when, you know, Sunderland were a Premier League club, and, you know, the average Premier League footballer made about 64k a year.
Yes.
That's an argument for another time if you believe that that's, you know, worthwhile. I personally think it sort of is, because have you seen the training they go through? And, you know, they're expecting a Premier League wage from a club in League One, where the difference in wage is an average player in League One only earns $2,000 a week.
Oof. Yeah, that's not good. I don't follow football too closely, but I know that's not. You don't want that sort of relegation.
No, you don't. Like, relegation from the Prem to the Championship is fine because you get a good deal of parachute payment. As we see the V12 Aston Martin going slow, which is typically why you see ex-Premier League clubs who get relegated come back up quickly, because they get, I think it's a decent amount of money for the season to, like, bolster you up, essentially. But Sunderland dropped from Championship all the way down to League One, which is in English football one of the hardest football leagues to get out of. So yeah, fun bit of football knowledge there for you.
Obviously, to do the classic BBC thing, other football teams are available.
Oh, we can talk about Paul Gascoigne as well. Gaza, one of my favourite stories about him that I've remembered was there's two actually. When we were knocked out of, I think it was Euro Championship '93 or World Cup, I'm not sure. He was interviewed, and we were knocked out by Norway. And you know, the interviewer asked, "Do you have any comments for the people of Norway?" Of which he burped into the microphone and said, "Yes, fuck off Norway."
Ikla comes into the pits, so that battle between him and Ven is over abruptly as they take their pit stop.
I'm going to expect with a name like Hannah, Ikla may be woman.
Oh yes, sorry. But
especially seeming, yeah. You spell Hannah with a H?
Yeah, I believe so.
Another one of my favourite Paul Gascoigne things is after we lost the game to Italy, he got off the plane wearing a pair of fake boobs.
Yep, that sounds like Gaza.
Which is brilliant, because all the cameras, you know, looking at all the England guys, he's just come off wearing these, and it's like, right, over the suit as well that they'd have to wear and all. Which makes it even funnier.
Yellow flag for Schmitz. They are off into the gravel trap.
Oh, let's have a look.
They went that deep that they were in the gravel trap on the second last corner.
On board with Schmitz through turn 10. The car's gone from under. Oh, he's tried to catch it, and it did just catch.
And he hits the wall. That is unlucky. That is very far into that. That was almost like a brake failure going on there. Also, should note, Whirlers at some point has picked up a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, Moreno now, that gap, 3.5 seconds.
Oh, that is coming down quickly.
And the leader, Keir Perry, is getting past the Bingus with Bongus, Jacob Alacia, Maserati, but will have the outside through turn 9. That'll slow him up even more as Pierre Moreno gets a very good way past the current GT4 leader, Lucas Lichten.
Yeah, there's an interesting thing that Lichten is on the same straight as Alacia, obviously a lap. Not quite a lap ahead.
This will be the second lap ahead, will it not? No.
No, they're on the same lap at the... Oh, no, they might... No, they are on the same... it's getting very confusing as the lap timer is telling me different things.
Pierre Moreno gets down the inside of the longest car at turn 1 to put himself 2.3 seconds behind your current race leader, Keir Perry. And that BMW is just still there in the mix as well, so Pierre Moreno will have to negotiate a way past him as well.
Yeah, that BMW has proven itself to be quite fast, despite being further down the order than the cars it's currently battling.
For a first race back after, you know, multiple months, Pierre Moreno has pretty quickly got back into the swing of things, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he's got his Fanatec wheel decided. Oh, he had a twitch there and went wide. I think that's commentator's curse for you. He's back in with a new wheel, and he's clearly got up to speed very quickly in a very different car to what we usually see him in.
Yes, he is looking very, very quick and very racy, especially in the
He's coming up to the back of a back marker, sorry, but he's coming back up to the back of a back marker. McLaren had just got passed by the other back marker, BMW.
That's the number 7-9. That will be Ven, who we saw earlier in that battle.
Yes, who has just come out of the pit, so this must be their outlap. Cold tyres, going a bit slow perhaps.
As I was saying, yeah, Pierre Moreno, we normally expect him to be quick in the Porsche. I was a bit surprised to see him in the Audi because, you know, he's been, as long as I've known him, which is now, you know, well over a year, he's always been a Porsche man. As Keir Perry, is he looking to the pit lane?
No,
but the BMW gets past.
So now it is Pierre on Perry.
As McPeepson is off, that is a big one.
He is off out of the chicane and the outer loop.
Let's have a quick look at this.
Pierre Moreno's in 0.1 second. I'm going to have to keep you updated. He's climbing the hill right behind Perry.
Oh, he gets collected by the Bentley as well. That is a huge...
so much going on.
Huge crash.
Pierre Moreno is coming up to the back of Perry, onto the back straight, up to the inner loop chicanes.
We cut back, they will go too wide for it. No, he thinks better of it. That's a good idea. We've seen people do it, but I would say that it's... not really the best of ideas there. And yeah, that crash earlier for the McLaren, that is a big one. And as well, a person we haven't really spoken about who is slowly and steadily making progress is Thomas Jack for Small PP.
The Mission Spino car. Spinow, I don't know, because it's Winnow, but it's not, but it's Spin now.
Yes, it's like the Pirelli joke that a lot of people make on F1 mods, isn't it? Spirelli.
Spirelli. Well, we got at the moment in Formula Pals a Spinardi car.
Yes.
Obviously styled after the beautiful Minardi car, even if it came... I believe we were looking this up, something up, Milt was saying to us the other day, it is the car that's finished most consecutively at the back of the championship, the Minardi, but it looked good doing it.
McPeepson is round again. I think that car has damage. He got collected very heavily by the Bentley on that lap as well, out of the inner loop chicane, and that is going to be, I think, quite a bit of damage with 3 hours and 26 minutes left of today's race. My room is very warm because my computer is putting out a lot of heat at this current moment in time.
I'm warm on the side of my computer. The other side, I've got a fan, so I'm going to probably be very ill at the end of this with this hot and cold thing going on.
Huh. You're hot and you're cold. You're now really ill.
Well, I know Katy Perry's in the car, but...
Oh, and then you have Formula Pals to race tomorrow, do you not?
I do, at Sepang.
Yes, I was racing in that series, but sadly I am now indisposed.
That is very sad. You were the second, the Penguino Virtuosos, were you not? Or Aficionados, yes. One of them.
Aficionados, I was not in the Virtuosos team yet, even though I really should have been. I have the best.
Well, I think Milt takes York due to the whole, you know, aero engineering side of things.
I had the pace. We would have won the title.
0.5 seconds.
He's still looking, but that BMW is starting to cause a little bit of strife, I would say, around the place.
I think, yeah, that BMW is, he's fast, and he's helping to hold up the leader, because the leader, I think, is at the moment being, or has been, and this has been to his detriment, quite inconsistent as he makes a mistake, and Pierre Moreno takes the lead of the race through the hill, and I think that's done it. Will he try to come back on him?
And you know, really, with the amount of straights that there are, the Audi is an absolute monster down the straights, and I'm not sure that is going to be a possibility. Pierre Moreno, his last lap was also invalid, so he did get a track limits no time gained. So he may actually be starting to on the side of caution with track limits.
That is true. However, we should note that Pierre is going to come up on the back of that BMW, which may once again play a part in this race.
And here is that BMW, driven by Niall. He is actually coming up to the 31 car, which is actually a battle for position.
The Daniel Scott car, so they are going to be fighting. And when in this series and in all of our series, the blue flag rules state that when two cars are fighting, they are allowed to continue the battle with blue flags behind them.
Yes, I prefer the GT style of blue flag rules because in Formula Series, you see it, a blue flag comes out, the car kamikazes itself off of the circuit. Which in some sim racing series I've found can actually be more dangerous than holding the line. As there we go, Pierre Moreno right on the back end, but this is a battle for position as he's flashing away. This BMW in battle for position, so this...
Pierre does well to brake. He gives a safety punt. I think there'll be a penalty, but I think it will be reduced due to that safety punt. But they have not given the position back, so they'll probably get a 5-second, I think, for that.
As we switch up forward, Manuel Klausmeiser getting overtaken by Maudsley, and Fabian Wallers is chasing down the rear end of Hertel as well.
That incident may have saved, to some degree, Pierre's race from being overtaken again, as he has just made it ahead of both of those cars and of a GT4 backmarker of BMW GT4. Yeah, no, what I was saying before we had all this chaos was the Perry car seems to be slightly inconsistent. And that has been what helped Moreno take him. Yes.
Coming back onto that point, Nano has actually given the position back to the Daniel Scott car. I think it might have actually been waiting for the two cars a lap up to come back past.
That seems reasonable. That seems fair. I think they may get away with no penalty then, because generally the rule is if you've safety punted someone as well, that always helps, as long as you don't cause too much damage in doing so. But giving the position back, although he has taken it again just now, is always to. It seems something to do that's nice. And,
that is a big one. Yellow flag for the Mercedes. Let's have a look what's happened. We will jump onto the camera. This is Shield. Yeah, we'll have a look what's happened. We're playing a replay now. We will see. Comes through turn 10 up towards turn 11. Does he collect the wall on the outside? Don't spoil it. He comes round. He gets a spin. Oh, that is a big one. Into the escape road.
I must also say that his rejoining was incredibly dangerous there. Instead of going and reversing to the right or to the left to try and get himself into the pit lane, he decided to come out onto the track again, or track proper, and do a sort of 270-degree turn.
Contact there between the Bingus Mabongas car and Manuel Klausmeier. Both cars survive with it. But that could have been very scary there, because that could have been P13 round, and that could have actually been second place in GT4 gone as well.
Yeah, very lucky to get away with that. That was a surprisingly high-speed hit that didn't come to anything.
And up in the lead as well, Pierre Moreno has grown that gap to 2.4 seconds. Thomas Jack has taken his gap down to 27.
So yeah, but that is 26 now to the number 2 car, which has clearly fallen back. And like I was saying again before the chaos, I think that number 2 car, the current driver in that car, has been, clearly has pace, has been less consistent than their predecessors. And it's kind of caused them to lose time to other cars, particularly that BMW like we were seeing. And that's caused them to lose even more time in the way.
There's definitely a possibility, as we're on with Ven in 21st. Just chasing down a car that is a lap up.
As Maudsley is in the pits. Has lost a place to McPeepson, now in 14th.
I'm just looking around at the things that
Trevor has just come up with a name for the HSPN, which is now the Husky Spin and Punting Network.
Yes! I love it!
That's a good one, that.
I love it! That's brilliant! That's brilliant, the Husky Sports and Punting Network, yes!
You've made Husky's day with that one, I think, Trevor.
Brilliant, that's great. There's Milt is in the chat as well, laughing at the HSPN. This was one of the greatest things that Mr. James Andrews has made while procrastinating.
Well, you just wait till Nürburgring. We've got that's my favourite one now.
What we're gonna have to do now, right? And this is an idea that we should run with as well. Is make some fake sponsors so that I can have it as a cycling thing up top. That'd be sick.
But they've got to be slightly based on real sponsors. We need to find something interesting. We need a Cambridge variant.
Yes.
Just so we can have Husky Spin and Punting Network brought to you by Cambridge.
Right, that's an idea. We're gonna have to put that on the drawing board. That's funny. I love that. That's great.
Oh yeah. As we see,
I remember when I showed it to a friend of mine.
I
showed it to a friend of mine, and do you know what he said? He was sat there like, "I am surprised that you haven't got sued." And I'm like, "Why would I get sued?"
Yeah, what are they doing? Okay, Keir Perry has been overtaken once again by that BMW. I believe they were in front of them for a little while there. Run wide at the heel and is again just losing time to Moreno now, and losing time, more importantly, I guess, to Thomas Jack, risking their current place on the track.
My scene just switched for some obscure reason, so you get to enjoy a little bit of RP series, and a little bit further up as well. Thomas Jack has now pushed that gap to 22.5 seconds on Keir Perry, who has now dropped to 7.5 seconds behind Pierre Moreno. So I think maybe there'll be a bit of work to do for the other two drivers into the latter portion of this race.
As Thomas Jack last lap a 46.3, Perry's last lap a 48.0. Thomas Jack on that lap at least was the fastest of those top three.
Yes. A yellow flag there for Klausmeier, who comes into the pit lane. I hate that it does that.
That is annoying. It does that.
As Kaizen in the 51 RCF McLaren, they've had a very, I think everyone can agree, they have had an absolutely awful race in terms of luck, and they're still going, and they're almost at the halfway mark. The same can't be said for some of the other drivers so far. So
they're currently 8 laps down, but they are keeping at it, keeping on track, and to be honest, they haven't had too many incidents that they've been overly at fault for. They've kept it quite clean mostly. Obviously, they've been involved in a number of very heavy crashes, but not really through their own fault.
So James, let's have a chat about a fun little subject, and that is driver fatigue.
I tried to raise this with Jacob whilst you were ordering your great Chinese. Obviously, like we said before, it's gonna be very, very hard, I think, on Lichten with his need for control of throttle and brake. But there aren't too many solo drivers, and those who are solo driving, I think, are capable.
Well, they've made it almost to the halfway point. There's still time to go, but if you can make it to the halfway point, what's another half?
What is another half indeed? I think it's another 3 hours, but Yeah, I think Moreno will do. We know Pierre is a dedicated sim racer, and he'll probably be all right towards the end. But it'll be interesting if there is any fatigue on his side, because obviously that's the race lead at the moment. It'll be interesting to see if fatigue can affect both race leaders.
I've just realised something.
What have you realised?
This race will be finishing at 11 PM.
Yes.
Grand.
5 plus 6, Husky.
Yeah.
It'll actually be a little bit after 11 PM due to the wait times in between sessions. As we have a battle now happening up in 16th, 15th place between Niall for the Phantom Sim team and Klausmeier for FPM and POT.
Through the final corner indeed.
As we've said, that 37 car, which was previously racing with the leaders, very quick and very possibly making this move shortly. And it looks like they're trying to go for it. Had to back out into turn 1. Both cars run a little wide on the exit. But I think that is indicative of the pace that this BMW has on these other cars around them.
Yeah, with the pace that they've had, you would be surprised that they're in 16th. They've had absolutely insane pace. I mean, they're running with the leaders earlier on.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's just a different drive. And they tuck into the chicane and he gets thrown out. That is unfortunate.
Thankfully, Keeves out of the wall, but 6.5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 7.
Having a look at that from the chase cam, and yeah, that's just... I think that's just different lines into that corner. I don't think either car, personally, could be considered to be overly at blame for that, because I think that the 37 car just takes too shallow a line, and the other car takes a very, very curved line, and they just come together.
Insane, as we have the battle for P8, Peter Hertel against Cone Vink, as we heard earlier on. That car, the 992 Porsche, up in P8 at the minute, and as goal was P10.
Yeah, and there he takes position. Can the Porsche fight back?
Here will be the big question, as they've there's the longest car up ahead. Seems to be everywhere at the minute.
Sadly, I think the Porsche is not going to make much time on the McLaren on this straight.
That is the thing. It is indeed down a straight.
Yeah, Peter Hertel, who is driving the McLaren as his teammate Manny Steiner.
Hang on, he gets held up behind the Maserati through the inner loop.
Oh, the Maserati gets loose out of the chicanes, and the McLaren gets by quite easily. The Porsche, I don't know if they have the pace to do it. I think maybe Muscle will be sensible and let him by.
Yeah, down the inside by the look of it.
Oh,
no!
They get a bit off of it. Yeah, that is
held.
Oh, that is lucky on both of their accounts. I think it is. Yeah. So Peter Hertel driving the McLaren, despite the fact his teammate apparently normally drives the Audi, but he overruled him to drive his favourite car, the McLaren GT3. Well, the McLaren 720S GT3, I assume. I don't think I've ever seen anyone drive the 650 in a Assetto Corsa.
From what I've heard, and someone...
No, you go ahead.
Some people, you know, take this with a grain of salt. Someone probably tell me that I'm wrong. Basically said that when the 720S came out, it was basically just an improvement in every area on the 650.
Yeah, alright, it is clearly the superior car by the fact no one drives the previous generation anymore.
In slightly the same way, but a bit different to how the Evo 2 Audi is, as a package, a bit better than the Evo 1.
Well, you'd hope that the 2 would be better than the 1, but...
As we get a message in the chat from John Z, one of the drivers for, I think, the 992 NMR sim racing team. Heartbeat went up a bit there. Yeah, I expect it did.
Yeah, but the Hertel, according to him, his objective is to survive, and currently they are doing so. So
I mean,
when
fair
that's your
enough.
objective.
We talk a lot about position and that, but 6 hours is a long time, even across, 2 or 3 drivers. That's 3 or 2 hours of racing each, especially more so for the solo entries. Just finishing is an achievement in itself. As Jonesy is the race engineer of the 992 car.
Ah, I see. But obviously, it can be quite easier to finish in sim racing because there are no unless you play iRacing, there are no DNFs unless you choose to. But yeah, it's obviously can be quite challenging if you have a massive crash and you just don't necessarily want to go on. But it's always good to see drivers keep going and plug away because you never know what will happen.
New objective for the NMR, I guess, is P7. That's from Ollie Brett Smith, one of the drivers in that car.
Well, if we get to
P9.
If we get to interview Thomas Jack again, I'm going to have to take him to task a bit because he's not achieved his objective at all thus far, which was to keep the stewards busy. Currently, I don't believe they have a single penalty from the stewards.
No, as that car we were talking about earlier, the 992 car heads into the pit lane with 3 hours and 8 minutes left to go, so I'm not sure if it's a stint change or if it's don't hit the Bowser, or if it's
Can you hit the Bowsers? Are they collidable objects? Oh, they seem to have got very
after this race we will find out.
Yes. Thomas Jack, meanwhile, has brought the gap to Perry down to 11.2 seconds. I mean, not only a couple of laps ago, that was 30 seconds. That's come down quite a way.
It has indeed. Thomas Jack has been pushing very... He's been one of these drivers that's sort of just been making gains without us really seeing it,
He's been driving a very lonely race at the moment. He's 30 seconds up on the car behind, and as we know, Tom's a very quick driver whose setups are horrible for anyone who's not him to drive, but he's a very quick driver who knows what he's doing. And I have no doubt that he will be up fighting with Perry. Probably, I think. Well, it depends on pit stops, I guess. But they still have a pit stop to serve at some point, I think, relatively soon.
Yes, we're coming up to the end of the what's this? Second hour?
Third hour.
Third hour.
Yes.
And we're about at the time where people are starting to pit, especially if they went longer in their first stint. They're going to have to go a little bit shorter in their second.
Robin Moe is making a move. Sorry to interrupt you, but Robin Moe is trying to make a move on Arnold into the second to last corner. I think he's going to make it before the last corner. He's going to be forced to go around the outside.
Not. Is he? Yes, he is.
He has made it ahead on the last corner.
Straight line speed of the Nissan.
P12. As M. Lamb has gone around at the chicane, causing Lichton to go wide as well on the chicane.
Let's have a gander at that incident, shall we? He's gone wide. The car's
he was
gone under.
Back.
Lichton. Oh, he almost backs into Lichton instead as well. And Grob, yellow flag too. What was that for? Was that for much the same thing? I'm not quite sure.
I can't.
Looks like it.
Did you say Grob?
Yeah, Grob, yeah.
You mean Grosh?
Is that not a B?
No, it's a German double S symbol. I can't remember if it's got an official name. Perry just get a flag. Had a moment. Looks like up the hill.
It does indeed. We're going to have to drop back though. Laura Zeiss on the attack of the 31 car. Porsche versus Porsche.
Sorry,
so
again.
Will be contact. Contact between the two Porsches into the inner loop.
Surely a penalty. That's going to be a penalty of some kind for one of those cars. Can't quite see from that angle. I think, yeah, that was not a very nice move. There was also contact between Perry and the 37 BMW, which was obviously racing against him for the lead lap some time ago, and it's been causing a lot of fun for the leaders. There was contact between them up the hill, which caused that yellow flag on the P2 car. And now Thomas Jack is within 3.3 seconds, 3.5 seconds now of the car ahead.
A lot of things are happening, which seems to happen around the pit window. So James, I forgot to say about this in the previous 3 hours. We're coming up to the hour. Who is your driver of the hour?
My driver. Well, we did say it for the first one. We didn't just say, "Oh, Perry is gone." He has slid over, and at the second to last corner has lost the car. Following, I think that was the Bongus, the Bang Racing GT4.
Let's see as they go through the corner.
To P2.
He has to brake through the corner, and that unsettles the car.
That is unfortunate for them. I think they'll be very happy and lucky that we are coming up to the pit window, and they will be able to repair any damage to that car. And I think, you know, I don't want to say anything against any drivers because, you know, Perry is a very fast driver. Sometimes it is good after a stint like this to have a fresh head in the car. So I mean, it can be very useful.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier.
They do not seem that comfortable in the car. And yeah, that's coming back to what we were saying about mental fatigue and thinking of the driver in the car.
Exactly. I know sometimes, especially a bit of myself, but a bit of some other drivers that I race with as well. It's quite easy, and some drivers more than others, to get very hot-headed after you've made a mistake or had a crash. And sometimes it's better to just go, right, we need to get him out of the car and, you know, just let him cool off a bit, because otherwise, you know, you get frustrated, you're gonna make, you know, mistakes, you might end up making a silly move and costing your team a lot more.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm guilty of that, and I know, like I say, I've teamed up with Tom a few times in the past, and he can be very much guilty of that. And I think if they're anything like us, and like I think a team should be, their other two drivers of this team are going to be really talking him through, have hopefully been talking him through this stint, and will continue to talk him through the end of this stint, just trying to get him to keep his head in the car, because this stint has not gone too well for this this car.
Sometimes it happens, you know. One of the most important things I find in sim racing is at the end of a race, either the next day or, you know, after the race, depending on how long it is, especially if it's a team race, to have us sit down and go through the replay and be like, right, what's gone well, what hasn't gone well.
Yeah, the 182 cars just come into the pits, so they are pitting, and I would
too has the 13 car.
Possibly changing driver.
The 13 car has also pitted. The small pee of Thomas Jack.
Now this will be interesting because if they put Craig Hamilton back in that car, and I don't think I'm wrong in saying Craig Hamilton is probably their quickest driver. It'll be interesting depending on if Tom does a double stint or if Sench takes that car over to what happens within the next few laps between these two cars.
I believe Tom will take a double stint as Sench took the first double stint. So I think what they might be doing is double 1-1.
As we are joined by a steward, and he leaves again. I think his Discord is having problems, is Jax.
Yeah, I think he's not actually meant to be coming in here, and
he did message me earlier saying that his Discord was having trouble, and that's why he popped in for a bit earlier and didn't say anything.
As Thomas Jack has taken the car, and as you expected, Craig Hamilton is back in the Super Happy Fun Times 182 car as well. So this is going to be very interesting. Craig Hamilton back in the hot seat.
And Thomas Jack continuing, so it'll be interesting to see these both very quick drivers fighting a battle against each other.
And Grosh as well, 6/10 between himself and Thomas Jack. So this is going to be very interesting. That car of Craig Hamilton now, the 182, is 13 seconds behind Grosh, and then that will be about 14 seconds behind Jack as well. So there's definitely some time to gain.
Will almost certainly need to pit soon.
Yellow flag. Craig it's Hamilton. Contact. Litchen on Hamilton. The GT3 lead.
There?
The GT4 leader into the inner loop indicates. Oh, he collects the rear end of Litchen. Litchen indicates and just puts them both into the barrier.
See, I don't stand by indicating. I know people do. I do not stand by indicating in GT4 because different people interpret that differently, and it looks to me like perhaps Craig thought it was telling him to go left.
Even then, let's have a look at that crash again. So we're on the rear wing of Litchen. No, Craig just takes him. Craig just runs into the back of him, so it's nothing to do with the indicators.
That's unfortunate.
He's just been run into the back of.
Well, that is going to put a little smile on the faces of Carl Cook and Thomas Jack, and very, very big frowns on the not so super happy Fun Times team at the moment. I thought you'd like that one.
Oh man, that was dumb, and I love it. So we're coming up. The halfway point has now.
Yes, we haven't actually done our driver of the hour. We kind of mentioned it, and then things happened. Who's your driver of the hour?
I honestly don't know. I mean, Pierre Moreno has done a very good job, but really, a lot of drivers have been doing quite a good job as well. I think out of everyone, my driver of the hour at the minute has to actually be Thomas Jack. He's just been consistently building.
I think that's fair. We haven't seen much of him because he has obviously just been driving on his own basically, and making up time, and I think, you know, continuing to make up time. I hope at least on the leader.
And you know that BMW driven by Niall, the 37
I was
BMW.
going to say that myself. I think that's it. I mean, I know it's a bit biased because we've been watching him a lot, but there's a reason we've been watching him a lot, and he has been massively influential in the outcome of the race as it stands, whilst
that's not
actually
really what I was
causing
trying
any
to say.
I'm
trying to say that he's in a battle with Oliver Brett Smith, the 992
I was going
car.
to say, I do think though he's probably my driver of the hour. He's been fighting with the leader. He's shown to have the pace.
I've just realised something. 12th, 5-second penalty.
Yes.
13th, 5-second penalty. 14th, drive-through.
Penalties
15th,
have just come in.
5-second penalty.
So Niall, I think, has the penalty for that incident, which he gave that position back for. I'm surprised he got a penalty because he did let the car go by, but then immediately retook it, I guess, which may have played a part in the steward's decision. But I assume that that's what that penalty is for. I'm not quite sure what the other penalties are for, and Brett Smith drive-through.
Here's another penalty. I'm going to have to cut you off here. Will Saunders, not another penalty, another battle, sorry, on the attack of Schumacher through the shoe. Side by side, the BMW get the inside into the toe, but Ian Arnold swoops around the outside and takes the inside line again to defend it. Very good move there from our regular driver, Will Saunders. Schumacher loses it on the exit.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Oh dear, that's not good.
He's got to get that car recovered, but he has a good gap behind him to do so, and that is not good for Schumacher. That drive-through for Brett Smith, which I believe he's currently serving, I believe must have been for track limits because it has not been noted by the stewards.
I'd expect so, as there we go, through the pits. That is going to be very, very annoying. They are currently, their goal was P7, they're now in 16th.
Well, P7's still in the bag. Are they in 16th yet? It says 15th for me still.
Yep, says 16th for me.
Oh,
it was track limits indeed from their race engineer. Oh man, I'm going to expect it was turn 1, running wide.
Yeah, a lot of people running wide at turn 1 and probably starting. I mean, now, this point in the race, this is when you expect people to start getting caught out by those.
Are you ready for an interesting fact? You see this 515 Aston Martin?
Yes.
There's a 5-second gap to the car behind. Here is the car behind.
Oh, that's I mean, they have had a lot of incidents this race. And
Hamilton's in the pits again.
Did you say all for the yellow flag there?
No, I said because he's in the pits again. He's literally just got in the car the previous lap or two, and he's in again.
And he will serve his 10-second penalty in this time. As I was just saying, the 515 Aston, the V12 Aston, obviously in 24th, like you say, only 7 seconds up the road of the GT4 category leader. He has clearly repaired damage because his front bonnet looks quite nice and shiny now. Previously, it was more, well, lifted.
So, some notes. Well, a note from the race engineer of the 992 car. It was track limits indeed, and we got a pit stop error, so we've made an extra stop and lost more time.
I think I noticed that pit stop error. I think he went in the box either a bit early or at the wrong angle and had to correct, and it just, that just loses you time. I've done that myself in the past in multiple series. It's a horrid feeling because you just got to try and get in that box as quickly as possible, and it's just painful when you make a mistake like that.
Yeah, you're working on such tight margins, really, aren't you? And
luckily, ACC has a nice thing where it picks your car up if you're a little bit out of it, but it can still be quite finicky.
Yeah, there is a definite cut-off point. I've had it before in a league race. The first league race I did when I came back to proper league racing in ACC, there was a GT3 race at Barcelona. I pitted literally about a centimetre, if that, from where it had put your car back, so I had to... And I couldn't reverse either, because they'd put in the rule books no reversing on track at all. Not allowed. That was because the previous season they had people reverse on track and collect people. So it applied to the pit stop as well.
At a track like this, because the barriers might stop you from not.
It applied to the pit stops as well. So it was like, right, my choice is either I reverse, probably get caught by the guy behind me and, get a penalty, or do an extra lap. Thankfully, in the Audi, I've always learnt that the fuel amount that it says it's going to use is actually a lot higher than what I typically use a lap in the Audi. So I had about another 2 laps of fuel, which was lucky.
Yeah. Well, so very lucky. As Hurtle pits in P8. And Thomas Jack is now within 26.2 seconds of Pierre Moreno in the lead of this race.
And here is a battle for position for P14, the Smith car of the 31 and the Brett Smith car, the 992 machine.
Yeah, Daniel Scott versus Brett Smith in Porsches both. So this is a nice little bit of basically cup race at this point, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't end up like the 2 Porsche battling us.
That's a drift! What a catch!
That is a brilliant catch there from
well done.
The 992 car is their race engineer is in our YouTube chat, and we tip our hats to you, I think, because that was a fantastic catch there from Brett Smith.
That was great.
Just as I was saying, just as they were going into that, and I was about to say that I really hope it wouldn't end up like the 2 Porsches that fought at the Daytona 24 this year, into that bus stop chicane. If you've seen that, I don't know if you watched that one, Husky.
I did not know.
Yeah, the 2 Porsches at the Chauncey was easy in the chat. The 2 Porsches at the end of that IMSA race, Daytona 24 this year, on the final lap, fighting for, I can't remember if it was a podium position or even a lead position in class. I think it might have been lead. Come together in their own in that bus stop chicane, very similar to the one we have here, and crash. One of them, I think, crashes out the. Well, doesn't crash out of the race, but crashes out of a position, multiple positions they were in. At the on the last lap, but hopefully these cars will be a bit more sensible than that.
I've just put in our stream chat as I'm missing Mr. William Treasure social distance.
Oh yes, the 31 car Daniel Scott has pitted, allowing Brett Smith 992 car to simply run in clean air now, at least until he comes up to the GT4 that is ahead, the 140 car of Lichten.
At least the upside though, with them having to make that pit stop, is they are still on the ability to do the hour. Which is, oh my life, what the heck is happening up ahead? Oh dear lord. GT4 comes like, no, I'm not doing this. There's Deep Cuts is behind there in the bright yellow Bentley, which I don't see Rock and Stone when I look at that. Do you know what it reminds me of?
Well, no, what does it remind you of?
We All Live in a Yellow Submarine.
Really? See, to me, it reminds me a little bit of the VB Longneck Aston Martin from Bathurst.
Oh yeah, you need to have a VB Longneck.
Yes, which a livery which we loved at Bathurst and which Thomas Jack brought back for the last RP Series race to, I think he won that race, I can't quite remember.
I'm sure, I don't remember. Yeah, it's a bit of flashy,
if only someone was watching it.
Yeah, if only someone was commentating it, yeah. Yeah, the commentator for the RP series. Oh, I hate that guy. Oh, he sucks, doesn't he? He's awful.
I think someone's barbecuing outside my house. I didn't know Jurgens was here.
As Deep Cuts is trying to get his way past the 37 BMW. Gets his way past maybe through the chute. No, they will be side by side up through the toe. So he will get out ahead of that. Deep Cuts does indeed. So that's a car that's a lap down. So not fourth position.
Once again, the 37 car continuing to fight people who have lapped him. And yeah, I think this car, again, like I said, that's why I think he must be my driver of the previous hour, and if he carries on like this, might be my driver of this hour as well, because he has just got that pace to really start fighting against... he should be much further up, I think.
Yeah, sometimes we look at a driver and go, you know, he should be a lot higher than he is currently, but you then think, why are they not higher?
Well, that's always the question, but anything can happen in these sorts of races.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that car apart from the fact it's on fire.
That car is completely identical to the car ahead. Or was it completely different to any other car except for the car ahead?
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Murray Walker, great quote.
He is fantastic. He was a fantastic lad. As Thomas Jack continues, the gap has not come down much in recent laps. It's now 23 seconds, so maintaining around the same time. Although Pierre has had some bad recent laps by the looks of it. Last lap being a 49.0.
Yeah, I'm quickly being texted, so give me just 2 seconds.
Husky has more important things to do. As tickets, by the way, are coming in for the stewards, and the stewards are getting to them quite nicely. A new ticket just came in, the benefit of seeing what's going on with them. Yep, Tom continuing to pull slightly on Pierre lap by lap. As we see further back in the grid, it looks like Jacob Alacia is still a lap down at least on Lichton, who seemingly has a commanding lead. As you can see him there, just at the back of that pack on Husky's stream, a commanding lead with the GT4 class. Very impressive for a solo driver, and as he said in his driver information, his plan is to win this race. And to prove the pace of the Maserati, and thus far he is certainly doing that. As Alexander Georgiev in the chat says, everyone gets a 5-second penalty. That would be the quickest way to stop being a steward there, Crime. Well, I suppose if you give everyone a 5-second penalty, it balances out. I assume Husky's gone to get his Chinese food, as the 37 BMW driven by Akash has gotten past Schumacher through the entrance of the chicanes, and will continue to push. And the next car ahead for them is W. Saunders in the 70 Honda. Between them still is Jürgen Stroisen in the Bentley, the 666 Bentley, or sorry, Deep Cuts even still in the 666 Bentley.
I have returned.
Welcome back. The 37 car has just taken Schumacher.
Oh, have they?
Yes.
Oh, as we see Thomas Jackson, smile, baby! Getting past Lucas Lichton.
Yep, Lichton, like I was saying, has just absolutely dominated this race, and that is completely in line with when they said they wanted to prove the pace of the Maserati. It says contact. It looks like there was contact between Hadel and Saunders, and they have both yellow flagged on the exit of turn 1. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Let's have a look at this then, shall we? Oh! Yeah. They both get into each other massively.
Oh, that is unfortunate, but I think if there is to be a penalty there, it would be on that 70 car, who just swept wide out of that exit, that corner, and right into the nose of the other car.
The first tap was all right. It was the second time he came in that the problems occurred.
I fully expect to see the stewards looking at that as soon as they possibly can.
That is unfortunate, and yet my Chinese is en route.
Ooh.
Yes, indeed. The privileges of commentary is getting a Chinese. I mean, you have to buy yourself one, but.
I was gonna say, I just made myself a gumbo, you know.
What even is a gumbo?
A gumbo is a sort of Creole dish. It's hard to explain. It's basically the staple of most Creole/Cajun cuisine: the peppers, the onions, the celery, with some sausage and also preferably some sort of smoked sort of sausage, and and chicken. And
is it basically just like a soup?
It's a bit like a stew sort of soupy thing, I guess.
Like a Cajun version of Irish stew.
It's unique. It's a unique thing, and I quite like it. I was going to make a jambalaya, which is basically the same thing but with rice in it rather than on the side. There are major differences, including cooking time. But I thought I'll just make a big pot of gumbo and have it as I please. It's a lovely thing.
I mean, fair enough, you know, people never really seem to think about the commentators, the amount of water that we blast our way through doing this job, and the amount of food that we get, which isn't a lot. I mean, it is for me. I get a lot of food because I'm not the one paying for it, damn.
There we are.
And we were talking about this earlier. The 37 car, the BMW.
Yes, they are incredibly quick.
On the attack of the driver in 10th, the 69 machine of Peppy McPeepson.
And the attack has been made, and they are past.
It's not even for position, they're in 16th.
No, they are really blasting through this pack. Oh, that was...
free position there for him, because that was the car that he was chasing down.
Well, Robin will be very happy with that. Him and Maudsley up to 10th now in the Nissan. I think they're the only Nissan on this grid.
They are. But
that is, I believe that is one of Mo's cars of choice. Mo likes an unconventional choice, I know. And this is no exception. He does drive the Honda, which is a car which, if you ask, again, we only have one of those on the grid as well. If you ask Thomas Jack, is hell to drive.
We had two at one point.
In this race?
Yeah, the number 16 car.
Oh, I didn't realise. Well, we only have one now. And there is a common denominator there. Well, yes, I suppose a common denominator of one, but still.
Yes, one is technically a common denominator. What are the factors of one? One. Brilliant. Oh, man. I've got a funny story from work. I've been having to do math recently, right?
Oh, God.
Now, what we're looking at buying at work is, I work in a food factory. We do chemicals and stuff for cleaning, obviously.
Obviously.
And, we're buying multiple things to sort of pre-measure the chemicals, so it just literally mixes them itself and spits them out. I've been having to figure out how quick it needs to dispense. Because it can dispense anywhere from 0.16 litres, so 160 millilitres a minute, to 50 litres a minute. Now, this has been the weirdest moment of my life, because I've had to ask so many people what they believe a reasonable length of time to half fill a mop bucket is. Like, I'm going around with a notepad and pen in, because I work in a food factory, a hairnet and, a beard thing on because I'm not shaving my beard off, and an overcoat. And I'm sat there just like, how long would you think is reasonable to half fill a mop bucket? And the people just look at me like, what are you going on about? Like, what size mop bucket?
So I started. Look at you like that.
I started because people were asking me how big the mop bucket was. I just went and grabbed the mop bucket and I went, this. How long fill this?
Have you tried just filling it up and timing it?
I learned that for most people it's about 3.5 minutes they find acceptable. And yes, that would have been a smarter idea than what I currently have done.
We chat the proverbial. Renko Price has been trying to make a move on Mac, just got held up by the 51 GT4 McLaren and got a little bit squirrely on the second to last corner.
Still within a second,
losing a little bit of time. Well, they were within about 0.2 a couple of seconds ago.
4/10 over the line.
Yeah.
They both get a free position from the number 17 McLaren, and he's also gained time through turn 1 as well. Back to 2/10 between the two drivers as they run up the hill. So we'll stick with this battle for a little bit. Let's jump on the rear wing of Mac and see if that Bentley gets any closer down the straight.
I think he already has. It's not even on the straight yet.
1/10. Here we go. Defensive
He's
comes
making
off
a move. That is, yeah. He's given that up. I think he sees that coming from a mile off and just lets him go through. That is a very sensible thing to do.
Yellow flag. Is that Pierre Moreno is round?
The leader is round. This is tragic. This is not the first time this has happened to Pierre at the end of a race like this. Or not at the end of the race, like in the middle of a race like this, let alone. That is going to play massively into Thomas Jack's hands.
To Pierre, we see him come through the hill. Keep a watch on the driver through turn 9. Does he run up the hill? Does he take too much curve and just lose it? On the curve, yep, the car lifts. He tries to catch it and it goes again. A nose barrier bonk.
That is very unfortunate, but he maintains the race lead, 12.6 seconds ahead of Thomas Jack. If he can hold this out, he should. I do not think he'll have more than 12 seconds worth of damage in that, and he may possibly hang on.
With, you know, the best part of 2.5 hours left, you know, and still, you know, at best, 2 or 3 more pit stops to make, depending on how long he's been running. Thomas Jack could now be in with a lot better of a shot at the race win.
Well, Thomas Jack gained about 13 seconds on him with that. Pierre's time being a 1:59 for the previous lap.
Oh, he got very squirrely over the curbs into the chicane. Oh, that was not a fun sight. That looked painful. I was like, that's a reference no one's going to get from a very obscure Australian puppet comedy.
Oh, see, I thought you were doing a General Melchett.
No.
Blackadder.
No. People in the chat after the stream, go look up Randy Buys a Bookshelf on Gumtree.
Randy Buys a Bookshelf.
It's like an Australian version of Jeff Dunham.
Oh, I see. All I can think of now is that Randy Buys a Bookshelf sounds like, you know, that Harry and Paul. You remember that old Harry and Paul show they had?
Yeah,
do you remember the sketch where it was like the man listing all of the different things that he's done to the woman, and she's just like, not that I recall. That's what Randy Buys a Bookshelf. Doesn't ring a bell.
But no, this character that gets played through the puppet is a purple bald Australian bloke who is the most offensively Australian guy you could think of, apart from the fact that he's vegan and teetotal.
I think I might have seen some of that. At least I think I've seen the puppet.
And one of my favourite things is he's talking about when he became like teetotal, when he started drinking, and you know, the line is, "I now go out on a weekend looking for cops so he can act drunk when they come to the window." And my favourite thing is just the way that he describes it. Like, even if you're sober at night on a weekend and you get pulled over by the police, your reaction is still the same as when you're drunk. It's still,
as we have a message from one of the stewards in the YouTube chat saying that Randy Feltface is legendary.
Yes, he is, Jack. He is. He's brilliant. I love it.
Jack gets everything. Jack gets absolutely everything. I was playing Rocket League with Cookie, whose team is currently running somewhere 6th in this race with deep cuts, and we were playing it, and I mentioned the Will Wheaton dice curse to Cookie, and he had no idea what I was on about. And Jack knew what I was on about. Jack knows everything. I'm convinced.
I'm going to just cut you off there. We've got a yellow flag for the 37 car into the bus stop. Let's see what's happened here. Then, as we see it coming up, is that going to be another spin into the bus stop? This driver had one earlier on in the race, a couple of hours ago. Is it the same thing, or what? It's over the curb, robbing Mo down on the outside, gets collected by Mo.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for them. I think there might be a penalty going Mo's way there. That is unlucky, yeah, because they've been running extremely well. I mean, they don't seem to have lost any actual places via it, so they should be all right to continue. Shouldn't have too much damage.
Hopefully, as well. The BMW, I'm not sure, is very rear arrow dependent. I know on my main car, the Audi, if you get rear end damage, that's it. You're done.
Well, the Audi is shaped like a Beetle, so.
Yes, and it's more rear end dependent. I believe the Beamer though doesn't really have aero because it's just square, brick.
It is.
I hope that big schnoz does something for the aero.
I think it just collects, doesn't it?
Like you could fit me in the big schnoz.
It has got very. I love. It's a horrible sight seeing the big schnoz behind you as you're trying to race.
Well, let's try and find a big schnoz. Here's one.
I'm glad that that's not a big schnoz.
Schnoz.
Yeah, oh, there we are. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it didn't change for me before you said that.
Big schnozonator.
It is a very, very big schnoz. Have we got any M6s in here?
No, Delisle has not joined.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Do you remember when the BMW came out in ACC and it was the most overpowered thing in history?
It was completely unbalanced and everyone drove it.
And now the Audi's come out and it's quick and everyone's mad at that now.
Yeah, but I always loved it when it came out. Oh, 69 car is going slowly out in the outer loop.
Yes,
What's happened to that?
Watching this replay, he's just lost it through the outer loop, first curb. Car's gone around and he's just punched the throttle again to get going.
It's not that curb, it's those curbs. Really,
it's
isn't
them
it?
Curbs.
Them curbs.
Them curbs.
That chicane.
That chicane.
Well, them chicanes, actually, there's two of them as well. But I remember when the BMW first came out, I remember Tom's reaction to it being that he didn't want to drive it because it was too easy to be quick in, because he is a masochist.
Yep, Tom not this Sunday, the Sunday after, he'll be taking the REX to Laguna Seca.
Yep, because he is a masochist.
So that will be a fun time for him. He'll take the GT3 Rex to Laguna Seca. I'm sure he's looking forward to that one.
Yeah, that's not a car I'd want to be driving through the corkscrew, I'll tell you that.
I've driven it once in ACC. I got flipped and I gave up.
So, despite the incident and potential slight damage he has, Pierre Moreno is still leading this race by about the same gap of now 12.2 seconds.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that so far, but keep in mind, pit stops, you know.
The question is, will he decide to repair the damage, or will he forego it, considering he's not losing too much from it?
That'll be the question. I mean, last lap for Pierre was a 146.5. Last lap for Tom was a 146.2. We'll see how he goes this lap. Pierre was also slower.
As he hits the wall. Sorry, Pierre just coming out the final corner hit the wall slightly on the exit.
I think he will have to repair the damage, especially if a wall hit, because that's going to have damaged the rear end of the car.
Yeah.
And it's very rear end dependent.
Yeah, and Jack has already gained about 0.7 of a second from that.
The last
Not
lap
too much,
Moreno,
but it'll add up in the pits.
Last lap from Moreno, 146.6. The last lap for Jack was a 146.3.
Yeah,
the last lap for Herbert, I'll see when he comes across the line, but I think it might actually also be quicker. His lap 113 was a 146.4, so
yeah,
he's definitely on the pace. It's at 176. Aston Martin to the cars ahead. A little bit.
Yeah, but that gap in pace there is telling, because that is less than the gap that Tom actually gained in that through that hit. So he's clearly also lost some on this lap as well, with the line coming up quite early.
The last lap for Herbert was a 146.3, so actually on the same pace as Thomas Jack across the last lap of running.
I'm surprised that no one's really. I mean, I know we're halfway through an hour, stint hour, I guess. I'm surprised no one's really done anything faster yet than the 144.9.
We've not actually seen this yet, but a battle for GT4 has started.
Ooh.
Pascio on Alasia.
Jake Alasia versus Mike Pascio.
position, but it will be a battle for laps, so we'll see it.
Yeah, and again we get that quirk of race app where it tells us the gap, despite it not being the actual gap.
Race control.
That one. Race app, race control. One is good, one is alright.
One is good, one breaks a lot.
Both of them break a lot.
Okay, yeah, good point, you win this one. The question is, where is the password?
Where is the password indeed? And is it visible if you hit confirm?
Yeah, I remember once I said to Muscle, you should change the password to something. So the password is on race
the
app.
yellow flag, sorry, there's a yellow flag coming out of the chute. It was McPeepston. I don't know what's happened to him there.
Look, what's happened to McPeepston. He's on his own. The car loses it from underneath him into the chute. He tries to correct, overcorrects, and goes into the outside area.
Yeah. Again, it's just catching the grass here. I mean, you know, the curves here aren't too bad, but the grass, on the other hand, it really does send you around.
McPeepston looks like, yeah, he did. He lost out position to Klausmeier through doing that as well.
Yeah. I'm not going to hit him, and it'll be interesting to see if he decides to pit this lap to repair. He looks a bit squirrely coming out of some of these corners.
It will be very interesting to see. We're now getting into the point. We're now getting into the point where fatigue will definitely be starting to set in. You know, the end of a double stint for some drivers who have done it. The end of single stints for some drivers who have done it as well.
And
you know,
peeps and pits.
That's to be expected.
Yeah.
Thomas Jack getting past the last placed GT4 car. They're still going. So good on him.
As Deep gets wide on the outer loop. I don't think anything actually happens with that, but Jacob Lazier obviously getting caught up by some of the GT3 cars passing, which is possibly helping Pashto to try and get up to him, although it doesn't look like Pashto quite has the pace to Jacob to really catch him. I mean, the last lap for Pashto was a 1:59.1, whilst Jacob Lazier is doing a 1:57.3.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting as Deep Cuts gets his way past, as too does the car in P23, the 79 machine of Hardell.
Just been a few changes of position as some cars come into the pits. Schumacher is also in the pits now and has been passed by the 154 car for 18th.
It's very interesting to see why people are pitting, because obviously some people
obviously
had to pit. Yeah, obviously some people had to pit early.
Yes.
Which means that their stint timer is going to be a bit more out of whack. Especially if they pitted with damage, because you think it's an hour and 15-minute stint timer, cool. But what if you pit an hour and with let's say 3 hours and 45 minutes left? That 75 is then going to come at the 2.5 hour mark.
Yeah,
so
I mean, it's going to get very interesting to see how they do it.
What do? Do you try and build on it and just switch to that, and then maybe try and get to the closest hour or 75 for your final stop? Or
personally, when I'm racing, I like to try and gain as much time as possible, but I also like, and sometimes having a crash can help with this, because you've got to consider other people are going to always have incidents, other things are going to happen. I like to try and pit with a slightly lesser fuel load for the last stint, particularly a track like this, which should be quite hard on tyres, so that you're going out for that last stint with fresh tyres and lower fuel than other people will be going out on.
Yeah, there's with strategy, there's many different ways. Some people, you know, prefer to run a race engineer. I know when I do endurance racing, if it is, let's say, the last 24 hour I did, the way we worked that was the first guy in the car would be race engineered by the last guy in the car for that run. And then the first guy would then race engineer for the second guy, and it would sequentially go round until the finish. Some people in shorter races have just a set engineer. It's like, here is my mate, here's my race engineer. You know, there's many ways of doing it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if people pit now, consider you got one lap, you got what, 2 stints left, full hour stints, let's say. If you do an hour each, then your last stint will be about half an hour long, and that to me is like if you've had a few incidents, it's the perfect amount of time to really try and just push to the end, like a sprint sort race on fresh tires, lower fuel load than most people go out on fresh tires on, and just try and make up those last few positions. Obviously you can, you know, it's if you've just started the race, I think if you have a clean race with no early pits, I'd probably want to push towards as far towards the 75 minutes as you can and try and build the half an hour perhaps that way.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
But yeah, it depends on obviously what people are doing. It depends on what damage people get thus far as well to how they end up pitting.
Yeah, we're going to jump to this battle here. This is the battle for P19, so top 20. Renko Price against Lucas Schumacher gets the move, gives a little bit of a squeeze to defend the inside. And that would be P19 for the Mark Racing 210 car.
Oof, very nice for them.
Yeah. Very good move there, and I'm little slam, so I'm going to quickly run off and go and get food.
Alright, I'll see you in a second. As the gap to the leader from Thomas Jack has come down still more. 10.4 seconds back is Thomas Jack on Pierre Moreno. Not too much quicker though in the last lap in terms of time. I'm wondering when they will take the next pit stop. I'm not sure if they pitted on the hour or sometime before it. As Husky's stream currently showing the leader of the GT4 pack coming up to the rear of the GT3. So now we have Koss coming up to the chicane, and every time I seem to get it, it switches. Let's have a look at what's going on. There is a battle currently between Lucas Schumacher and Robin Price. Is that Robin? Sorry, Renko Price. I don't know why I said Robin. He's 0.3 seconds back, just coming through the chute now. BMW on a V8 Aston Martin, looking to make that move very shortly. As we see, there has been a yellow flag for Roger Pesch, the 154 BMW. I'll have a look back, see what happened here. So it's coming up the no-name left-hander and just seemed to lose the car. Managed to avoid hitting the wall and keep going, but lost a little bit of time in that and has now pitted. Possibly some issue with old tyres, perhaps. There's not too much going on through the field aside from Schumacher being still 0.8 behind Price. Still trying to gain. I think they've had a couple of back markers between them. Oh, and Husky is back and sounds like he's a million miles away.
Guess who's back with a brand new wrap?
Well done. Schumacher is still trying to gain on Price, 0.6 within that 42 car solo driver Lucas Schumacher and Renko Price for the Mark Racing team.
Let me find it. Lucas Schumacher, there we go. Gonna be harassed by that Aston Martin as well. The I believe the third place car bearer.
And Hannah Ickler is back in the Red Kiwi Racing team for the 154 BMW. Taking over that car now in 22nd place. A couple of drivers, including Aaron Rains and I believe Mac, got past in that pit stop. Schumacher looks to have dropped off a bit. I think he got passed by a faster GT3 and it lost him quite a bit of time. Now back down to 3.1 seconds.
Always painful. Always painful when
it always is.
You lose time in a pit stop, but think of it this way. You might lose time in a pit stop, but they have to pit too.
This wisdom from Husky.
I know you think, right? They got to pit once every hour and 15 minutes at least, at minimum. They will have to pit too, you know?
Yes. as Thomas Jack has brought the gap down to 9.4 seconds, now within 10 seconds of Pierre Moreno ahead, which if Moreno does indeed have damage, might start to make him question when he wants to pit to repair any damage that is affecting his performance, although he does seem to be also getting caught up by GT4 cars, having just passed the 56 BMW.
If Pierre had to repair the damage, that may probably hand Tom Jack the win.
Well, if he pits now and has less than 8 seconds of damage, which to be honest I think he might do, he could come out ahead of Thomas Jack once he makes his pit stop and could finish this race in 2 stints still.
Possible.
220 if he does a full, if the car can do a full 75-minute pit stop, he could take the stop and come with and pit again with 1.5 or 1.05 remaining.
At least from my driving of the Audi, I think you would be able to pull a 75-minute out of it. You would just need to make sure you wouldn't have to like change an engine mode or lift and coast that much, but you'd have to probably reduce your average fuel burn by about 70 millilitres a lap. So 0.07 litres a lap. That's not a lot.
Yeah. No, it's not a lot, but then when you've got Thomas Jack, obviously far more capable. If Pierre does pit for damage, Thomas Jack is far more capable of being flexible with his pits. You have him very close behind, and that small bit of fuel saving might make up that difference.
However, if that 13 car is doing as much of a fair share as possible, they've got 2 more pit stops to make.
That is true, but so does everybody.
And in the second run, I think if they're doing as much of a fair share in the second run, Kyle Cook will either be taking the next stint for an hour or the final stint for an hour.
That is probable due to Tom being very much on the side of equal share, but they don't have to. So maybe Tom will do a quadruple stint. Wouldn't that be fun?
They don't have to, no, but it's always a thing that factors in, isn't it?
Yes. Tom has done a 4-hour race solo before in Paul Ricard, and he won that race. So he can do 4 hours very successfully. He's proven to be able.
I have good stories from Imola. Me and a group of friends, we entered 2 cars into it. And in the other car, the other Glen brother, we had Kieran in the chat earlier, his brother Liam. We didn't put him in the same car because Kieran was quicker. But no, what happened was the driver that Liam was having to drive with, his girlfriend's dad came round.
Oh.
So Liam was in a car just like, when's he coming back? When's he going? About, 4 odd hours later, he finally comes back. In the meantime, all the stints are out of whack because we had the stint set up so, as they obviously live in the same house, they could go and order takeaway at the same time and eat it. But it was all out of whack, so it caused a very funny thing.
Well, that is indeed whack, yo, as they say in the streets.
What, the streets of where? The Compton 1983?
Yes.
Nah, dude, what would it be? Like, oh, that's so not lit, innit, bruv?
I don't think they talk like that in Compton. W. Saunders just had a yellow flag. I'll check what has happened to him down in 13th.
So, we have a battle unfolding. Robin Moe against Corsa. This is a battle for position, P9.
We actually
McLaren versus Nissan.
Oh, Klausmeier, he pitted. He had to slow down very much. I think he might get a drive-through. He slowed down more than he needed to for the pit lane entry to Klausmeier.
Oh dear.
We'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, Mo is fighting Corsa for 9th. Corsa Rosset.
And they will go side by side. No, they won't. They won't go side by side in the shoot. Mo thinks better of it.
Do you know the story of Ricardo Tossa Rosset, Husky?
Nope.
He was a driver. I can't remember what team he raced for in the 90s. I know he nearly raced for, might have raced for Lola at one point. You know, the worst team ever to join the F1 grid. Hassler, all right. MasterCard Lola. And his team hated him so much, they used to call him Tosser Rosset. I think they even wrote it on his car at one point.
That's quite funny.
The classics
to
of
work with a guy.
So Corsa Rosset, as I'm going to call him, is being chased down by Robin Moe for Good Smile Racing. Meanwhile, Corsa drives for Dive Bomb Massacre Team. Very different team names there.
Unrelated, this Fu Young is really good.
That's good. I'm glad. As is Robin he's gonna try it. Is he gonna brake late enough?
Dive bomb down the inside.
He's just dive bombed the dive bomb team themselves and made it up into the 9th place.
Now that Nissan, I was saying earlier, Robin Moe has been saying that it is very good in a straight line. He tried in some practice races that a lot of drivers were doing yesterday, putting it to 2 rear wing. That car is running max rear wing.
Amazing.
Because he tried to set it to 2 for the straight line speed, and no.
Oh no, this track needs wing. I think that's something that is proven just by looking at it. It's there's a lot of flowing corners around, which is why we love it. Meanwhile, the leader in GT4 has come in to make a pit stop.
Indeed, he has.
And Thomas Jack has brought the gap down to the leader to 6.2 seconds. So I think Pierre is getting some very dangerous territory here if damage is a concern. Last lap being a 47 flat for Pierre, whilst Thomas Jack is basically a second faster, 9/10.
As I say, this GT4 car, driven by Lucas Litchen, is actually a lap up on second place in GT4. So a full lap of safety, really, there.
Yeah, I mean, they've clearly built up a nice gap, and once again, proving what they've set out to do, which is to prove the pace of the Maserati. And they want to. I think currently they are.
Well, Maserati running P1 and 2, that is...
certainly proving their pace of both the car and drivers. Meanwhile, Molineux is back in the 51 car, recently having made a pit stop. Almost gets collected by the 93 BMW car there, avoids that.
Oh, that was really good, that.
Have you eaten it already?
Yeah. I've got another 2 meat.
Lichton gets a little bit loose out of the exit of the chicane. Luckily does not have any major incident to talk of.
Many GT3 cars around him though, so he has to keep a bit safe from them.
To be honest, that's probably to his benefit actually. He's actually passing now, or trying to pass, his BMW GT4 counterpart.
Yeah, and they're making a bit of a roadblock really.
They are very much causing problems for the GT3 cars. That Bentley has to massively slow down.
And they finally get past the BMW. Well, the Bentley does at least. It looks like one of those low fuel protests that's happening at the minute.
This is very, very much reminiscent of an incident in the RP series at Bathurst, which if Thomas Jack sees this, he will not be very happy about.
Oh yes, I'm aware of the one you're thinking of.
Yes. For anyone who doesn't know, there was an incident, not an incident really, between 2 battling GT4s at Bathurst on the 2nd straight, running out of Hell Corner up to turn 2, as the V12 Aston just comes into the pits, where the 2 battling GT4s, one sitting on the racing line, the other trying to get past them, sitting out of the way of a GT3, basically caused the GT3 to have to sit down them on what is the 2nd longest straight of that circuit.
Yes, there was some very happy words said.
There was a great deal of discussion about what constitutes blue flag driving and blocking and whatnot. But yeah, won't really go into rehash it too much, but that reminded me very much of that.
As Thomas Jack has pulled that gap to 5.6 seconds. You can just see him in the background appearing as Moreno goes through the turn 10.
Yes,
so Thomas
he
Jack
is
starting to rear his head a bit.
He is on the start fit, going to be now on the same bit of track as Pierre Moreno coming onto this straight, at least on the slightly longer straights that we have. And he will see the bright pink Audi in the distance, and well, it will be ravenous for it, I think.
Yeah, and we can put it back as well to the conversation about, you know, the mentality of sim racing. You see the car ahead and it's like, right, he's there, I can have him.
Yep, for some drivers that can be a problem, but I don't think it will be for Thomas Jack of all people. Very experienced race winner, both in endurance and in series.
I wouldn't say experience, I think he's only been sim racing 8 months, I think he told me.
Yeah, but like I told you, he's been sim racing for longer than that, just not ACC sim racing. Well, I suppose it depends on what you count as sim racing, but he's only had a proper wheel, or he had a proper wheel set up, I think, a while ago, but only has had a modern wheel set up in the last 8 months. But considering he basically lives on this game, I think he has more experience than half of this grid who have been playing it for years.
So here is a battle that is unfolding. It's the 37 car against the 155 car, the Red Key Racing 2 car versus the 37 machine, and there is a 922 as well.
Yes, the 992 just came out of the pit lane and is joining maybe this fight if they can make it up to speed quick enough.
I think they can as well. These two, the BMW and the Porsche, will be battling, which will slow themselves up as well as they head through the inner loop. That has already given Vink some time back, in fact.
Yeah, as Vink will try to be furiously getting his tyres up to pressure to try and get back into this fight. Obviously, having lost those places, I think it's one of the most painful things that can happen, losing a place in the pit lane and being able to see them on the exit. And you just have to think, if you'd gone slightly quicker on the last lap, if you'd gone slightly better into your box, you might have come out ahead. And he literally just came out as they were passing the exit. But sadly, I think he's dropping off a bit too much at the moment to play a part in this fight.
I remember the last time I did endurance racing as a main thing, the one thing that typically my race engineer, because we typically run the same stint pattern, would always say to me is just, you know, forget about what's happened, just keep going, don't crash. And he's like, yep, fair enough. Because it can be frustrating, and you know, when people are frustrated, you know, things start happening and problems can then start occurring, which you don't want.
No, yeah, it's again, it comes back to what we're talking about, mental games, sort of thinking in the car. You just keep your head down, you know, as the famous Ferrari engineers say. Head down, we are checking.
This sweet and sour is also pretty good.
Oh, that's good.
See, I buy sweet and sour Chinese style.
Sorry, you were saying?
I buy sweet and sour Chinese style because it comes in sauce, and then I mix rice in at the end and have sweet and sour rice.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do with curry sauce. Except I sort of mix it in the beginning. So no one actually has improved upon the fastest lap for the last 4 hours now, as the fastest lap was set in the first stint, I believe. And it has maintained, obviously, as I said earlier, the fastest lap time of a GT3 of any kind as an overtake is made, and one car goes off. What's happened here?
That is, not sure. It's Schumacher in the background, the 40 car. He's taken the crowd strike sign with him. Let's have a look at what's happened. This is coming into the chute, down towards the toe where the problem was occurring.
Oh, he got on the grass and just absolutely wrecked into the wall.
Gets it again, but they're off here as well.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, off again.
To steer. Look at that steering lock.
Grabs a crowd strike sign from somewhere. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. the problem is that is one of the worst places to come back on the track because, especially if you're running a low TC, the car is going to wheel spin because there's no contact with the road.
No, yes. It is it's not a great moment there, and you could see his steering lock was massively to the right, and he was still, again, like the incident with the V12 earlier, just unable to really make any turning.
It is always painful.
Continues to fight with the 37 car. They are having a good battle up there. Vink has fallen to 6 seconds behind this battle, which is not what they'd want, and they are at risk of being passed by Hansen right now. I think they are getting passed. They have been passed by S. Hansen, by Scott Hansen from Rocky Blue Racing, who takes 15th. The 992 car now down to 16th.
I don't know, we're coming up to the hour again, so do you know what it's time for?
Oof, all these hours are starting to blur into one big race, so...
Wait, I've made a jingle. It is the Audi of the hour, the driver of the hour. There you go.
I thought you were actually going to play something. All I got was spoons clanking together.
Yeah, I played the spoon.
That's a real like Ted Pravitz sort of thing you just did there, Husky.
I played the spoon.
Well done. The best musical instrument.
Yes.
Ay.
So, who is your driver of the hour, Jeff?
It's a difficult one because this hour has been, I think, less full of some really... The last hour was pretty packed with a lot going on. This hour has been more full of unfortunate incidents than it has been with clear overtaking, as far as I can remember. Thomas Jack now within 1.9. I think he's probably the best one to get it. He's obviously brought that gap down within the last hour by about 30 seconds to now be basically racing for the lead of this race. As McPeaston is round at the first part of the chicane, dem curbs have struck again.
And in the battle of Schmitz versus
McPeaston's coming back on here as well. They get past just in time.
Yep, in the battle of Schmitz versus Schifrasen. See, if I pronounce it 9 million ways, I'll get it right at least once.
Pierre has pitted, the race leader has pitted, and Thomas Jack has gone through to first.
Yeah, indeed. Here is the race leader the ex-race leader in the pits. We'll have a gander at his pit time that he stopped on the thing, which I'll keep an eye on. Here is Thomas Jack. He is now in the lead of the race. However, keep in mind, he will still have 2 pit stops left to make and may put Kyle Cook back in the car.
I think knowing Tom, his plan will be to put Kyle in at his next pit stop. He will want to go as long as possible and take that final stint himself. And knowing if Kyle Cook is sensible enough, he'll also want that, because that's usually what I want.
Yeah. It's hard to strategize, especially on the fly, but you got to think about who has had the better pace in comparison. Pierre Moreno still in the pit lane, 42, 43, yes, so I expect he's repairing that damage.
Repairing that damage. I think he's going to hope to do a Charles Leclerc at Austria and take those positions back from repairing that damage.
A 49-second box time, a 1:22 pit stop overall for Pierre Moreno.
He now is being followed by Deep Cuts, who may get past him on this lap, but Deep is a lap down.
And a bit further back down the grid is the Red Kiwi Racing 155 versus the 37 car of Phantom Sim. This has been a battle that has been occurring for, a decent length of time, really. Porsche versus BMW. They seem to be strong in each other's weak points, which is helping to keep the gap about where it is.
Yeah, no, they've been going at it for some time. Again, the 37 car, which I have been gaining respect for throughout this race, I think. Really fighting well. And obviously Schmitz himself coming onto this car well as he goes to make a move down the inside into the hill. No, he backs out of it. Gonna probably, I doubt, make a move into the next corner. Might try through the final few corners. Oh, he makes it!
Oh, contact!
I think he just broke way too late. They both sort of slowed
down.
Oh,
Peepson! Oh, no!
That's not good. Peepson just went right into the back of him.
Pierre Moreno came across that as well. That is not going to help his lap times. And now...
No, he is stuck there behind these two now. Pierre takes the inside. Attack.
Do you know someone that did gain out of that?
Touches as
Hansen.
well.
Oh, Kiwi! Oh my lord! Here's a driver.
Hansen massively out of this. Schmitz hit the wall after being touched by Pierre there.
He did. Hansen was in either 15th or 16th, and now he's in 13th.
Muller is facing the wrong way in the exit of the chicane. You might want to watch that back.
Oh, let's have a watch. Muller facing the wrong direction.
Because he was facing the wrong way.
He's taken too much through it again. Oh!
Look at where he lands.
Just clicks him. Oh, that is
unlucky situation to end up in.
That's bad. And in this battle now, Peppy McPeepson against Hansen, who's gone. Hansen's gone. He's gone. He's washed. Call him Lewis Hamilton. He's washed. Sorry.
That's an inside joke. He's not actually calling Lewis Hamilton washed for the people at home. Although Crime's probably currently furiously typing in our chat saying he is washed. Actually, no, Crime's suspended, wasn't he? The 31 car of Hansen gone off at the place where so many have before him.
See, I think I was asking people before, what do we think that curb will be? I think I've come to the realization that there's multiple curbs.
It's them. it's the inner loop. That's all it is.
Here is the race leader in the pits, and that means Herrera will take the race lead.
The real question is, will Pierre Moreno, after those incidents, after that being caught up in all of that, will he? I don't think he will. Thomas Jack is moving. Obviously, he had a 10-second longer pit time.
Thomas Jack's already out the pit. He's already out.
What was Tom's pit like? What's Tom's pit time?
Tom's time in box was 32. Full pit time was 1 minute and 5.
Yeah, that's a good couple of 10 seconds quicker.
Oh, deep cuts in the pits.
The urgency in your voice when you see the yellow flag, followed by the immediate climb down as you realise it's a pit stop, is great.
Good, yeah.
The 37 car is also pitted, lost several positions in that, but obviously with pit delta should hopefully make them back.
Yeah, and traffic as well. I think a lot of GT3 drivers are secretly happy at the low amount of GT4s, because traffic here, I think if we had a big grid of GT3s, and I'm talking like 8 to 10, would have been a lot more painful than it currently is for them.
I think the GT3s are having enough trouble with GT3 back markers, really, to be honest with you. GT4s would just be the same, but a bit slower. Well, most of them.
Very, very true. The question is, though, is that Glock going slowly?
I don't think Timo's around, to be honest. Oh, gets a little squirrely into the corner there, does Peepson. Schmitz looking to take advantage. Still, this battle goes on.
A driver who will also be looking to gain advantage is this man here, Schoenvink, or Cohnvink. He's currently 2.8 behind, and if these two, Peepson and Schmidt, fight as hard as they have been, he may actually see to gain a decent amount of time and delta off of it.
Yeah, he will be hoping that this battle will go on for a little bit longer. As we see, so Thomas Jack has come out in second place, now waiting, I believe, for Herbera to pit. And he will be in next lead of this race.
Herbera and Kleiner, the 176 Aston Martin in the lead, currently running a stint time of 57 minutes and 40 seconds, so they will have to pit soon. As to will the number 15 machine, the Lamborghini Hurricane Evo GT3 of Kleefeld and Grosch, they have been driving for 55.5 minutes.
And speaking of the Lamborghini Huracan Evo, I have my notes. The Lamborghini Huracan Evo won both of the races at this track in last year's GT America. So perhaps it is no surprise that it is currently running quite well here.
I'm just looking at cars that have yet to pit. The 182 car currently driven by Kane. 58 minutes 45 seconds on the stint. The 33 McLaren currently driven by Steiner, 57.5 minutes. The 31 Porsche 911 GT3R, 55 minutes on the clock. And this guy here, the 210 Bentley, currently driven by Renko Price, 1 hour and 6 minutes on the stint timer.
Can I do another speaking of here?
Go on, Ed.
Speaking of the Bentley Continental is currently the car that holds the GT3 lap record at 1:44.286, with Portuguese driver Alvaro Parente driving it in 2019.
Nice.
There we go. There's my speaking of.
Not many, only one more car above the 50-minute stint timer at the minute, which is the 56 GT4 BMW, currently driven by Pascio, 50.5 minutes on their stint timer for that.
Yep, as Price comes into the pits now, the 210 Bentley.
And if you're curious, Thomas Jack and Moreno have both
Peterson
run.
has been taken by Schmitz.
Yeah, I've just seen that.
Yep.
Jack and Moreno have had 4 pit stops so far in this race. Habera, however, has had 4, and he is going to be due another one very soon, within the next 15 minutes. In fact, as his stint timer ticks across an hour. If we're looking as well, the highest pit stop amount, not including penalties, goes to... If we're including penalties, it goes to Vink, 7 pit stops. If we're not, it actually goes to McPeepson in the 69, the 37 car, and the 51 car, all at 6. And one driver who has got the most pit stops without penalties is this man here. Renko Price has been running 7.
Why is it that Ickler's pit stops have an asterisk behind them in race control? Do you know?
I believe that's going to be... I believe that is going to be as one of them was serving a penalty, either a stop-go or a drive.
Oh, I didn't know if they were the ones that left and rejoined, or maybe it was for that.
As Habera has come into the pit lane. So that will see Pierre Moreno, and this time round, Pierre Moreno 17.5 seconds down on Thomas Jack.
Have we taken a chance to look at the current gains of drivers throughout this race?
Well, that was what I was just going to move on to.
Well, let's have a look then. So the highest gain has been by McPeepson, yeah, with 18 places. Started by, 31st. They actually started, I think they were one of the cars that started behind the GT4s.
Yes, and second place was Vink, who started 30th, another car behind the GT4s.
I suppose it is quite easy to gain positions, I guess, if you have started at the very back. As
but keep in mind, there is only 4
one of our
GT4 cars.
For today will know who is Gottens.
There's only 4 GT4 cars, so only 4 positions on that. So they've gained 14 and 12 positions. Oh, McPeepson's off! Oh, and almost gets Vink as well! Oh no!
That is... Well, luckily that hasn't come... Not too much has come from that. They do have what looks to be very heavy damage on the front of that car. I think they will need to pit and repair, which is a shame at this stage of the race, because that is going to mean they still have 2 pit stops to do. I don't know, have they done their pit stop yet? I think they have.
Who is it? Peepson?
Yes.
We'll have a gander.
Yes.
McPeepson was 36 minutes into his stint.
Yeah, I think he could have gone to the end.
No, he couldn't.
Not on this. I meant once they pitted once, but they're going to have to do 2 pits now if he pits.
Yes.
For this damage.
So maybe his best opportunity is to pit now, run to the hour or 45-minute mark, and pit again.
That is very possible. That's what I'm saying. I think if they hadn't had that, they could have gone to the end on 1 pit, but they're going to need to do 2, most likely. But that also means that Vink is now the highest gainer of places at 17, due to taking McPeepson and McPeepson losing 2 places there. As Hansen comes into the pits, which as does McPeepson.
I was asked after Silverstone, why do I not do driver of the day for endurance?
Why do you not do driver of the day for endurance? Let's do this like some sort of late night talk show.
Because I can pretty much tell if I did driver of the day for endurance, people would just vote their own team.
I think you have very little faith in people there.
Yes, I do, and it's got me this far in life.
Fair enough. How far is that then?
21 years and still going.
Well, that's not too bad.
Haven't got the scary thing that happened that we're not allowed to say.
Gotten a drive-through, and I'm not sure what that is for.
Is there anything in the stewards?
He got apparently he got a drive-through for brake checking. I personally didn't notice any, but I guess we have it on other things.
That has been a ticket's been opened by the NMR, so I'm sure that will probably be an appeal. They need to be quick about it, though.
Oh, they've closed it.
Never mind. As we see Hannah Ickler going a bit deep at the inner loop. Doesn't get involved in any strife, so we're all right there.
Deep Cuts, who has been driving the number 666 Rock and Stone Bentley, says in the chat that traffic is hard to manage here, which it definitely looks like it.
Stone!
Ski screams into the microphone.
Rock and Stone!
And the 51 McLaren just came into the pits, their box just being ahead of McPeterson there.
Oh, bum. Sorry. I just poured...
What a weird reaction.
No, I just poured egg fried rice on my desk mat.
Oh, God.
This is why I do it rice way round and not sauce way round.
Okay, so McPeterson comes out of the pits into 18th place.
That is going to be painful for them.
Yeah, they have lost quite a few places in that. Obviously, they've lost a place to Vink, Niall, Daniel Scott, Saunders, and Aaron Rains.
And they've lost highest climber.
Well, they lost that from one, but yeah. Maybe we should do a drive of the day.
Maybe.
But then again, isn't that why you have a race winner? Driver of the day makes more sense in something like F1 where the cars are clearly more separated.
I don't know, makes sense to be driver of the day isn't just quickest.
Oh yeah, but it makes sense to be like, oh yeah, well, the 70 car off at the second straight there after turn 1. What has happened to Saunders?
We will do a highest climber award.
Yes, I think that's a good one to do.
Be aware that for highest climber, I will need to remember to do this. What you will gain is a very badly cropped and written on PNG of a trophy under CC0 so I don't get sued, with your name on it. So, it's not a real thing, I'll just send whoever a picture of just a really badly cropped PNG of a trophy.
And according to John C. of the NMR, the NMR? Yeah, racing team, the drive-through was Cohen let off to let the lapper by and he bumped us. Then he had to brake for the corner and bumped into us again. So, seems to be an unfortunate sort of coming together with the stewards clearly believed. And he's actually sitting in the interview racing room. If you'd want to drag him in, Husky.
Yeah, we can do. That's
we can do. You can leave him there, but we can let him in.
Hello again.
Hello. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, jeez, it's been a bit of a not a disaster because we've really shown pace and stuff, but it's been quite an interesting one.
It certainly seemed it from our point of view. Are you still aiming for that P7?
I'm going to be real with you. I don't think we can. We'll still try and aim for it, but I don't think it's possible. But we'll try and. I reckon the top 10 might be a good option, but if not, we've shown that we've got the pace. It's just come down to unfortunate luck and stuff, and yeah. But yeah.
No, that is unlucky. That drive-through certainly hasn't helped. What was that actually for? I tried to explain it from what we've been put in the chat, but what actually happened there?
Wait, when was this for? Was it when me and Cohen switched, like, not just now, like time 4?
It was there was a drive-through given. Apparently, let off to let a lapper by, but bumped into you.
Oh, the 78.
We didn't see it personally.
Oh, okay. If I think I know what it is, it was sort of near the start of the race.
I see.
So, yeah. So basically, what happened was we'd been doing all laps at like a decent amount of pace, and we had a back marker behind us that was coming up to unlap us. They weren't faster than us; they were about the same pace. They was like slightly catching maybe a tenth per lap. But if they went in ahead of us, we'd just overtake them again, like I managed to do. So we were coming up to some GT4s at the downhill left-hander after like the long hairpin after the chicane. But yeah, we're coming down to that, and basically the 78's behind us. We have nothing else to do because we're already like behind the GT4, kind of on the inside. So we have nothing else to do, and we just get forced into it. That's how it happened.
Yeah, according to John C in the chat, apparently it was actually with the 666 car, the Bentley.
Oh, the Bentley incident.
He got given a drive-through by the stewards for that.
Oh, that one. Okay. I was explaining that one incident.
I wanted to make sure I had the right car. I was like, I just thought it's a 992 car.
Okay. I don't think I saw it exactly, but I can give you the basic loadout. I think they were coming up to unlap us, but we were in the similar situation I've just described beforehand, or something. And yeah, I believe we were coming up to the corner and we had to brake, and it was believed as brake checking for some reason. I don't know. I can understand because there were tail lights on, but it wasn't brake checking, I believe.
I mean, we did see that you did. Oh, there was a ticket open but closed quite quickly there. Did you decide just to take the drive-through and just get on with it?
Yeah, I was going to try and contest it, test against it, but I thought by the time the verdict's going to come out, it's probably already going to happen, the drive-through.
Usually, if the stewards do see, they do check the tickets more than they go through the contacts list, but they will check the tickets, and if there is an appeal there, they can clear the penalty until they finish the appeal. You just got to make sure to appeal it quick enough.
Yeah, I don't think we were a bit too late. Like, I'd just come back from, I was just downstairs eating sweets and stuff. But yeah. There's also another incident we didn't talk about, which I don't know if anybody noticed. Basically, we were coming in for a driver swap, just like a normal driver swap and stuff. No, it wasn't driver swap, it was just refuel some new tyres and stuff for Cohen. And Cohen comes into the pits, he gets new tyres on, he realises he's not added any fuel to the car. So we have to go around again, and I'm saying, right, just let me in the car, I'll stall through the field. Which I do, sort of. Well, I mean, the lap times were pretty decent. I did do a few overtakes and was catching up. But yeah, so I just got in the car, added some fuel, and we just went straight for it. I mean, it wasn't... I don't want to put the blame on Cohen, but yeah, it was just simply forgetting. It's not a big deal. We move on, and hopefully we can show that we've got good pace, which I think we have.
No, yeah, you definitely seem to, and that's obviously a very good attitude. We've been talking a bit about the sort of thoughts and thinkings in the car of drivers, and yeah, it's always a good attitude. Just get your head down and get on with it.
Yeah, you just got to be positive, even in like the most darkest situations, and like the most unfortunate. You just got to keep positive and try and get those spots and seconds back. Which it did prove well, because I think we're against the other Porsche. I don't know which one it was. I think it's the 155. he was like 22 seconds ahead. By the time we caught up to him, it was like 6 seconds.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, Schmidt, he's been quite quick today as well.
Yeah, I think we were against up his teammate in the Porsche, but yeah, I think we've been doing well. Yeah.
Well, good luck to you, and hopefully some things can happen, or at least hopefully for you, some things can happen to get you back up to that P7. You never know.
You never know. I don't know, I'm gonna hop back in the car about 20-25 minutes, I reckon, somewhere around there. And just gonna finish the race.
You're gonna finish the race. You're gonna have to time that very well then, for that final stint with the 75-minute stint timer. Or are you gonna do are you gonna do a stop in the middle of your stint?
I think we're gonna do a stop because the forced fuel tank's quite small. But yeah, and then if you guys are free, I'll come back for another interview.
Yeah, we should still be here. Obviously, after the race, we'll be interviewing the race winners. So when you've won. When you've won,
yeah. Anyways.
Well, good luck to you.
Just one thing, Yancey wanted me to shout out, not shout out, but like, just say, you know how you enter the team, into like, not enter the team, but like, you know how you join the sessions, like the first driver has to join the ETC?
Yes.
Yancey signed up, and went in first when it was first me to go in first. He just told me to say this. So basically, we originally had 2 hours for all of us, but it turned out that only 2 of us could drive because Yancey entered in first.
Oh, that's odd, because I thought they were meant to fix some stuff about that, but it must still be a bit problematic. It's always been something that isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's kind of safer to stop any bugs from happening.
Yeah. I mean, it's understandable. I understand why the admins didn't really want to restart the server because it's a big event and
you should be able to. You should be able to all pull out and go back in a normal order.
Yeah,
have you tried that?
We tried a bunch of things.
Oh, okay.
I think we did, but yeah, it was just a disaster.
Don't worry. At the very least, we allow rejoining. And I've had a problem at certain tracks which have been caused by not entry list but by other problems that are going on, including 12 hours of Donington, which ended up being 12 minutes of Donington, but that was that was annoying. Anyway, good luck to you in your race. Hopefully you'll pick up a few positions.
Yeah,
I'm sure you've got the pace to do it.
Yeah, have fun with commentating. It's a very enjoyable job. See you.
Will do. Thank you.
In a bit.
Bye.
Right, as we continue.
Oh, it's good to talk to drivers, isn't it?
Yeah, it gives you something to say.
As we said earlier, you know.
As Hamilton goes off. Sorry, Craig Hamilton has gone off on the exit of the Dem Curbs.
Quick, where's the Dutch? Where's the Dutch fans? Quick! Oh, Vink is off as well at turn 1.
Oh no. That is...
What's happened? The run down to turn 1 on the brakes. The car's already gone by the apex and it just... Oh, out the barrier. Oh, no.
And once again by the night... Oh, no.
No.
It was delayed on my stream, so I thought it saved it from that first barrier. And then the second one, that's not nice for them. And very sad after just wishing them luck. I guess that's part of the curse.
John's in the chat. Damn it, just when Ollie came back.
Oh, yeah. So, that's 2 offs very quickly, including Craig Hamilton, who, as we know, was the leader of this race on the start and whose car led the race for almost 2.5 hours.
Breaking news. Pierre Moreno, 10-second time penalty.
Oh, my. What is that for?
Pierre Moreno, 10-second time penalty. I'm having a gander. 22 and 56, causing a collision. That's with a GT4 BMW, isn't it? Let's see if we have that on replay. 22 and 56. Here it is. We can have a look. 22 and 56. There is a 56 BMW ahead. This is in the final corner. Oh my lord, he just gets sent away into the shadow realm.
Well, that is certainly going to be good news for Thomas Jack.
That is a 10-second penalty for Pierre Moreno. That could actually be a good a good thing for Kleiner as well, if he can capitalise on it. He's 52 seconds behind. However, we have seen those gaps come down before, and I'm sure we'll see it again, as Hertel is on the attack of Schatz ahead.
That is completely true, and as I was going to note, and I almost forgot about, Thomas Jack still in the car. He's gone back to me. He is triple stinting, which is certainly going to be interesting to see. I'm not even sure how the final stint to this race, obviously, with Sench, who we know is a quick driver, obviously Thomas Jack being an alien, being a bit quicker, but Sench obviously not having driven that car for 2 hours now. Seeing how comfortable he can be getting back into the car. And this is something Tom's experienced before when Victor got into the car at Kyalami, and where they were leading quite comfortably there. And Victor hadn't raced for a little bit of time, and I think just got a bit caught out getting back in.
Have they by any chance seen the penalty for Pierre Moreno and sort of gone, right, that's it, we've won?
Well, possibly, but you got to consider that penalty came after Tom made his pit stop. Tom is about 20-25 minutes into his stint now, I believe. And yeah, that's going to be very interesting. And I suppose that comes back again to what we were saying about feeling of drivers in the car. And we're obviously talking about how you decide to split up time in the car. And that's one byproduct it might have and has had in the past of putting drivers in for longer stints, is the other drivers haven't been in the car that much and might need to get back into the feeling of it when they start their stint, and that can change the outcome of a race, as it has done and as it did at Kyalami.
Very much so. Different things can occur, some drivers do better with being out of the car for longer, some drivers need to be straight back in, and everyone's different in terms of driving, as we see Maudsley on the attack of Wallers for P8.
Yep, and whilst Maudsley is attacking Wallers, Hertel is also attacking Schatz for P10. So a nice little battle here between these two groups of cars within 4.
Oh, Maudsley looked to the inside. That was not going to be on. And now we have Hertel on the attack of Schatz for the top 10. So for the one solitary point.
And Hertel takes a much nicer line. And there he goes. No. He's made it. Schatz has really gone wrong at that chicane. And Hertel gets past quite nicely.
Oh, my contact from Maudsley and Wallers.
Maudsley, almost contact through the heel, still trying to make that move on Wallers.
That was terrifying. And let's see who will get the better exit. Oh,
it
Wallers
terrifies
looks like he
me
does.
watching cars come out of that corner. They get so loose on that, just the way that corner is. It's so easy to spin. I'm surprised more cars haven't, to be honest.
See, it's like a friend of mine said, being a commentator, you notice how unstable the cars look from the outside.
Yeah, that's
Wallers
true.
like dragging Maudsley all the way to the pit wall.
Yep, he is really fighting as Wallers goes way wide of turn 1, out of turn 1.
And from John's in the chat, Ollie, Brett Smith is back in the car, and the stop-go 30-second penalty.
Was that for is that for speeding?
I'm having a look. There is nothing in the steward's decisions about them with stop-go 30.
We'll have to wait for Johnsy to get back to us.
Well, we'll ask Johnsy what asked for, but that's gonna suck.
Yeah, I think as well, coming back onto because those cars look really, really pointy out of that corner, or maybe not pointy is the right word, but really wibbly out of that particular corner. I think maybe we haven't seen more spins there. I'm wondering if this is a part of it, is that people expect it to be a bit more wobbly out there, and as such pay a bit more attention to it, whilst other corners you don't expect so much, you have more spins at because you're not thinking about it. Just food for thought.
Such as a chicane.
Yes, which well, you should know that.
Yes, everyone should think, because those curbs are like mountains.
Messaged by 2 stewards at once to tell me that the drive-through was for speeding, or that the stop-go 30 was for speeding in the pit lane, and John C has also said that because of a hardware issue. I guess that might be to do with pit speed limiter, maybe not activating.
That is painful.
Well, I still have faith.
Yeah.
I still have faith in that P7 finish.
I'm just going to look. How much is he going to lose? That will be the question. He's going to lose 18th, probably 19th, and maybe 20th as well. That is going to be painful.
Back on track, Maudsley has been passed by a lapping car.
That is the 93 Hepburn car.
And he's now right on the rear of Wellers, and Maudsley's going to be hoping that this will cause some problems for Wellers into the chicane. He's catching that slipstream as much as he can.
He is indeed, but no, the BMW decided
that
not
was
to.
unfortunate. The lapping car put on the brakes to get away from Wellers before the chicane and caught Maudsley out of it.
What hasn't gone wrong this race from Johnsy in the chat?
Your car is still on the track.
Yeah, that's true. You haven't been gobbled up by the ground like, what was it? Oh, it was Schoblen last season in RP series at Zandvoort. His internet crashed and his car was just lodged in the floor.
There was also Gottlieb at Bathurst in RP series this series. Remember? Yeah, I don't know if he called it on the stream, but he did what I like to call the U-boat dive on the start-finish straight when his internet got a bit scary for a little bit.
I love it in ACC. It's like, if the internet dies, it's like, just put the car up or down, just somewhere.
Yes, Kieran, the server is still up, assuming that you're speaking of the... we haven't seen any Chinese characters yet. Knock on all the wood I can.
I have no wood nearby. Wait a minute.
That was metal, it sounded like. There we are. He's knocked on his wood.
Ow!
That sounds wrong. Anyway, Maudsley, 44. I hope you didn't hear that bit, Husky.
That was my wardrobe door, and if anyone opened it, I'd be very surprised.
Alright, I hope you didn't hear my
Shut up, Kieran!
Oh, Maudsley just getting very close to the back of Wellers. They had to back out of that into turn 1.
Kieran's bullying me!
Well, he's in the chat. You're here. Just ignore.
Wait, I can ban him! Yeah! No, I can't.
Yes, I know, Jacob. That's why I caught it as soon as I said. I'm glad Husky didn't hear it.
He's not coming through. Quick, someone clip it and send it to me. No, let's not go through this subject. No. That is an industry treat. That is an industry secret.
Jacob, I think you should take that and put it in Gonz's quotes channel.
That is an industry secret.
Husky's big wood indeed.
It's like how I own a hot chocolate company, you know?
Yes. Who is also very questionable in certain terms.
Yes. Oh well.
Well, it wasn't like that was a rumour that it was, but it actually isn't. It's a real hot chocolate company, but it only operates in it's only in Denmark. So
and hotels.
I don't even think it's sold in the USA, so it's really weird that they are a title sponsor for Marcus Ericsson.
I have seen their stuff in the UK. It's more hotels and like service stations.
Oh, that's fair. I don't know if it is in the US then. I just heard something about it not being, so it's quite odd that it markets itself so big in Indica.
But then you think Marcus Ericsson? Dutch.
Yeah, that's true. Dutch. Did you say Dutch?
Danish.
There you have it, folks. Famous Dutch driver Marcus Ericsson.
Danish.
No, thank you. I'm full.
Quick, Kieran, ask your brother if he wants a Danish. He'll say yes. Also, would you like to hear a very interesting fact?
It depends on how interesting it is.
The best lap of the race. Tied between Thomas Jack and Pierre Moreno at 1:44.992.
Yep, 1:44. No, it's not. Pierre Moreno has done 1:44.922, and Thomas Jack has done 1:44.992. So Thomas Jack has done. Pierre's has done the race number of Brett Smith, and Pierre Moreno has done his own race number that he's not racing under today.
Wallers is defending like an absolute champ from Maudsley at the minute. He is just putting that car wherever it needs to be. That is one wide McLaren.
As they pass the GT4 McLaren, the
They're
GT3
going.
McLaren going ahead. And Saunders is off in the outer loop. He's on the inside line. This is not looking good. I think he's just on the grass.
I'll tell you something, right? We've said it before. They're still going.
They are still going.
Well done.
They are, you know, they are, what's that, 8 laps behind, but they are still going. And I will always give credit to drivers for doing that, to be honest. You're here to have fun, you're here to drive, and to be honest, as a GT4, there's always fun to be had, even if you're not racing, because you've got all the GT3s passing you.
Yeah, as Kieran is insulting me in the chat.
Morsley tries to make a lunge on the outside, he goes wide on the exit.
That isn't going to help.
I'm not sure if he would have picked up a warning there.
Also, Kieran, I am esports ready. I commentate esports. Give up.
Except for today.
Except for today, yeah. Had the offer too, but I didn't. Yes. Damn. Could have been having more fun. I mean, what?
Oh yeah, watching those when Maudsley makes the move on the inside of the outer loop, but Wellers is holding on as hard as he can. Are they going to touch? No, they don't. Is Wellers going to make a dive? No, there's no chance.
Oh, Maudsley deep.
Maudsley covers it off. He closes the door a little bit on the exit of the chute there. I think that might be the move done. If Wellers can come back on him, we know he's got the pace to do so if he really needs to. Oh, he gets a bit on the grass, I think, on the exit there.
That was a great move. No contact between the two drivers that we could see.
So I'm just restarting your stream because I think it's a bit out of sync now. Oh, you didn't have to restart your stream. I was restarting it myself.
Well, that's a helpful, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a nice broadcasting software you got there, Husky.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you. It's the one that comes into game. As Wallers will be under pressure. From Thomas Jack.
Indeed. I think Tom will get past him quite nicely. Two McLarens side by side. Very different shades of red. Oh, Wallers nearly turns in, but thinks better of it.
That is a pretty decent way past. You know, no contact. Not really slowing each other up all too well, so good on him.
So I want to have a look then again, now that there's a bit of a lull, back at the 992 car, currently running in 19th. Now we've been following this car quite a lot. I mean, if there is to be a car of the day when it comes to excitement and events, let's say, the 992 car is certainly up there with the 37. They're currently running 19th after that stop-go, with Saunders ahead, and I think, given their pace in the past, they will catch relatively quickly.
Excitement and perseverance.
Perseverance is always a good trait in endurance racing. Just ask the 51 car.
You know, these guys, every time they've had a setback, you know, we've seen from the driving, it hasn't looked like they've been, you know, losing their head. We've spoken to Oliver a few times throughout the race as well, and, you know, he always seems happy, and, you know, they're running 19th at the minute, 4.8 seconds off of Saunders. Hour and 22 minutes left. They've got, what did he say, one more pit stop in the middle of his stint. Well, he'll have to. What do you think? Top 15?
I think it's doable. I think, yeah, it depends on obviously how many incidents occur up the grid.
Johnsy is also still happy. Good.
That's good. I must admit, I'm rooting for them a bit because they've been really sort of suffered some bad luck in this race, some unfortunate incidents, some penalties to go with it, and you know, it's just they've kept going, and you kind of want them to do well a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. You know, sometimes, obviously, you know, this is more of a just general thing. Some people come into strife and they go, right, that's it, I'm done, and just punch out. And some people, when they come into strife, they go, right, okay, that's annoying. Let's get on with it.
Is anything else?
Wallace is side by side with Oosthuizen.
Yes, Oosthuizen.
Moreno drive-through for track limits.
That can't.
Yep, in the chat.
Oh wow.
Checking the snack Moreno drive-through for track limits.
That is very much
was that for that
unfortunate.
collision? No. Track limits. So Moreno now still has the 10-second penalty, and he is only 24 seconds ahead of the 176 car.
For Pierre, this is becoming very much reminiscent of their RP Series race this season at Spa. And they go off after the chicane. Yes, they had quite a few incidents and crashes at that track, and it fell apart for them towards the end, and it just seems to be doing the same thing here.
As in the pits comes one of the Red Kiwi Racing cars, the 155, currently piloted by Schmitz. This is for an actual pit stop. They have no penalty, as I can see. And we see the 56 car get overtaken by Wallers down into turn 1. Very, very good move there from him. Don't slow each other up and safely make the move. Wow, we're coming up to the final hour and 20 minutes. Not long left as we get onto the Rockstone
The
car.
Rockstone Boatley car, as is specified in Jürgen's car choice and why. Because Boatley is life. And apparently it was that or the V12 or the Nissan, and it was the least understeery.
Yes. However, we were promised by him before the race that we'd be seeing a lot of drifts from him, and we haven't. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed. Tom still hasn't got a penalty either, and he said he was going to keep the stewards busy.
Drift of the day, though, at the
they
minute,
have nothing
goes
to
to
do.
this car.
Oh, certainly. Catches on
Drift.
there as well.
Yeah,
Well, I
catch of
suppose
the
that
day
is-
and
that
drift of
is
the day.
drifting, isn't it? It's just professional car catching.
Pretty much. No, because car catching just sounds like a bad sport where, like, you're dropping cars from a crane and you're, like, moving a big, like, dump truck to catch them. That's
That sounds
sick.
quite fun.
That does. That sounds like something that we got to try and BMG one day. That sounds sick.
Isn't that just working at the docks but being quicker about it?
No, at the docks, they don't just pick up a container and friggin' yam it from the sky.
That's what I'm saying. They're being quicker about it, being more efficient. They're not just taking the time to lower it. They're dropping it and getting on with the job, like they should
You
be.
order something and it's like, please don't come via shipping. Please don't come via shipping. Your package is coming via shipping. God damn it!
If they do like that, maybe they'd like fill the containers with loads of expandable foam.
Packing
Just
peanuts.
open
Just
it, a
absolutely.
wall of foam.
Just packing peanuts. Just millions of them. You open the door and it's a fucking avalanche. Just, we have to open it from the side just so then you don't get crushed.
Oh yeah. So I think a car we haven't spoken about much this race is the 176 car of Kleiner.
Yeah, they've been just silently making gains. We saw them in the battle earlier with the V12, but they've just sort of been, you know, there, really, haven't they? As Kieran says in the chat, Hermes shipping docks. Yeah, you know, that's actually how Hermes does their thing, isn't it? Yeah, you got a point. I'll give you that one.
Well,
Sorry, it's not Hermes
yeah.
anymore, is it? It's Every, what they've bloody called it.
They just chuck things around, to be honest.
They
As
do!
Cookie makes a move on a back marker, going up through the heel. Well, Kleiner, actually, he was one of the drivers that responded to the info form, and their goal was to go for a front midfield, was their goal. And I think they've certainly
on the
achieved that.
podium.
I think they've achieved more than that, to be honest. I don't think they're anywhere near the midfield.
No, and
they want to have fun, which I hope they're doing.
If Moreno pits in, because he's got that 10 second that he'll still have to take, and he'll have to take it, because he's still got another pit stop in the strap,
They could
these
very well
guys,
second.
they could actually take second. You know, there's
Also,
opportunity.
yeah, interesting fact as well, their additional info. The reason why their number is 176 is because they couldn't agree on a number by the sounds of it. But I assume this is their individual numbers. They're 24 plus 56 plus 96 equals 176. That is why their number is that. Which is very similar to the reason.
Oh,
that is a
my
big
lord!
hit. Was that the 51?
That was the 33 car on board. He's gone off, comes back on. Oh, he just collects the GT4. There's steering damage as well, I would think.
That is unfortunate.
That is annoying as Brett Smith on the back of William Saunders.
McPeepson is off as well, up at the toe, coming up to the hill now.
Gets back on. We'll keep an eye on this battle. 922 Porsche versus the number 70 Honda. Hour and 15 minutes left. We've been waiting for these battles to happen, and they are starting. Yeah.
This is when I'm expecting drivers to start really beginning to think about pushing. And it'll be interesting to see what comes of that.
Now, what there was someone there said, I can't remember who. Endurance. I think it was about Le Mans. Le Mans is a 23-hour drive around followed by a 1-hour sprint race.
That is what it should be. Some drivers though they forget that. And
yeah, some drivers try to win at turn 1.
Yes, well.
And most of the time end up losing at turn 1.
As the 992 car continues to chase down Saunders. They have a car ahead though that is seemingly a bit problematic for them.
That car ahead being the J128.
It is the Daniel Scott car, the Rocky Blue Racing, which is a very, very nice shade of blue, I have to admit. Porsche car. Running the same race number as one Esteban Ocon.
Oh! Down the inside there! Saunders gets mind punted!
Saunders has spun on the exit. And I think that is the position gone. I hope they can restart that car.
There it is, it's on.
It's restarted the car. Hopefully he will be not collected by anyone.
No.
That was unlucky for him. Yeah, he just lost it trying to hold it around the outside.
And a driver that has been steadily gaining, Sam Maudsley, 2 seconds off of the 666 Rock and Stone car. Not sure.
2 seconds behind. Yeah, Oosthuizen's going to have to start thinking about that as they come into. Also thinking about obviously when they're going to make the next pit stop.
Yeah, well now's the time, and if drivers pit, they can go to the end. The question is, can the cars run for an hour and 13 minutes more or less?
Well, I'm looking actually at the cars right now. A couple of cars are going to have to pit extremely shortly. Ikla in the 154 BMW is currently 109 on the pit stint timer.
Here is one driver
if she'll come in this lap
who is going to have to pit. Laura Zeiss, 6 minutes and 40 seconds stint time. That is going to go over with how long is left in the race.
And that is unfortunate, unless they're planning to do a half stint and have only half fueled it.
Possibility. Ikla comes into the pits as well.
No, they definitely have to. McBongus is going to have to soon enough. They've just passed for I would probably expect to be their last lap this one. As they come across the start-finish line.
Hour and 6. Schatz will have to pit as well. An hour. Litchen will an hour and a minute. Basically everyone up and down the grid will have to pit one more time.
Well, yes, everyone's going to. Yes, 111. They could just about make it. But as we've just seen, someone has just pitted, which is about when we expected it for a full stint. There are a lot of people sitting around the 58-60 minute marker. 50 minutes for Moreno, 47 minutes for Thomas Jack, who are definitely going to be planning a perhaps shorter final stint if they so wish. I mean, it's always beneficial if you've got the time in hand to do a shorter last stint on fresh tyres, I guess. But again, for Tom, it would depend on how much time Sench wants in the car, and he wants to give Sench in that car for the final run, assuming that Sench is taking it.
Yeah, we're at the point now where coming up to an hour left. You've got to sort of make that choice now. How are we finishing this race? Because this comes crunch time. There are gaps around the place, but we have seen in under an hour pretty much everything can change.
Also, I think we've had another change of the lead of the most positions gained. I think it's now McPeepson. Was it before? I can't remember.
McPeepson held it before and then had that crash.
Well, he's back then with 15 places, whilst Brett Smith, obviously with their unfortunate incidents in the 992 car, which was previously driven by Vink at the time at which they were leading, is now only 13 places up. I'm wondering if we should make a rule for this little most positions gained thing about not having started behind the GT4s, and I'm not sure.
But what, subtract the GT4s from it? I think that's fair.
We could do. I'm also thinking, you know, they I think one or two of them didn't qualify, so it's a bit suspect there.
I think that's fair. Don't include the GT4s in that, as obviously GT3 versus GT4 is not really a fair fight.
Yeah. Well, even if doing so, McPeepson, I believe, still takes it.
Yeah, I believe so. There's 4 GT4s, so take 4 away. And there you go. McPeepson take 4 away, puts him down to 11. But Brett Smith started in 30th, so again take 4 away, puts him down to 9th.
And of course, there's the asterisk Roger Pesch in the 154 BMW that has also started apparently 31st. I'm not quite sure what happened to them.
Not quite sure.
The asterisk is a very weird thing here.
Yeah, because normally I put down the bottom, you know, asterisk, why, and, you know.
Maybe there's something in some sort of readme. And he's typing it.
What? Oh no, I'm just replying to a message. But no, I think Peterson will still take it, even with that rule. I think it's a fair enough rule to add, because you're essentially, by not qualifying, gaining 4 free positions in that competition.
Yeah, and I think that probably is the biggest reason why there's a driver of the day rather than a positions gained, is that, you know, you can just start at the back of the grid and you're naturally going to gain more places if things start happening.
I mean, you can do both.
That's true.
Team of the day and driver of the day.
Most losses, meanwhile, is Ian Arnold in the 70 Honda. They've lost 12 positions. They started 8th and are now in 20th.
They have had a very, very unlucky race today.
Yeah, they certainly have. Almost as unlucky as the 992 car.
Very true. There's been a lot of trouble and a lot of strife up and down the grid, and in amongst the talking, Kleiner 18.5 seconds behind Moreno.
Oof. That is coming down. Previous lap, about 6/10 faster than the Audi. Meanwhile, Thomas Jack doing a comfortable 46.4. Kleiner still the second quickest driver on the grid that lap, only beaten by Craig Hamilton with 146.2. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out towards the end of the race.
I'm eating rice.
Pardon?
I'm eating rice.
Aye, okay, Husky is consuming. Pierre still has, obviously, to do his pit stop, and when he does, he still has that penalty to serve. But his pit timer, I believe at last count, was only over 50. He's still got at least a good 20 minutes, I think, to go before he has to pit. I'm wondering when he will decide to take that. Whether he'll take it early and hope to have the pace on the fresher tyres against Kleiner. And obviously he may, again, have damage that he might need to repair.
In the chat, Jack, I hope our commentary stream is staying hydrated. Yep. I have absolutely ploughed through a 2-litre bottle of water during the stream.
I think I ploughed through several massive Guinness mugs of water as well.
And Kieran Glen, what did you get from the Chinese? I got a barbecue pork fuyang, Chinese omelette, some barbecue pork in sweet and sour sauce with vegetables, and an egg fried rice.
Did you consume it all on your own?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm fat.
the tone of that was the funniest. That was just...
Well, there's nothing more to it. I'm fat.
It's just the way you said it. It was fantastic.
What do you expect? I'm fat. Like, I like
no
food.
problem with that.
Wait, no, I'm not fat. I'm food positive.
That's good. That's a good attitude to have. It's just the tone of it that made me laugh. Oh yeah. As we come up to 1 hour and 5 minutes go, 79 car off in the chute as the leader passes him. I'm wondering what's going on there.
Don't know. We can have a ganderini. Let's have a
Probably
look.
should.
He's gone deep, and the car's gone. And bonk.
And the leader then comes through, and that must be very sketchy for Thomas Jack. Thankfully, he pulled off the line that way.
And Bingham's almost 1 second behind last leader, but 2 laps down.
That is. They have also not had a good race this race. I don't think they haven't been slow or really that. It's just been incident. It was that incident early on in the race that they were involved with, and it's just gone from there.
What, the one at the chute?
They had one at the chute, I think. They had an incident very early on, if I remember rightly, which was what put them. They had to pit for. I don't know if it's an incident or just a crash. And then they've had a few more incidents they've just been involved in along the way, and it's just they have had no luck, whilst Lichten has seemingly had a lot of luck in terms of not getting involved in major collisions or major accidents.
And Lichten had that big one that's also been as long as and.
As 17 McLaren is off at the chute. Oh, and he needs to get going. That is not a nice place to sit.
What's happened here then to him? He comes through, round the corner in the chute. The car's gone from under him already. Tries to catch it. Doesn't. Well, does actually. The canary helps.
Catch that quite nicely.
That is very, very lucky.
And his tyres are going to be extremely hot now. I mean, he's going to be struggling on them for a little while, I think. Which is something, again, curious to think about the track temp, 36 degrees, the air temp now 29 degrees. And if any GT3 drivers in particular in chat, how are your tyres doing? Because I was expecting that, I know from my experience, at least the Aston V8 was having much trouble trying to keep its tyres cool in these sorts of temperatures. Even
yellow flag. It's Dominic Venn. Let's look at what's happened.
Yep.
I've clicked the wrong button. This is at the inner loop. He's fine through there though.
He's still sitting there. He's returned to pits.
That car's gone very, very wide on the exit. What happens to him then? Gets blue flag. The car just washes out wide. Look. Bang.
Yeah, that is. He's left. He has retired from this race, which is very, very sad to see, considering there's only an hour left. And
a battle has emerged. It is Laura's Eyes versus the 31 car of Mr. Daniel Scott.
It is once again a Porsche versus Porsche battle here.
It's this fight again. We saw it earlier. They've been fighting a lot. For Aaron Rains, 100C on the front right, last stint for me on car 17. Oof.
Yeah, that's pretty high. Yeah, I just know. I feel like temps are something that's difficult to manage at this track on higher
temp.
That's
about my graphics card temperature right now. If anyone's wondering.
I would panic if my graphics card was even
my graphics
close to
card.
that.
But here's a funny story. AMD, you make my graphics card. They give you the regular GPU temp, which a lot of things do, as the the edge, and then they give you the hottest point temp as well.
Whilst Husky is talking about graphic cards, Zeiss makes the move on Daniel Scott quite nicely into the final corner.
What a move indeed. That'll be Zeiss up into 13th, possibly. Scott could look again, but that gap's already extending out.
I think Zeiss has had the pace to catch and most likely has the pace to run away, I guess. Like brave Sir Robin.
But yeah, story again. AMD give you edge temp, which is what most manufacturers used to do as just graphics card temp, and then hotspot temp, which is typically just the center of the card.
Yep.
Is also why the hotspot temp jumps around, because it is the hottest point on the card. Graphics card temp currently sat at about 65. So
mine too.
Pretty nice, actually. That was a well-rendered move. Yeah, my graphics card does well.
Alright, so yep, they've made that move, and as Hepburn pits and gets taken by Jürgen Zusthuizen, I'm going to pronounce that slightly differently every time I say it.
That's what I've been doing for the past year and a bit.
Well, in the pronunciation guide, he put a W in front of his name, and knowing Cookie as I do, I can't tell if that's meant to be there or not.
I've put sea shanties on for the last hour and no one can hear it, but I can.
Sea shanty. We could sing to the audience.
You can listen away on Spotify if you want.
I don't know. Just whatever you do, Husky, don't forget your old shipmates.
Yes, you know that's what I'm listening to, don't you?
I haven't actually, because I can't see it. Because you're sharing screen, it doesn't say.
No, it's because I haven't. It's because I've got.
Oh, I see.
Spotify set to not.
Oh, the 70 car is round again at the ship.
Oh.
That's Ian Arnold. They are facing the wrong way towards the escape road there. Well, not escape road, whatever, recovery road. They're reversing onto the track. There's cars coming through. They're going to have to sit tight and wait for these 3 cars to pass. Now they can go.
Not helpful. Oh, the 70 car as well, and Gomez. 2 cars round. What's happened to Arnold? We need to know as we see Lance Stroll hitting the barrier.
Well, we know what happened to Arnold. We've been watching it.
Not Arnold, yeah.
That's who I was watching, talking about.
That's not who I was watching.
Were you not listening to me?
Who's Hazen yellow flag as well? That was a pit stop.
Oh.
Thank fuck for that. Great. People are noticing the climb up and then the climb down. And the best part is, the disappointment also translates to the stream. But people are like, oh my god, yellow flag, oh, something's going wrong. And it's like, no. They're like, oh. And it's like, ah.
But no, yeah, Arnold got very unlucky with the placement of the cars coming round there, and he had to wait for them to get past in order for him to continue on.
We see red Kiwis going past each other.
So Jürgens has pitted. The question is, who will overtake him? Lamb looks set to, and Lamb does.
Lamb does. Hurtle probably will as well,
Hurtle
actually.
might as well, but I think some of these people still have to
He's boxing.
Okay, Hurtle is
Mo? That's the
boxing.
question. I don't think Mo could. Is Mo boxing? That's the question. Comes round the corner.
Cookie has dropped. Cookie is starting to leave his box. I think
Mo will get him.
Mo will not. I don't think he will. He's exiting the pit lane now. The box is very far up.
Or just.
Yeah, Cookie has come out ahead of that.
Hate the onboard camera now.
Tight. So now we have a battle for 7th, although I think Mo still has the pit, does he not?
Mo has got 6 minutes on his stint. He does not have to pit.
Oh, okay. Well, this is a battle for position then, up near the top of the grid. Mo on fresher tyres.
Kleiner has taken the position from Pierre Moreno.
Oh.
For P2. Moreno's in the pits, and so too is Thomas Jack. Mo had to go very deep at the inner loop. But this man here, this team, the Expert Racing 176 car, could be on the 2nd step of the podium after saying they wanted to, dominate the front of the midfield. And Pierre Moreno, that will be it. 30 seconds, stop-go penalty for Pierre Moreno.
That is again, just harkening back to Spa. He has not had a nice end to this race.
That will be second
that
place
is,
gone.
Yep, that is second place gone, and it may very well be third place as well.
Wow, that is...
Kleiner still has to pit, but there's almost no way that with that stop-go penalty, Pierre can do anything about that within the hour remaining.
I'm not sure what a stop-go penalty changes to if you don't take it.
He has to take it and be disqualified because he has to take it within a certain number of laps.
Oh, Moreno, no, that's not.
I believe it's the same as a drive-through. At the end of the race, it would convert, I think, to possibly 60 seconds. That's what
painful.
We would convert it to as stewards, would be a 60 seconds.
Oh, yellow flag for the 33 car. That is contact. Oh!
And the BMW gets caught up in it. We need to go back and watch that from the top.
Let's go back. I've accidentally clicked a minute, so we're going to see the whole thing. They've come out of the pit lane. That was huge. Ian Arnold was involved in that as well, as too was the BMW. Let's have a look. So they've come out of the pit lane. Ian Arnold is behind. That is bad.
That was not good. You got to wait till they get to the chute still.
Yeah, we're keeping it in close. That might be a thing for the stewards to look at.
I think it is. I think they're
I think it will be.
Unless they've got a backlog, I think they're definitely looking at that right now.
They come through.
Pierre Moreno is serving his stop and whilst crawling to his box.
He collects Arnold, goes round, rolls forward onto the apex, bimmer.
He rolls forward, I think, to try and avoid that. I don't think that rolling forward is a bad thing, but the bimmer just gets collected into it anyway. It's unfortunate. We've seen very similar instances with cars perpendicular to that corner, and it's not good. And like I say, Pierre Moreno is in his box. And
Lamb has had to pit as well from P6.
Yeah.
That was a
Pierre
BMW
Moreno
that was caught in that.
Lost 2 positions whilst crawling to his box, and is now P5. He does not seem to have been overtaken again, but Deep Cuts is going to come out very close behind him, and that Rock and Stone team is going to be hoping that they can possibly get some pace on one of the fastest drivers on this grid, Pierre Moreno, who unfortunately has succumbed to bad luck.
As you see, Laura Zeiss get the move through the outer loop on Steiner in the 33 car, who was caught in that collision earlier on. Lamb is also going to be very, very annoyed because he's had to take a pit stop due to that collision earlier on with Steiner. But it should just be front end body, maybe a little bit of suspension because it was a pretty square on hit.
As Deep Cuts just gets overtaken by a lapped car, the 117 car, unlapping himself for not for position, sorry. That's Robin Moe.
Gonna be infuriating. We're watching Hansen, who's chasing down McPeepson. Do you remember to the Nürburgring 24-hour the
21st of September?
What? No, the N24.
Do you remember?
What was it?
I have a vague recollection. I didn't watch
the Logan. That was it. What was it? The Dacia Logan. That's it.
I think I might have a vague memory. I did not watch that much of it.
Oh, so but, you know Dacia or Dacia?
Yes, I know Dacia.
A team bought a Logan to it.
Amazing.
Which was beautiful because it became an absolute cult favourite. So they nicknamed it the Loganator. And every so often they'd cut back to the Logan, and it's just on its own getting lapped by things.
I do not remember much of it. I watched quite a bit of it, but I don't remember much of what happened in that race. I remember Le Mans because I remember seeing the best part was when it cut to the mechanics of one of the Porsches jumping on the front of the car to try and beat it into place after I think a heavy crash. I just don't remember much of Nürburgring.
We've got all these expensive tools and stuff. I'm gonna jump on the car and it's gonna be flat.
But at least they get the sledgehammers out like NASCAR
Yeah, it's
would.
like that famous video on NASCAR, innit? You've just got, you know, two guys with small hammers and then the big lad with the massive sledgehammer going at the back of it.
As Hansen is continuing to press Peepson, trying to get past.
Would you say this is a gegenpress or a fluid counterattack?
I'd say it's a printing press. He's gonna print his name on the back of that car and sweep on past. I don't even know what I'm saying now.
A printing press? Quick, let's put trains everywhere.
They're coming up to the 51 McLaren GT4 car. Will this come into play? Slow down with Peepson. I think it has.
It would have, yeah.
That has helped because any distance, any speed gained on the Porsche on that straight has just been cut down.
You can see the speed difference. Wow, that was a big speed difference between the two drivers. I mean, he gained so much, but then it seems that when you're behind, if you're not on the attack, you lose a lot more through the chute as the following car.
As I believe it, the Porsche has a greater acceleration than the McLaren, just about, especially in uphill straight sections, I guess.
It's the top end speed that you need to worry about.
Yes, yeah, and the top end speed of that McLaren came down entirely when faced with that GT4 out of the chicanes there. As he continues to try and press some sort of attack here. Again, I am loving the colours coming from these two cars. They are both looking absolutely beautiful, even as default liveries, they look absolutely fantastic.
Ooh. I thought there was a move up the inside there, but that could have ended in pain. That could have ended in pain, because look who's behind after his pit stop from being caught up in a crash earlier on. As well, I think he wouldn't want a second one.
9-2.
So,
but he's
we're
still
now
quite a bit behind.
We're now entering the final. He was at the last time he had a crash. We're entering the final hour, James. Who is, for the final time, your driver of the hour?
Or your team of the hour? No. Again, so much has happened in this space of time. It's all blurred into very little. Oh, as Hansen tries to make the move, but backs out of it in the last second. That was very close to being some form of incident there. Husky, who's your driver of the hour? You keep asking me, who's your driver of this hour?
That's tough. That is a toughie. I'm actually going to go with Sam Maudsley this hour. He was consistent, made you know, a couple good moves, and was pretty safe, as we see Hansen get up the inside. But I don't know if maybe that could have been a little bit of a punt to pass into the toe. I think they had a little bit of contact on the entry.
Let's have there is no contact on the contact sheet. I think they might have been clean. There's not even a possible contact.
Okay then, so that's good. And James, upon the next time of asking, I'll be asking instead who our car of the race has been instead. And I think it's going to be our hardest question to answer as we see Pevy McPeepson come into the pit lane.
The saddest part of this race is my main competitors.
James?
Yes.
Can I just cut you off there? Gap to the lead between Kleiner and Cook, 11.6.
I'm seeing 12.1, but yes.
About the same. This is going to be pressure for Kyle Cook. Kyle Cook's last lap, a 147.240. The last lap for Kleiner was a 146.665. Kyle Cook this lap, a 146.305. Kleiner comes into the pit lane. So that could be the lead battle off there,
yes, I think it will be. The interesting thing is, as Grosh comes out of the boot chicane and through the outer loop hairpin, will he have enough speed on him to beat him out of the pits?
The question, will he have enough speed to defend from Pierre Morano and take the final step on the podium? That would be one heck of a car lineup, wouldn't it, for the podium? McLaren, Aston Martin, and Lambo.
Well, I think even if it's McLaren, Aston Martin, and Audi, it's still one hell of a lineup.
Yeah, it really is.
As Kleiner comes into his box, he has made it all the way down to near the end of the pit lane, and is now taking his should be about a 30-second pit stop.
We'll have a look. I think
30 seconds behind.
Oh, it's gonna be clutch. It really is. If he nails these apexes, he might be literally side by side.
As he goes wide onto the grass.
That could be it. That could be clutch. Let's have a look. Let's see.
I'm watching Kleiner. He is flashing his rears. He's dropped. He is dropped, and he's pulling.
He's gonna get out ahead.
He's just reached the pit end, and he is pulling out ahead. But with these tyres,
and with the speed as well, Grosh will be quicker towards the hill.
Grosh has to see the position ahead and want it. Grosh,
that gap is still coming down
actually
because of speed.
Has to pit.
Oh, I see. So Pierre Moreno will probably move up into third position.
That is a shame. But Pierre, obviously,
and your highest climber now, after McPeepson has pitted, is Brett Smith so far, 15. -4.
That is it. -4. No, now it's down to 14. He has just pitted.
So 10.
McPeepson still on 13, -4.
So, 9.
Deep Cuts has gained 9 positions overall, starting 15th, now in 6th. I'd say that arguably he is the...
This car, the second place, a stop-go 30.
Well, that has certainly put Moreno's chances into a happier light as the ex-Brit racing team car gets that stop-go 30 penalty. Was that for...
That will be Moreno into the thing. I'm having a look in the steward's decision.
33...
I think it was for speeding.
No, there's no stop-go 30 on the list.
No, there's not, so that would have been for speeding in the pit lane. That is going to be very, very painful for the Aston Martin as they come in to take it immediately.
That's going to also perhaps play into Philip Grosch's hands, who has just pitted himself and will almost certainly come out ahead of Herbera. As they have that 30-second stop. It will actually no, this will be interesting because they will both have around the same time in the box.
This is going to be an interesting battle for T3. Pierre Moreno will come through and go back into second place. But this driver here, Kyle Cook, in for the final stint in
Cook has got to be...
Oh! What's happened to McPeepson? Into the toe.
Yes, or just out of it.
What's happened? Round the corner he goes.
I think he's just lost it.
Oh, the car's lifted under him.
Yeah.
Oh, right into the corner of the tyre barrier.
That is not what you want to happen.
That is going to hurt the car. That is going to hurt the suspension. As a bit further up, Brett Smith is on the attack of the 154 red Kiwi car of Pesha. Looks to the inside at turn 1. Will he make that move work? No, the BMW will just have the overspeed on him.
Looks like Grosch somehow, I'm not entirely sure how, has made a massive gain actually on Herbera. Taking P4 by about 15 seconds. I'm not sure whether Herbera had an issue in that stop-go. I thought that the times stop should be about the same, unless perhaps at the last minute noticing the Kleefeld now, sorry, in the Lamborghini, decided to not take tyres.
It is a possibility. As we're on the rear wing of Pesha, the 992 Porsche is looking around that BMW, trying to sniff out the move from the big schnozzinator. No car sniffs better than the BMW, though.
And one of the stewards has told me that the Kleefeld 15 Lamborghini did have a short stop from their point of view. So I think maybe they have not taken tyres.
Let's have a look at the stats. What is it, the 15? A 1:04 pit stop last time round, 32-second in the box. So they have clearly taken tyres.
What was the
even fuel plus damage is not enough normally to be a 32.
No,
that
yeah.
has to be tyres.
And Herbert had a 1:23. Maybe they just got stuck in the box. Their time stop was 49 seconds, which doesn't make any sense for a stop go 30.
A 1:04 is perfectly average, in fact.
Yeah, I think Herbert had some sort of problem coming out or going into the box, because their time stopped must have been coming out of the box, because their time stopped is 19 seconds quicker than they should have been.
Yeah, that is a perfectly crumulant pit stop time, as we see Roder Pesha losing the position to Oliver Brett Smith through turn 1. That was a good move there from the 992 Porsche, but now the BMW will get the straight line speed advantage. We will see who comes out on top, because BMW is quicker in a straight line, and the gap currently is 2/10. We'll see that Porsche is defending the inside into the outer loop. The BMW pulls out of it at the last minute, and I think that is going to be the Porsche up another position, P17 for them, after their very rocky race that they have had thus far.
I'm just trying to get to see what happened to Mark to the pit stop for that 176.
Oh yeah, well listen, a convoy. Yeah,
that's a great film.
It is, and it's a great film as well.
I've asked Mark Kleiner what happened to make it such a long stop. And hopefully we'll get a response, because that battle, which should have been a very good battle for P4, has seemingly fallen away by that, although perhaps Herbert can gain the time back, as the 182 car that at the beginning led this race has both gone into third place, but also now has the fastest lap of a 1:44.697. About two and a bit tenths improvement on the previous fastest laps.
I have a funny story about Convoy the song.
Okay.
I used to host a Euro Truck Simulator 2 virtual radio station.
Yes.
For some obscure reason, I was given like prime time a lot. We did it in 4-hour like sessions. I normally got about 6 through to 10. Typically, was what I got.
Okay.
And at the end of every single show, I would play Convoy. And I remember this story because it was brilliant. It was the only time I did a 2 until 6. And I played it at the end, and the amount of messages our admin got because people got so pissed off with it. Because apparently, the community of Euro Truck Simulator 2 does not like the song Convoy.
93 car is round out of the game.
Yeah,
how can you not like the song Convoy?
Oh, that's brilliant, isn't it?
It's a great song. It's a classic.
Has he just taken too much curb? Yep, car's gone. Overcorrection. Off it goes.
That's like not liking the song about, what's the one, My Dad and His JCB. It's such a wholesome song.
Oi, my dad's got his JCB, mate, isn't it? Oh, nice.
Ah, that's a wholesome song, that one.
My dad ain't got his JCB anymore. Why not? Because he crashed it and they won't insure him now. Oh my god. So, right, here is another funny story. I have many of these.
Yes,
at work,
I can tell.
Right, at work, we have a big garage, okay? Like, a big garage. And do you know what it's full of?
No idea.
It's full of warehouse racking, because people keep crashing forklifts into our warehouse racking. So they've bought a big garage and filled it with warehouse racking.
Oh, yeah.
Because people keep crashing into it. It was like, because I've worked there like a couple of times, and I've looked, and like they opened it because someone crashed into the warehouse. I'm like, what's in there? Warehouse racking. Why? Because people keep crashing into our fucking warehouse racking. We need spares. It's like, how often
Well, why
does
don't
that
you
have to
take
happen?
some of the dead racking and make some new racking out of it?
Because if you crash into it, it has to be sent back.
Fair
Because
enough.
we don't know if it's, you know, safe or not, especially if they crashed into a support.
Well, so
The
long
last
as
thing
you're
we want-
climbing on it, you'll be fine.
The last thing we want is, like, you know, multiple tons of stuff to come collapsing down. It's like,
Zeiss is round after turn 1.
gets
I
away
don't
pretty
know.
safely, though. That's
Yeah, he gets away
pretty good.
safely. I was
Look,
concerned about that GT4 coming up behind him, but he gets away
look,
and
on the
continues
inside,
onward.
hits the curb. Oh, that is a big hit on the first curb, yeah. The car just... No, the car like, no, I ain't doing that. That
So-
curb is very stepped. You have
Yes.
the low bit and then it goes high again. That's what he hit.
So interesting at the top of the grid. At the moment, for the last 2 laps, I've been keeping an eye on it. Carl Cook is lapping around a second a lap slower than Pierre Moreno in P2. So should we do our we need our AWS range finder. So attack on in 13 laps.
Yeah! How many
Well,
laps are
12
left?
laps, I guess.
What were we expecting? About 200?
We were expecting about 200. Yeah, how many laps have we done thus far?
179 coming up to 180.
So about 20 odd more laps. Be a bit longer. I mean, it'll be a bit less because of some slower laps, because of pit stops and everything. Because you're not constantly going round, are you?
AWS, not happening from Kieran. No, it needs to be TazTech Web Services, doesn't it, Kieran? You know, TazTech Web Services, broken, contact tech support.
So, having a look at ongoing battles, and Lays makes it. Matt goes wide at the chute, and Lays just makes it through for 20th position. I'm wondering if Matt can fight that back. That was
Let's have a look.
a very short battle, to be
Through the
honest.
shoe. Oh, yeah.
He just
That's
goes wide,
just-
and Lays takes it.
That's 2 litres of water gone.
I should
Absolutely
also
sunk.
know that whilst Pierre Moreno might be lapping a second faster than Carl Cook, or 7/10 faster than the last lap, Kane is lapping a second faster than Moreno in 3rd place, which
Ow.
maybe won't be in contention by the end of the race, but if these two at the front start fighting, there might be more of a chance.
Well, I know what we can do. This guy will win. This guy will win. There we go. Wait. This guy won't win. There we go, we've done it.
This is like your tactic at Bathurst of saying that everyone will win and thus jinxing everybody and nobody.
Yes! And look how that went. See, it's brilliant. It's you're able to say and get away with so much as a commentator. It's great. Oh, who was it? F1 commentator used to insult everyone. What's his name? Mike Hunt.
James Hunt.
James Hunt.
He used to
Yeah.
assault all the drivers, especially if they're French, except for Alan Prost, who actually had a lot of praise for.
Well, Alan Prost at the time was one of, you know, the best drivers out there.
Hey, yeah, I have a lot of time for Alan Prost, but James Hunt was a fantastic commentator.
He was. It was in the period where, you know, you could get away with just being a knob.
I mean, I don't think James Hunt was. I think he said things a lot more honestly than other commentators perhaps would. But also, he gave a good deal of insight, and famously, when he was told he wasn't allowed to boycott the South African Grand Prix due to wanting to boycott it for apartheid, anti-apartheid purposes, he donated all of his fee from that race to anti-apartheid charities. Well, there's a nice story about James Hunt, as on that lap, Carl Cook goes fastest of the top 3.
Yeah, he does indeed.
45.9.
He's looking like he has been getting more and more pace through the car. The best lap as well actually has gone to Kane at 1:44.697.
Yes, Sasuke, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good lap. I don't.
I think we did bring it up earlier. Yeah, 3 tenths off, or 2 and a bit tenths off of the next fastest laps. The Ferrari perhaps trying to bring it back after some misfortune in the middle of this race.
And he is absolutely just pushing that car as hard as he can. You know, 25 seconds, it would be a bit of a push to get the race, to get, you know, P2. But we've said it before, it is definitely doable.
Anything can happen in motor racing.
And it quite often does. As here we see Max Habara, very unlucky. They were running, you know, very, very well in P2, P3, and then they got that stop going. It's, you know, sort of given them problems towards the latter period. I mean, P5, 7.4 off of Kleefeld, and they're lapping at around the same pace if we take last lap.
I've only just noticed actually that Renault is not going to get Cook, as he is a lap down. I'm surprised we missed this amongst all the stop-goes and drive-throughs. He's on lap 181 and Carl Cook is on lap 182.
So it's quite safe to say then that Carl Cook's won.
I think it's very safe to say that the 13 car, I mean, I'm going to say it because to jinx it would mean better racing for us. The 13 car driven by Thomas Jack and Carl Cook has most likely won this race, barring any major incidents that might occur. Meanwhile,
including but not limited
P2,
to crashing into lap down cars, blowing the engine, getting penalties, and server and game crashes.
Yes, as Kane actually goes wide. Oh, that was... You might want to watch that back about 15 seconds on Kane's perspective, because there was quite a fun little moment on the exit of the chicane there.
Can we see that from my perspective? Let's have a look.
Well, he does a little bunny hop in a second.
Oh yeah, multiple cars have been doing that today. The Bentley has been worse for it. That gets some absolutely massive air on the exit.
Well, that is certainly going to do no favours for Kane's attempt to get to P2.
Kieran Glen in the chat, AWS was right. Okay, yeah.
AWS was right, yes. AWS is great, you know. It will be interesting to see how Pierre perhaps wants to play it if he does catch up to Cook. Maybe there'll be some mind punt attempts going on. Maybe even real punt attempts, you never know. At what point does this become a contact sport?
No. No.
Well, the steward. Tom said he wants to make work for the stewards. So if Moreno hits him, then he has completed his objective for this race.
Ollie is also trying to catch Rice already. Caught by more than 5 secs in 3 laps.
That is a very, very nice gain there. Yeah, because most of the grid, most of the field have really started to spread out towards the end of this race, but obviously got those few who have had incidents still continuing to make their way back up. The 37 car at the moment is 1.4 seconds behind Steiner in the 33, trying to continue the gain on them, which they last lap did by 4 seconds.
Kieran Glen in the chat, it became a contact sport about 5.5 hours ago.
Oh, as the 33 car has to give way for the passing car of the Rock and Stone team.
But defends off of the 37 car. Yeah. Let's see then what's going to happen. Through the toe. Craig Hamilton. Ha! Agreed.
That was incredibly close to being a murder there by the 37 car. I think he's going to make this move here.
Down the inside, it seems pretty cut and dry. Yeah, there we go.
The 33 car decided not to try and stick it around the outside, instead opting to take a slightly tighter line at their... Yeah, that did not help them.
There's a 51-7-1. Litchen's off! Oh my god, that's a big one!
Oh, what happened there?
Oh no, we're going to have a look at what's happened there. Lucas Litchen, we're on board. Round the last corner. That was with the 17 car, who's just behind. Let's have a look as we head down through the first corner. This is the leader of GT4 on the brakes.
That is...
He's fine, he's fine. Oh!
Oh, that is not... Yeah. That is not on from that GT3. I'm not quite sure if the GT4...
We're gonna get on board with that actually and have a look. You can see turn 1, around we go. Just the lightest of taps has done so much.
For a second there, I was worried we were going to have a repeat of Callum Ilot's did not finish at the Indy GP, the Indy 8 hours, sorry, last year, where a GT4 broke ahead of him and he just mistimed it and smashed into the back of them. But no, it was round the corner, and that was unfortunate.
See, if I know Lucas Luchen well enough, he'll also be racing in VR today.
Oh.
So that probably, I would say in VR, I've driven a few times in VR. It's something that I would like to get, but I have to wear glasses, and VR is not very comfortable with glasses.
As someone who has a now pretty old VR headset and glasses, it's not very comfortable, I'll acknowledge that.
But having driven in it, crashes in VR are absolutely terrifying.
They definitely can be. Lichton at the moment though is I do hope, and I think he knows what he's doing, but it'd be much easier. I hope he's got some form of spotter to give him some more information than perhaps ACC will, especially if he's in VR. I think his best option here, as he gets punted by Craig Hamilton, not Craig Hamilton, whoever's driving the Ferrari.
Oh, that's Kane.
Which is Kane. And Kane is around, and Lichton luckily gets away from it, facing the right direction.
Let's have a look. On board, up the hill. He just clicks him. That is
another car off.
That's reminiscent of the crash I had earlier at the outer chute.
Yeah, and the 96 Mercedes is currently still sitting at the top of the hill, not moving. They're now just about getting off, as the 182 also has a moment at the bottom and the middle of the hill. What is happening? That's Kane again.
That is high damage. Wallace,
yeah.
Absolutely. I think that would have been Code Brown up the top of the hill.
Well, I think that's ended Kane's hopes of that third place that they were holding. They've dropped to 5th. They have dropped to 5th. The Lamborghini is back on the
However,
podium.
Look who's behind by 2 seconds. It is the V8 Aston Martin of Habera.
This could get very interesting at the end here in a very different way to that which we thought.
Drama!
Listen, however, now I was saying beforehand that his best bet would be to go to the end and not pit, but after these 2 incidents, I'm not sure if he will have to pit, and that might play.
It is. It's still straight.
It is straight, but he has an enormous amount of damage on that front end, and I'm wondering how twitchy that thing will be now through the corners as...
Oh, yellow flag for Shield. He's off again, the number 96 car. That's
he's
into
off
the
at
toe.
the toe.
Have a look. He's making very interesting lines. Maybe to just try and stay out of trouble. But I'm not sure. I mean, it looks like he's trying to just stay out of trouble a little bit. Does he just wash out wide again? He just doesn't turn in time and just hits the grass and...
Yep, Shield is almost certainly going to have to pit. He's currently running across the grass into the heel. He is struggling. His bonnet is at like a 30-degree angle. But running quickly back.
For Kane. I think he's pitting in. Yes, he is indeed.
Yep, and running back to Lichton, however. Lichton has chosen not to pit. I think he's just going to try and go to the end, but with damage and in that car of all cars, and 6 hours almost into driving it solo.
But you think 1 lap up on Jacob Alesi with the Bang Racing Maserati. I'm not sure if the damage would be able to slow him down too much over 20 minutes with 1 lap advantage.
I know, and I understand that, and that's not what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking of is if damage causes him to have any little slips or incidents that can cause another crash.
We'll have to see.
That will be possibly it.
Look at this. You can see a sub 1 second gap between the 176 car and the 15 car. This is the battle for P3. This is going to be very, very tasty because they are nose to tail. Last lap, Herrera lapped almost, well, actually over a full second quicker.
A second
than Kleefeld.
1-ish or 0.8.
What about this lap though? Across the line, it's going to be quicker again for him. The last lap for Kleefeld, a 47.3. The last lap for Herrera, a 46.04. Wow.
I think Herrera definitely has the power. I mean, he's gained so much in the last few laps.
Lambo's somewhere off at turn 1. That's going to have slowed him up a bit because he's had to brake due to Steiner.
He's being slowed by this, but...
Oh, he is. Look, they're together again. Oh, contact!
He gets squeezed. I don't know if there was contact there, but there was a squeeze. A door was open and a door was closed.
Oh, Herrera has to go to the inside very, very quickly. There was also contact as well.
Was there
contact? Was indeed, yes.
He's not going to be happy about that. That was not the cleanest move by the Lamborghini there. Possibly they thought there was room and tried to close it early, but it was just too late to give them the benefit of the doubt.
From a MM, not our day. Who are you? That sounded mean, but you know what I mean.
It's Michael Massey.
Your day wasn't bloody last year. That wasn't your day. As we see this battle raging on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I with all of everything going on, I have had a reply from Mark Kleiner. The reason why their pit stop was 49 seconds as a stop going 30 was that their engine apparently did not stop, or their motor did not stop, is what they said.
MM is the black Benz, which I believe is going to be the Mercedes-Benz, the number 96 car, currently piloted by Schild.
Schild, yes, that would make
his
sense.
Third crash
I'm
today.
still convinced that he is Michael Massey.
Yep, you're now Michael Massey.
But yeah, that is the car driven by Schild, R. Muller, and I assume this is M. Mack.
I would expect so. However, things can look different in motor racing than they are.
Does it mean any? Does it mean all? That is the question.
Dun dun dun. As on the straight again, this time round, it is just these two cars together, Lamborghini and Aston Martin. Let's have a look.
Herrera definitely has a pace, but the Lamborghini defends the inside line.
He is very much so. That Lamborghini wants it. This Aston Martin wants it as well. You can tell just from how much they are pushing against each other. I mean, look at the lap times. Being followed by Herrera has seemed to slow Herrera up, but speed Kleefeld up just a little bit more.
And behind the pair of them is the 992 car, which may be running in 16th, but we know has the pace to potentially play a part in this battle. As the 515 car went off and caught up the 69 car in something in the outer loop. I didn't quite catch it.
Let's have a gander at that, shall we? Gets wide. Oh, they just came together.
Yep, that is unfortunate. Luckily, I don't think either of them have lost too much from that.
No,
as is the nature of this now very spread out field in many places.
With 18 minutes left of today's race, this has been an absolutely insane race so far.
It really has been, as Jay Wells gets past in the 37 BMW with Zeiss going into the pit in the 155 Porsche for the Red Kiwi Racing number 2 car. That was a long sentence to say in one breath. As Herrera continues to try and take a place from this Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, whatever else you can add to the end of that, sponsored by Gamebridge.
We're going to have a sit down at some point and just look at sponsors of real GT racing and come up with some fake ones, because that would be funny.
Alright, I just love the American way of being like, brought to you by Gamebridge. Sponsored by Honda.
Over the curbs and over the curbs. And from MM in the chat, which I'm going to guess is Mark. But we go on and we don't give up. That is a good mindset to have.
Always a good way to be, as the 176 car just follows through the chute, loses a bit of time coming out of the outer loop. They got very close into the loop, and that meant they had to back off a little bit.
They are this 176 car is going absolutely ham on the back of this Lamborghini.
The Lamborghini is going to be defending with all their might. This is where you prove your worth as a defending driver.
Oh,
looks
to the
inside the 176 car,
no.
pulls it out.
Wow.
Steiner gets a 15-second penalty. Was that just now?
No, that's been for quite a while. I think he's taking it at the end.
I think in all this battling, I only just noticed it.
This is what we want, though. The end of the race, a battle for the podium, with 16 minutes and some change left to go. Wingardium Leviosa. This sorry, we're gonna have to start playing quad ball in a minute.
Oh, it's called quad ball. I remember.
Yeah, it is. I don't know why. Really, I've read one Harry. Yeah, I read one Harry Potter book once and watched one film, and I realised that I can sum them all up. Something bad happens. There's some bad guy. Wingardium Leviosa. Some school kids run around firing lasers, and then the weird dude in circle glasses and his two mates win.
Yeah, that's
Sums it
basically
up,
what
done it. Yeah, no, you don't have to read any Harry Potter.
The ending.
Of all of them.
Oh, and he makes a move to the inside. He pulls out of it at the last second. He was weaving. He was looking for any position on the track in which he could make that overtake. And just, again, he bats the back out through the loop. And it loses him time going down to the chute. Which is probably for the best given how close this racing is.
Are absolutely going at each other. There is no chill in the assault from Habera at all. He wants this position. Look how close he's getting.
And whilst they are fighting like this, the 992 car continues to pull up on them and wants to take a lap off of them. And maybe he'll get the chance.
This is absolutely beautiful racing from these two drivers. They are
This is motor racing.
They are giving absolutely no chill. The defense is robust and the attack is aggressive. And you think the amount of times this could have all ended in tears already, and they're still going.
They are absolutely going for it. This is what we want to see, especially with only 14 minutes left. That is probably a maximum of 6-7 laps left to go. Maybe 8 if we're lucky.
All depends on Kyle Cook. Remember, it's GT racing. The race does not finish until Kyle Cook comes across the line with 0 seconds left on the Rebellion timing clock, as once again Habera goes to the inside,
he
moves
looks to the outside
again. Has to pull back. Oh!
And again, the 992 car ever inching closer, perhaps to play a part in this battle for the podium.
Oh,
if you are G Kane right now, you are hoping for this 992 car to make some mistake when it comes to passing both of these, as he is 135 back in 5th position, which is a shame for a car that's run so well for most of this race.
You can see the Aston Martin is trying just to get the exit now. This has been the heel has been his best opportunity all the way through to get the position.
Yeah, the toe is proving its difficulty in that you can't retake an inside line as he goes up. Oh, it squeezes him out.
He'll get the outside. We'll see. They go side by side.
He gets a better exit. This is going to be tight.
Who's going to come out in front? They're still side by side.
This is going to be
my God.
The Lamborghini continuing to hold that line. And
contact!
Oh, that is, the Lamborghini is round. That is, I don't know what the stewards are going to say about that.
Wow, let's have a look on board at this. You can see they are side by side. I'm not sure, his steering doesn't move.
I think he washed out too wide, and I just think that Herbert was still on the track enough to claim that position and not be considered off track, because the curves around here are extremely lenient.
Let's have a look at the crash again. This is on the onboard of Habera. He goes off. Oh, that's going to be difficult to call. Wow. He's given the position back. He's given the position back to Kleefeld. So
That
clearly there's a bit of guilt there, and he's gonna... I think he's gonna have that position no matter what, because there's damage.
He's gotten back past. I'm not quite sure what's going on. They're trading the position amongst themselves.
We'll go back and see what's happened. They're going down the order. You can see Kleefeld is just there. There's not full throttle on that car. He is giving the position back. Yeah, you could hear there was just it wasn't full throttle. He was just coasting to give that position back. But I think that Lamborghini just has too much damage after that collision to really do anything.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for them. I do think that Max Herber was just about still on the legal limits of this track.
As in the chat from Mazdarati 2, wanted to go to the gym, but this is too good. This has been absolutely insane. Right, and I need to go to the little Huskies room. I've been sat here doing the dance.
We have 10 minutes left. I want you back by the 10-minute mark, so run and be quick.
Oh, Lord.
Unfortunately, it looks like we don't have too much going on at the moment since that contact. That is very unlucky for us. But the 15 Lamborghini continues to make its way around, probably just trying to finish this race ahead of the 182 Ferrari of G. Kane, which they will almost certainly do if they can just keep on track now and keep out of any instance. Meanwhile, we are looking on board with the 992 car, 992, whichever one it is, as it goes a bit wide on the exit. The 992 car goes a bit wide on the exit of the inner loop chicane, but makes it round the outer loop quite nicely, and now coming through the chute. So at the moment, your leader continues to be Kyle Cook, with 194 laps completed, way out in front of Pierre Moreno in second place with only 193 laps completed now, having just crossed the finish line.
Wow.
And 16.1 seconds between them and a lap.
As we get a flash from the 992 Porsche as he is on stream. Deep Cuts will now be wanting to try and catch as much as he can, but with just under 9 minutes left of today's race, I think we may be seeing the final positions already. And man, that battle for P2 has got to go in the book as one of the best battles of the race.
That was fair. I think if you were to ask me now of a driver for this hour, I think I'd give it to Kleefeld for that absolutely staunch defending.
I'd have to give it to both of them.
Both of them, yeah, probably deserve a lot, but that defending from a car against a car which, in my opinion, was quicker than the Lamborghini was absolutely brilliant. They positioned it perfectly into some very key corners, particularly into the chicanes, where the car behind just didn't know where to go.
That shows, doesn't it? Being quicker is not the be-all and end-all. You can be technically slower, but if you're hard to get past, you're hard to get past, and they've still got to get past you.
Yep, and sadly, it's come to what it come to, but that was a fantastic battle whilst it lasted. Kleefeld now continues to drop down with their damage and will just have to try and hold on to the end of this race and hopefully not get overtaken, which I don't think they will by the time remaining, by the Ferrari of G. Kane.
And we have a split decision. Car 15 and 69, a 10-second time penalty for 69 for causing a collision.
I wish I could remember what happened with that, but it's been a very eventful couple of laps.
Well, thankfully...
Oh yes, we can see.
Here is that crash. It is the converging lines at the outer loop. Bomb.
Oh, I see. They put the blame on the 515 car, did you say?
No, the 69 car of Lays.
They must have said, well, they must have said it must have been deemed to have turned in too much.
And we're going to have a watch of this again. This was a collision in the battle for P3. You can see side by side that Aston Martin is literally off. Oh. That is a big one there, and he did at least attempt to give the position back. But damage, I think, I mean, you can see his Kleefeld is down now by about 13 seconds. That damage is a little bit too hard there, really, isn't it?
Yeah, that is unfortunate for the pair of them.
We'll have a rewatch of this crash as well. This is up the hill. This is the Lucas Litchen 182 incident there. Tries to save it and then just collects him on the exit of it. That was also where the number, what is it? I'll get it in a minute. Let me do it. The number 96 Mercedes had the crash on the top of the hill that lap as well. Schwartz is off at turn 1. I think he's fine.
Yeah, he looks to come back on it, and I've just got clarification from the stewards that they did deem that the 69 car did cut across the 515, and the 515 kept to the inside line, had no room to go anywhere.
Fair enough. The stewards do a very, very good job of keeping the racing fair and dishing out the penalties where required. And
I'm looking as Kane comes to lap Lichten, the leader of the GT4 category, and that front of that Maserati does not look like it's having a super happy fun time.
No, you can see Lichten is trying to just give as much room as possible at the top of the hill. Yeah. The Ferrari gets round, and so too does the BMW. The Ferrari is slowing up the Maserati. That is not something you'll want to do. The stewards will take a very, very dim view on purposely slowing up and brake checking. I believe
that should happen.
I believe as well the stewards, if they consider it to be malicious like he is doing now, this is very malicious. They may actually eject that car from the race and the drivers from the server.
I am very confused as to what the Ferrari is doing here. I've only just noticed as well, Lichten's front lights are different colours.
Yeah. I think it's going to be... I think it's in retaliation for that crash earlier on up towards turn 1, but that is not the attitude to take at all.
As Lichten gets very close to the 70 car, very lucky to get away from that unscathed, I think. GT4s are entitled to take their lines, however, sometimes with damage, and well, he definitely has damage, it might be more difficult than others to maintain consistency in the face of blue flags.
Very much so, as we see the battle for P19. It's between Lays and Arnold in the last 3 minutes of the race.
Yep. The McLaren versus the Honda. We'll see who comes out ahead there. There is a car between them, which is Max Herberer, number 3 car in the 176 Aston Martin V8, who lets them go, knowing that he has plenty of space and is most likely in the next 3 minutes not going to catch Moreno.
Yeah, I think Carl Cook and Thomas Jack have done the masterclass of strategy in this race. They pulled a full lap on Pierre Moreno. And I think really that is a deserved win for the drivers up ahead, as we see Lays trying to get his way past Ian Arnold. Through the chicane, doesn't quite make it work.
Yeah, I think it'll be a massive shame if Lichten somehow now with this damage doesn't come in first. I think just to go to the GT4, he's driven a fantastic race and has been relatively clean up until that last little bit.
As we see, Kane has taken a position from deep cuts, who goes deep at the chute, just washes out wide.
Surprising. I thought that Kane was in 5th in the first place.
No, he was in 6th. The little bit of argy-bargy on the previous lap saw deep cuts make the move.
As we continue again, Lays now trying to make a move on Arnold, going up the inside of the no-name corner, and he is making it. And this is looking very familiar.
Yes, indeed. We get the heli cam. This time, though, they are Yeah, that move done.
He's far ahead, but he's going to run out wide. Can the Honda try? No. The Honda must try and do something at turn 1 if he wants to stand chance. But no, the number 3 car of Herber is going to take the inside line, and that might compromise any attack that he wants to have on the McLaren.
Kane is in the pit stop.
Kane has been disqualified.
Yep, he has been indeed.
Kane has been disqualified by the stewards.
Has been indeed, with the 1 minute left in the race. So what, that's going to be, where is Kyle Cook? That will be the question. He's coming up to the start finish line for the final lap of today's race.
Leader is on the final lap. There we are. The notification has been given. I am surprised that they gave Kane disqualification. I was expecting a simple time penalty there.
Yeah.
Wow. That is
with a 1 minute left in the race, Kyle Cook comes to start his final lap. This has been an absolute masterclass of strategy and just staying out of trouble for the number 13 pairing.
And both drivers have driven exceptionally well, and just, I mean, I don't, again, Sench has done brilliantly, and I think we both can say without him being much disappointed about it that he is a driver who has been in the past prone to the occasional mistake, but this race he's driven perfectly cleanly. He's a fast driver, but sometimes has been too fast for his own good, and this race he has proven himself to be able to stick it out for what is 3 hours over a total of 6. And especially coming into this stint as well, where the pressure is really on to come to the end of this race nice and cleanly. And he came in with 3 hours out of the car. I mean, I don't know how much practice he did in that time offline, but he's clearly managed to get back up to speed and just keep it nice and tidy whilst leading this race by a comfortable margin. But sometimes that comfortable margin can add more pressure. You don't want to get over comfortable with this.
No, as across the line to take the win here at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen is Kyle Cook. That was an absolutely brilliant race from the number 13 car.
Pierre Moreno rounds the final corner
to come back in his first race back
himself. He weaves across the line and he has come second after briefly leading. I believe he was briefly leading at one point, and running a fantastic race himself with many incidents, unfortunate, many not his fault, some perhaps more on him, but he has done a fantastic recovery despite that to come second with a lap down. But something has to be said about Sench taking that win, the 13 car taking that win with a lap to spare over everybody else.
Yeah, and then to come off round the final corners and round off, he will have a 10-second penalty though for that crash, but I don't think it's going to matter. The next car behind is just about 30, so I think Max Habera will come through and take third place.
Yep.
As well to round off our top 3.
Coming up. No
GT3.
happy weaving here, just calm crossing of the line. And the GT4 leader has already won because everyone else behind him has already crossed the line and finished.
Yep, the GT4 results. Lucas Litchin has taken the win, 182 laps for the GT4 lead lap, followed by Jacob Alacia and Bingus McBongus in second place. Pascho and his teammate.
Oh, never mind. Arnold was slowing down for the line massively. I thought he had a yellow flag there.
And the 51 car piloted across the line by Kampka coming through in fourth.
That is a respectable finish for them, to be honest. I know obviously it's 4 out of 4, but they have finished this race. They kept going. And, you know, all props to them for doing so. Other people who are running much better places in their classes and in the race overall have decided to drop out for incidents of their own. And this car just kept going.
We've got to ask the question, what is the highest climber? The highest climber, in fact, goes to this driver here, the 992 machine. The
he's tied, actually.
tied with Pesha, but keep in mind Pesha -4 as well. So yeah, tied.
No, I was saying tied with Deep. Deep also has 10 if you take 4 because he's
so
got Deep.
Yeah, so it's three-way tie technically.
Well, yes. So yeah,
tie,
Brett Smith, Pesha, and Deep Cuts have all gained net 10 positions if you take off those above classes.
Quickly running down. Here is the race order. Coming through to take the win of GT3 was Kyle Cook, Pierre Moreno in 2nd place, Habura in 3rd, and Kleiner now in number order from 4th downwards. The 15 car, the 666, the 93, the 117, the 29, the 78, the 37th, the 31, the 33, the 155, the 210, the 992, the 154, the 17, the 69, the 70, the 42, the 515, and the 96 to round off your GT3 grid. In GT4, Lucas Litchen came through to take the win in number 140 car, followed by the Bang Racing pairing of Jacob Alaska and Bingus McBongus. The 56 car of Pacho and Vettinger come through in 3rd place in GT4. And in 4th place was the McLaren 570S GT4, the number 51 car of Kampka, Molinay and Zahn.
Yeah, and I think we need to add a quick other little record, maybe not record, but little statistic for this race. The Brett Smith car, with all their unfortunate incidents and bad luck, finishing 15th. The Porsche 992 car, 12 pit stops overall.
And we're going to bring in the GT3 race winners. Here they are then. Hello, you two. You've won.
Oh.
Talk us through it.
Right, so basically what happened is we got in the car, we drove, and we won. That's what happened.
Insightful, Kimi Räikkönen.
Yeah, very good, very good. Tom, you give us more insight. Go on.
It was a great race, man. It was very rough trying to figure out the tires. Old tires were very very rough to drive around here. So I think we managed to just keep our consistent pace, and then Sench was a fucking machine. Couple mistakes, but then we got back up and he closed out in the end.
Dude, you were a fucking machine. You did a fucking triple stint. Mad lad, huh? Wow.
Yeah, but you did, considering you only did 3 days of practice, it was very...
Oh, yeah, considering, dude, you fucking did a triple stint. Mad lad.
So, actually, Sench, I've got to ask you this. You're typically a Ferrari man.
Yeah.
How hard was it to come over to the setups that Tom makes that I've heard described as Beyblade?
I suppose the real question is, how much did he put the brake bias up for you?
Quite easy to drive, really, to be honest. No issues at all. Very easy. I mean, you just have to be built different, okay? Like Tom understands, you just got to be built different.
I think you killed Husky with that. But you drove a fantastically clean race. I mean, you won the whole race, 6 hours. You won by a whole lap on the car behind, and let's be honest, Dark is no slouch. I mean, that's just fantastic. And Sench, how was it getting back into the car 3 hours after your last actual stint and trying to get back up to speed?
I mean, Tom made it easy for me. I didn't even have to be back up to speed. I was just cruising. I was actually cruising, right? I was doing, I don't know what lap time I was doing, but it was all right. And I'm just like to Tom, I was like, I don't even have to drive the car. You've made it so easy for me. I'm cruising, I'm like Sunday drive. Obviously thanks to the built different man himself, Tom,
He is truly built different.
He just made it easy for me. Also because of, unfortunately, Dark spun a couple times and, made a few mistakes.
We
he did a full 6 hours, so I mean, he's really the built different one here, isn't he?
Oh, he certainly is. Comparing Dark's stints to his Spa race, where everything sort of just started to fall apart at the end. Not always through any fault of his own, or no major fault of his own. And there was actually a time where we didn't realise you were a lap up on him, and we were like, 15 seconds gap. And then we realised, oh wait, there's a whole lap after that to go. But no, well, congratulations to both of you.
Thank you.
I think that's probably one of the most dominant performances we've ever had in an RP endurance race. I don't know if you can think of any others, Husky.
None that have been as close as that, but congratulations, you two, on the win. I want to get through the interviews a bit quick because I want to go to bed.
Fair enough.
Congratulations
Thank you guys
on
for
the win,
commentating
though.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for giving us an exciting, giving us a very special victory. You kept out of trouble so much that I don't think we saw you too often.
Thanks to the Ferraris and Moreno, we had a really tough three-way with them. Although the Ferrari had a bit of an issue towards the end, but yeah, it is what it is.
Qualified at the end.
Yes, I saw. Unfortunate, but they were quick regardless.
No, they were very quick, but unfortunately they were blocking a GT4 on the straight as a sort of act of vengeance. We found. And
stewards did what they did.
Yes.
But yeah, thanks to you guys, and thanks to RP for hosting this. It was a lot of fun.
Right, thank you.
Cheers, guys.
For taking part and for winning, of course.
Congratulations on the win, lads.
See ya.
See ya.
In a bit. Now, we're going to get in a group of 2 drivers first who I'm sure we'll want to talk to about their race. One we've not heard from before and one that we have. It is the 992 crew who came through to finish somewhere. You guys have had one of the most up and down races I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. I don't know. It's been a tough one. I didn't expect this one. I expected us to I expected there to be a little bit of commotion.
Not this much.
Yeah, but this was it was a fun one to drive, but very, very tiring. My neck's very sore and my arms and stuff. But yeah.
The thing that we have to ask though, did you have fun?
Oh, I had fun sending it in on people and stuff. I had fun. Yeah. I don't think my Fanatec CSL DD did. It's like literally too hot to touch. I can't touch it right now.
Oh man.
But yeah.
I mean.
But yeah. Go on.
I was looking at your at what you put in your drive information form. I'm sad to say I think your objective might have been a bit
too easy.
Yeah. Also to not
survive.
crash. I don't know if you did that.
Well, we survived.
We survived.
We did survive. That is good. You did survive, which others didn't. Like we said, I mean, there are many cars that have had like one incident and decided that was it for them, which is disappointing. But other cars just kept going through it. It's a 6-hour race. Like I said, anything can happen, and you stuck to it and got to the end.
I think it was, you know how I kept saying like it's a positivity, even when things are bad, you've got to keep going through them. That showed so much today. Like in the Yonsei, or Virgil's I call him, even called Joss. Basically, in the last in the last 2 stints, because I was doing a double stint in the last an hour and a half, I was constantly like, come on, let's push, let's get 46s, let's get 45s, push. And it was we're all like so connected and we're like so focused on it. Like, yeah, it was so, I don't know how to explain it. It was so challenging and so fun at the same time.
And I found out that giving information to the driver is actually quite a bit harder than I thought. I underrated it. Definitely underestimated it. Yeah.
Well done on you guys. We were talking about earlier, the mental game is very important in sim racing, and it sounds like you guys have kept a positive attitude throughout the entire race.
Yeah, we just kept positive and kept trying. Yeah, we had a lot of setbacks, and a lot of like unlucky incidents, but we just stayed positive.
Yeah, I think we did the most pit stops or something. Or most drivers.
You had 12 pit stops. You had a pit stop every half hour. The next driver to have the most pit stops was only 10.
So we had 2 more than the rest.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't finish last as well. We finished like mid-back as well, which we didn't expect.
Yeah, you finished quite a few places off of. I mean, we only had 20 cars finish this race. We had 30 at the start. So 10 people had obviously dropped out for issues or other things happening in mid-race. So you finished 13th. That's that's top half of GT3, or just about halfway through the whole grid once you add up those cars that left.
But we're gonna have to leave it there, lads, because we're getting on a bit for time. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no worries.
It's alright.
Yeah.
Congratulations, though, on the rebuild game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the recovery drive. But can I quickly just say something?
Go for it.
I would really like to thank my team, New Motion Racing, for the opportunity and stuff. The drivers that we've had and stuff, they've really been good. And I really want to thank Yonsei and Cone, Wink, who really kept me going through this, and especially Yonsei or Virgil.
He's really 6 hours.
Yeah, he's really helped me push through this. So yeah, thank you.
Congratulations to you on a very hard-fought race.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, see you.
In a bit.
See you guys.
So that was a 992 car. I think out of everybody, for their recovery drive, they have to take my team of the day, to be completely honest. They were...
I agree with that.
They built so much. But we're going to get this driver in. The driver who... Last time I saw him, I was very scared that I was going to get murdered at Suzuka. This time, I'm shouting over him absolutely running away with the GT4 field. Hello, Lucas.
When did I race with you at Suzuka?
SRGP Friday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that happens. Well, I've ran away now as well.
But you've absolutely run away with GT4 today. I think you have proven that Maserati is dominant.
I think the two Maseratis definitely proved that that the car is very viable, to say the least. I don't know what happened to those guys. They were really keeping up with me, and I was very afraid of them, their pace throughout the race. But after the first stint, heading into the second stint, something must have happened. They must have been like taken out or crashed by themselves and dropped a lap that way. And it's just, I think they lost motivation at that point, and just their pace at that point wasn't good enough to catch me back up. Even when people started throwing GT3s at me.
Yeah, they had a couple of instances on their own, and they got caught up in quite a bit throughout the race, I believe, with other cars being less than with them. But you were absolutely dominant, and I think, like you say, you've definitely proven that you've your Maserati pace. How are your ankles feeling, by the way?
Actually, surprisingly, right now, good. I was my heels hurt a bit in the sole of my left foot with my brake pedal. I hurt a bit early in this race, but it stopped doing it, so that's fine. I think perhaps the adrenaline rush from the last few minutes of just the half an hour turning into an absolute hell show definitely was something.
Yeah, that was quite a big crash for you up the top of that. Was it up the hill that you had the initial crash? I can't quite remember where it was.
I've had actually in the last half an hour I had two incidents that sent me into the barrier, and the first one was a McLaren dive bumped me into turn 1, and that worked still fine because I saw him in time, but the problem was out of the corner I got a slight bit of oversteer, so I didn't run completely onto the curb on the outside. I was still on it, but I didn't arc fully outside because I was counter steering, and the McLaren was just not leaving any margins whatsoever for himself and clipped my rear end and sent both of us towards the wall. So I had already there a bit of damage, and then 2 laps later the 182 Ferrari decides that he wants to try driving through me again.
Yes.
And I just about held the car and sent them back into the Shadow Realm. Luckily not hard enough into the Shadow Realm because they came back and tried to murder me fully.
Yeah, they were. We saw that, and they were disqualified for that from the race.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it took so long because these guys had tried to murder me at least 2 occasions earlier already in the race.
Yeah, it's harder for the stewards to look at incidents, aren't it?
Yeah, I can understand. It's just it didn't show up because I didn't collide with them. Well,
I mean, as much as it's horrible, that sort of thing, that just shows how sensible you were as a driver, which is very much what led you to win this race.
Yeah, if I had a teammate, for sure they would have gotten reported, but because I drove alone, that's just they were lucky. Till a certain extent.
To a certain extent, they did seem to be they seem to be quite clean. Other than that, but anyway, that's by the by now. But congratulations on your class win. I know there wasn't too much competition in GT4 category, but you certainly a 6-hour race. It's an endurance race for a reason. And you managed to hold it together, especially with all that damage. I know obviously you knew that you had that much time behind you, but with all that damage, you managed to hold it together. I was concerned that with the damage and the Maserati already being a very difficult car to drive at times, that you might have a further incident, but you certainly proved me wrong.
No, there was no steering damage on the car at that point, so I was just able to... the car was just slow at that point. Yeah. And I was like, is it better for me to pit at this point, or should I just continue on? I was just like... No, it's about 20 minutes to go. I'm losing between 2 to 4 seconds a lap. This isn't worth it driving down the pit lane to repair 23 seconds worth of damage. Isn't quite worth it. If I had anywhere scheduled pit stop, I would have for sure repaired it, but there wasn't anything anymore. I was just going to the end.
You had a very similar thing to the car that came fourth in GT3 that also had a big crash towards the end of the race, actually fighting for third. And they did a very similar thing to you, which is just keep your head down, just keep going to the end because you know you got that time. And that's clever. That's clever racing. Let's be honest.
It's something.
you sound like you need a long nap after 6 hours of Chadderati horror.
I think mainly what has happened in the last few minutes, that boggles my mind a bit too much. I have experience of stewarding and stuff, it's just... it boils me a bit too much.
Well, congratulations to you, and good luck if you choose to race with us again.
Yeah, let's see. I'm definitely looking forward for another time, because outside of a few incidents that happened, because they happened, mistakes happen from some drivers, like I'm not someone who's always going to complain about the GT3s.
I drive GT4 in RP series, and I tell you, I am someone who will complain about GT3s. Well, thank you for coming to speak with us, and again, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, mate. And now we're going to get in one of the people who, without, makes up one part of the machine that keeps the races going. As one of my favourite Premier League refs says, we typically don't want to talk to the officials unless they've had a bad day. But really, you guys have had a long day. Hello, Jack.
Hello.
So, even though we can't really ask much, because we're going to stray away from the side of asking questions about specific incidents, how has the day been for the stewards?
So, it's been eventful.
Right.
We didn't have much major action on lap 1, which is always nice. Those ones normally take the longest to look into. But there was a steady amount of small contacts throughout the first 3 hours of the race, and then everyone kind of separated out. And it was not too much to handle. It was a good solid amount. But please stop hitting each other. Please. Yeah, a lot of class violence, a lot of GT3s and GT4s coming together, which we don't really want to see. It happens, but sometimes the volume of it gets a little bit out of hand. It makes people less likely want to drive the GT4s, and it annoys the GT3 drivers. So,
well, this is your first 6 hours stewarding as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it would have been my third, but then the last one got DDoS.
Well, the last one was only 5 hours, so
it's still well, actually, it was only about an hour, but you know,
well, it was meant to be 5 hours.
So I've done this is more than doubled my total amount of endurance stewarding in the RP endurance series. So yeah, there's a lot of experience about it. I now am aware that I do need to get a better PC so I can steward more effectively instead of it crashing.
Oh yes, you were having some trouble. You kept joining us.
Yeah, so if you heard someone go, and then leave multiple times...
You didn't actually say anything, but you came in.
Okay, at least it gave me that grace.
Damn, that would have been funny just in the background.
And of course, thank you right away as well. You've been, because obviously people... I've occasionally been messaging with you, and you've been clarifying a lot of things to do with certain incidents, certain tickets. So that's been extremely useful.
Yeah. Tried to keep up to date with the live shooting chat, so that you have what we've been given as the outcome of certain incidents. There was the unfortunate incident towards the end between the V8 Vantage and the Huracan Evo.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate one. That was a great battle, but it was very unfortunate.
I may have deafened another steward. But I was really invested in that battle because there was not much else going on, and then it's always the way, isn't it?
Amazing. No, yeah, that was a good battle, and it was unfortunate how it ended, but it was just a bit... It was just something I think that kind of comes from that sort of corner.
Yeah, I hope to see those drivers again in the next endurance, because they were really good, and it was really exciting watching them battle.
Fair enough. Well, Jack, we're going to let you go. From us in a commentary booth, and I'm sure everyone in the race, mostly, that we thank you very much for stewarding. Obviously, without the stewards, we wouldn't have the racing.
Yeah.
And hopefully, the next time, there's not too much violence.
I do hope so.
We always love controlled violence, just not on the track.
Well, thank you very much. Gentlemen. You too. Have a nice sleep. I think you need it. You deserve it.
7 hours.
Well, 6.5. Come on.
We have to watch too much. We have to watch practice. You know. Alright, goodbye.
See you.
So
Husky is furiously typing away.
Right, so we're almost at that time, but there is two little things that we have to go through first. First things first, tomorrow at 8 PM BST, which will be 9 PM European and 10 PM some other European and some other time in America, I don't know. We have the Formula Pals Championship hosted by our good colleague Deep Cuts, who was driving in the 666 Bentley today. This will be live over on this here YouTube channel. Then on the next Sunday, we will have the RP series over on my channel, DatHuski, the Racing Pals GT3 Championship, the 1 hour races. So make sure you go and check that
GT4.
out.
Don't forget
GT4. And on the 28th of August, we have the Racing Pals Deep Cuts Birthday Bash, the Mazda MX-5 Cups at the Daytona Road Course. A 60-minute practice session followed by a 20-minute qualification and then a 90-minute race. That is on August the 28th at 6 PM BST. So got a good deal of racing.
Keep your eyes out for the next Racing Pals Endurance, which should be announced as soon as possible. Which we're not quite sure what it's going to be yet. It's a mystery. Which should be happening some point next month. So follow our Discord channels to find out.
Until that point, though, this is the time where, after 7 hours and 22 minutes, we bid farewell. This has been a long one, but James, one question for you after the commentary. How has it felt to be in my shoes?
It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. It's been great. I'm slightly exhausted. Not as exhausted as I am after 6 hours of stewarding, I'll give it that.
Does your throat hurt?
It's been good. It's starting to get there.
Yes, that's the fun, isn't it? But until next time, probably the next endurance, maybe. I've been Husky. I've been James. Until next time, we will see you in another stream.
Goodbye.